Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live. We're going to be talking about spiritual stories today. Paranormal stories, spiritual stories, any alien stories. If you want to come up and talk about them, feel free to hit the guest request up there. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. I usually do a show at night, but I decided to do one during the day. Try something different. I always want to try something different. Spiritual stories, paranormal stories, UFO stories. So if you have any, had the guest request, come on up, we'll talk about it. It'll be a safe space for to talk about it. Anyone gets inappropriate and doesn't like and starts judging people on it, they're automatically going to be removed. If you hit the like and share button, that'd be great. It helps with the algorithm. We're going to be talking about spiritual stories today. And hi, welcome in. Spiritual stories, paranormal stories, UFO stories. If you want to share them today, I'm doing one really early today. So if anyone wants to come up in the box, hit the guest request. We're going to be talking about paranormal, spiritual, and extraterrestrial stories today. Decided to switch it up. Yep, switch it up is what I'm doing. I'm going to try different times and different things. So this is me trying something different. So if you want, please hit the guest request. Come on up and we'll discuss your story. I usually don't do one during the day, but hey, it is what it is. Hi there, how you doing there, Shakur? Hope you're having a good day today. Wonderful to see you here. I'm doing great. I just woke up and my spirits and whatever told me to come up on here and do this. So, I don't know. Maybe this is somewhere I'd lead. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody here that needs any assistance that wants to talk about spiritual things and paranormal things and stuff like that. I don't know why, but I woke up today and they told me to come on here and talk about this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I felt inspired to do it because they led me to do it. So I'm here. I wonder if there's what it is. I don't know.
Hey,
Hello.
I was wondering, when you go to channel, how does that feel?
Hold on. Say that again.
When you go to channel, how does that feel?
When I start to channel, it all depends on which channel it is. Because if I'm channeling like Brim, I start to feel more power, more anxious, more. I don't know. Each channel is different for me because, like I said, Brim is more when you feel more powerful in my gut. I got a gut feeling and feel more powerful, and I feel like I'm unstoppable. That I know it's gonna be Brim. If it's soul is more tender, more loving, wanting to heal beings in people. So when she comes out, that's how I start to feel. When I got a lot of knowledge and they want to share the knowledge, it's either if it's more of a spiritual knowledge, I start to feel more. I start to feel, like when you're getting a whole load of information. That's how I know it was like epi. But if I get like area is more of a, come on, let's go, let's tell them. See, each one of them's different.
Okay, 'cause I'm feeling weird. I've been feeling weird the last couple days.
Like how?
Like I've had this pit in my stomach, like energy wise, and like I'm like also all of a sudden I'll get real anxious
Uh,
and like I'm amped up and ready to go.
yeah, that would
It's
sound something like that. Yes.
okay. So I'm not losing my noggin. Okay, good.
No, you're not losing your mind. Everybody thinks they're losing their mind when they're really not losing their mind at all. So, if anyone would like, share, hit the guest request. If you want to come up, share a story. I got a goal up here of 100 little tiny dinies. If you want to, you can donate to do them. That would help the algorithm too, because when it shows participation in the live. I usually do my live on Tuesdays, Thursdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if anybody wants to come up and share a story, a paranormal story, a spiritual story, or even an extraterrestrial story, come on up and we'll talk about it. Just a safe space. I got a mod in here. If anybody gets inappropriate, they'll be removed. Okay, go on. I tell you, I'm on a roll today, as you can hear it. When am I ever
Yeah.
this fast? I am on a roll. I don't know what it is. I felt like I've been on fire. Like ever since I woke up this morning, it's like, boom, boom, boom. And I'm getting downloads of information left and right. I can't even help it. I'm just going a mile a minute now. You never heard this yet, have you?
No, it's funny.
No, it is, isn't it?
I like it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to work on channeling that then, I guess.
Yeah, you can probably work on that channel by meditation, collaborating with water. Usually, when you collaborate with water, it enhances your body because your body's mostly made up of water. So that water connects with that water, and with the electricity that's running through your body, that energy it connects with that water, and henceforth you'll project yourself out into the universe. You'll find that one that you're supposed to be channeling or guiding or whatever. They'll come to you. They'll come to you like a beacon, like a ship going to the lighthouse in a dark storm.
Well, I think I know who it is, who she is. So we'll
Oh,
see.
yep, they have many names out there in the universe.
Yeah, yeah, she does. All right, I'm gonna drop
Uh,
down.
all right, go on.
Maybe.
If you wanna, if you feel inspired,
All right, have a good
go,
day.
go, go with the flow. Yeah, have a good day. Yeah, well, that was our first guest today. Anybody else want to come up? There's a lot to talk about. If anybody wants to talk about it, talk about special stories, paranormal stories, extraterrestrial stories. That's what I'm here for, and that's what we're going to do. This is a safe space. And yeah, I decided to do something different today. Let's see where that goes. People probably not used to me going this fast and this being this like this, but hey, I woke up like this today, so the universe gets this. It gave me this, gave me this energy to be like this. Well, this is how I'm going to be today. So, yeehaw! Ride the lightning and ride the universe, and this is what I'm doing. Anybody want to share a story? I'm on now. There's somebody who wants to share something. Share a paranormal story, spiritual story, an extraterrestrial story. Feel free to come up in the box. Anybody want to talk about anything like that? I'm more than happy to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to ramble on. Yeehaw. I noticed we got like 4 people in here. Thank you for staying. It'd be much appreciated if you can like and share. Let's see if we can raise that the likes and the shares up a little more. So we can get more people in here, maybe the discussion, so I won't have to talk to Ramadan on myself. Welcome to the live, everybody. I decided to switch things up. Anybody want to come up in this box? Feel free. We're going to be talking about spiritual stories, paranormal stories, extraterrestrial stories. This is live, where you guys are the heartbeat of it. You guys want the live to keep going, then you guys gotta, make that blood pump. Make that blood pump, make the blood in this live go, so we can get this going, so we can rock this world. Let's raise that vibration of the world, show everybody how, as humans, we can love each other with compassion, honesty, love, and loyalty. Let's bring it on. Anybody want to share? Anybody want to share a story? We'll talk about spirituality, paranormal, and extraterrestrial story. Hello, welcome to the live. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for liking. Let's keep this rolling. See if we get more people up in here. Let's get this rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. I was asleep. I was in a dead sleep. The universe says, get up. I said, all right, what do you want me to do? He said, get on that live and start talking. I said, all righty then. So here I am. In all my glory, because the world wanted me to be here, the universe wanted me to be here, so I'm here. There must be a reason why they told me to come on here. Maybe there's someone I have to help. Maybe there's something I have to, guide somebody with. Hey, good morning there, Dizzy. Anybody have any spiritual stories you want to talk about? Paranormal, spiritual, extraterrestrial? Feel free. We're all here to listen and share. We don't judge in this live. We all are the heartbeat of this live. Let's get it pumping. Let's get that blood pumping in this live. You guys are the heartbeat. Let's go. Let's get it rolling. Going with the flow of the universe. If you want to hit that like, the shares, that's cool too. I got a goal up here of 100 little Donnie. So if you want, you can donate to that. And if anybody wants to talk about anything spiritual, paranormal, or extraterrestrial, feel free to hit that box and come right up. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. I usually do my lives on Tuesday, Thursdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and everybody else knows the times on there, so feel free. Sit here for a little bit, see if anybody wants to discuss something, because the universe told me to be on here. I'm just following the ways of the universe. Ride the lightning in. Yep. Hello, welcome. Hello, Trina. How are you today? Great to see you in this live. Do you have anything you want to share today? Do you want to come up in this box and share anything about anything spiritual, anything paranormal, anything extraterrestrial? Feel free to come up in this box and we'll talk about it. Thank you for hitting them likes and them shares and being that mod that you are. As I said about a couple more times here, we'll talk about spirituality. We're going to be talking about extraterrestrial. We're going to be talking about paranormal stories. Anybody wants to talk about them, hit the box, come right up. I want to talk about it. It's a safe space. No one's judgmental here. I got a mods in here that if they get inappropriate, they'll be removed. I was laying in my bed, the spirit, the universe said, hey, wake up. I said, all right. So I got up and it says, let's get it rolling. And I said, all righty then. What do I do on the line? Don't matter. Put it up there. Get on that line. I said, all righty. Here we go. So there must be somebody on here that must need something. Somebody needs something. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to get up and do this. Normally I don't do this, but hey, it is what it is. I went with the universe. Somebody up here got to know. Somebody got something to say. Somewhere. I don't know. There's millions of people on TikTok, so it all depends. Maybe they'll find that spot. Maybe they'll find this or not. I don't know. But, hey, this is what I was led to do. This is where I am. I usually don't pop off and spare the moment things, but hey. Guys, that's what they say. They said, get up there. I said, what do I talk about? I said, talk about spirituality, paranormal, and these extraterrestrial stories. I was like, alrighty then. I'm really tired. I'm hurting of not being able to do things. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You need to rest up. Because, you just came over that surgery. You need to rest up, take care of yourself. Don't do anything too strenuous. And just keep your mind at ease. And work with your universe and yourself within you. And you'll find that when you're getting ready to do things that you need to do for yourself and everybody else, and it'll be that time to roll. But until then, you gotta hear yourself from that hurting. Anybody have any paranormal stories? Spiritual stories or extraterrestrial stories? Feel free to hit that box, come right up, and we'll talk about it. Got a few mods in here that if people get inappropriate, they'll be removed. If you could hit like, share, donate, that's cool. I don't know why Spirit told me to get up this early. Well, early for me anyway. I'm usually not up at this time doing a live anyway. So, yeah. Don't know why, but here we are. I've always told to go with the flow of the universe. Just go. And also, Jaden, she just came out of a surgery, so it's very hard for her to do things too. Please keep that in mind. Anybody who has an extraterrestrial story, paranormal story, feel free to come up, share. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she gets better. Everything's possible when you believe in a spiritual being. Some may call it God, source, whichever it is. When you believe in it, then your body will heal and help you and guide you along your daily chores and journeys. But however, sometimes, your body's just, everybody's different, everybody's unique. So when their body works, it all depends on how the body is and how people do their things during the day. But yes, thinking and believing about your spiritual being or the universe or whichever you believe in, that also helps a lot. And yeah, some people, yeah, the bodies don't work over you. That's wonderful. A lot of people's body, some people are not at that level where you are. Some people are at different vibrations and different levels in their life. Sometimes they don't realize that the power's within them, and some do realize it, but they still fall back on their humanity and how their body works. So within that happening, they still are healing. It's all in whatever space they're in. Some people let the devil overcome them, yes. Some do, some don't. Every person's different. A lot of people in this world let the devil overcome them all the time. And it's like we can do about it. We can just sit there and help them and guide them through their spiritual life and their spiritual journey. That's just how it is. A lot of devil do that. A lot of people believe that, and a lot of people indulge themselves in the devil's temptations, and they do that, or the evil temptations, whichever you believe. And that's the problem with the world today. Exactly. People should trust in God, trust in the Spirit, and trust in who they believe in to guide them on their spiritual journey and their spiritual life, but a lot of people don't. And, some people believe in God, some believe in a spiritual being, some believe in the universe. It's all a matter of what's in your mind. When you believe it, you have that mindset in your mind going, hey, this is not going to affect me. This is not going to affect me. This is not going to affect me. It's not going to affect you. But when you don't have that mindset, it's gonna hurt you. It's gonna bother you. I don't show no hate to anybody either. I love everybody. I love everybody, even though when they do bad to me, I don't like their actions. I hate their actions and I dislike them. But I like them as a human being because I I, I love every human being. Yeah, nobody on the earth thinks about that anymore. I mean, everybody has their own ways, their own beliefs, but I believe a certain thing, you believe a certain thing. So instead of having these separations within these religions and within these spiritual communities, we should all come together as one, work as a collective, work as a group. It doesn't matter what your really true belief is. The only thing that you should matter is that you believe in the consciousness of helping humanity and raising yourself to a higher vibration and bettering yourself should really matter most. Yes, a lot of people push that stuff on people, and we don't want to do that. We want to show them with the love, yes, with the love and the higher vibration that we got. Show them not just by action, not just by words, but by actions. You want to show them an expression, show, hey, look at how I am. You can be like this. We have to live by example. And it's true that some people make excuses every day because, that's just how humans are. Humans are a hold on. I'm on a roll today. Let me get it. All right, here we are. Where am I? All right. Humans are an interverse, an interdimensional, multidimensional, multi-universal being. And by saying that, we are everything all at once. We are the creators. Because in the Bible, doesn't it say, In the beginning, God created man. Well, He also said this. He also said, "Let us." Let God said, "Let us create man in our image, in our likeness." He said "our," so that means there was many there to help Him when He created. And God is a title, so it could be a man, it could be a woman. We never know. But the only thing the Bible states is they kept calling Him Father, and that could be the only thing that justifies that He is a man. But in all of the Bible, it really says God, 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 and God was made of a title. And they always want to call Him Jesus Christ. And at the end of the day, His name was Jesus, but the Christ part was only um, a name that they put on the Christ followers. We are followers of Jesus, so they called you Christ. Christ followers, Christians. Yeah, you always want to help somebody. You always want to guide them and try to, but it's all in with that. Who said witness to do good deeds? 12 people. Huh? Did I misread that somewhere? Who said witness him? We all do great deeds. We all do great deeds, and we all are led by the universe to do certain things. It could be a God, it could be the spirit, it could be the source, it could be the universe, wherever it is. We're all guided on our own separate journeys, but we all, at our separate journeys, we work together as one to help each other. When we stumble, when we fall, we always have somebody there to help us. And if they're not helping you, then you're in the wrong crowd of people. You need to find people that resonate with you. You have to let go what's not being useful in your life, what's not helping you or helping anybody around you. Then you need to not keep that in your life. Some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community experience. If anybody's seeing anything inappropriate, please don't do that, because I don't like that disrespectful in my life. Humans are not witnessing. No, they're not. They're not. They're not really talking about that. They're too much thinking about what's in their brain and what they need to do on their daily task, and they're not really thinking about the greater picture. They're only thinking about the here and now, and that's the problem with humanity. They're being controlled, and they're only about thinking about the here and now. That's it. As Christians, as believers, as a spiritual being, you all need to share your love and light to everybody. That's the best way to fix humanity. You want to fix humanity, you want to fix all those things, problems around the world. Even the smallest person, even one voice can change the world. Are you going to be that voice? Are you just going to be the voice of the collective that's being controlled? That's how you have to look at it. You're one voice. You're one voice that could change the world. Look at what happened to Martin Luther King. He was one person, and he changed the world. JFK, he was one person. He changed the world. Look at Jesus. He was one person. He changed the world. So you can't come off and say that, oh, I'm just one person. I can't change the world. Well, no, that's not true. You're one person. You can change the world. If you have that love and light within inside of you, you can change the world. Must be a lot of people going around today. A lot of people just having it's a nice sunny day out there. They're probably out there having family time with their children. That's fine. I was invited to do this. I'm going with the flow of the universe. I was told to come on here, woke up and say, hey, get up on that live. I was like, what am I going to talk about? And say, get up on that live. There's someone out there that needs something. So here I am. It doesn't matter if I got 15,000 followers or got 3 or 4. It doesn't matter. Someone needs to hear this voice. Someone needs to be inspired. Someone needs to be empowered. And that's why I'm here. Not really. You don't really need money for that. But as for the outlet of your voice, you could there could be ways where you don't need all that. You can just be yourself. I mean, you can go outside somewhere and, start preaching your word and start talking about your word and your beliefs, and, either they can accept it and resonate with you, or they can throw tomatoes at you. Whichever. But it's still your message is getting out. And you never know. Somebody could be out there doing that. Somebody could drive down the road and see that you're doing that. They might stop their car, get out, and go and start to join you. You might start getting hundreds and hundreds of people following you. You never know. It all depends. The universe only knows one answer: yes or no. It only goes with what you need, also. So if you're asking the universe this, it's going to give you the answer, just not in the time that you need. It's going to give it in the time that you need it. Like, I would ask the universe, hey, I need $100. Can I have some help here? I waited all day. All day I waited. And guess what? The universe provided me that $100. It came into my existence, and it was there, and it helped me. Why? Because I manifested and I believed in it. I didn't believe in it with my brain. I believed in it with my heart. I believed solely, I'm going to get that $100. I'm going to get to $100. I didn't have a doubt in my mind it happened. And it happened. Yes, God gives you paths. God gives you paths, and you have to take them. You have the free will to do it. You have the will to do it, the will not to do it. And God's not going to give you anything that you cannot handle. We're on this planet to learn to be a better being. And if we didn't have that, if all these bad things did not happen on this earth, we wouldn't be the good people we are today. Because when Jesus went on preaching on the world, did you see Jesus going into synagogues all the time and gathering people there? No. He went into the worst of the worst and grabbed those people. And what did he say? He said, hey, follow me, my son. Follow me. Hey, follow me. And they followed him because they felt that energy, they felt that spirit move within him, and they said, hey, we follow you, because they believed in what he believed in, and he told them, and they knew it. They could feel it within their energy, their spirit. They were connected as one, and they had the free will to say, yeah, I ain't following you, you're crazy, you're just a crazy man walking around the desert. But they're following him. They followed him because it was their free will. We all have free will. You can do it or you can't do it. We're here to learn. You can learn or you don't learn. You can become a greater being. You cannot be become that greater being. It all depends on whatever path you take. You have that free will. You can believe in a God. You can believe in a spirit. You can believe in the essence of the universe. Whichever you believe. But at the end of the day, your belief system within inside of you, the universe is within inside of you. Whenever you got that energy going and flowing through your body, the best power in the world is what you believe. Your belief. Because you have the power to change the world. You don't need to look for a spiritual being. You don't need to look for a God. Mostly, they're there to guide you. Even in the Bible, God says, do not come to me with a broken heart. Do not come to me asking me for all these things when you don't do the work yourself. When you do the work yourself, show that you're trying to do it at least. There lies the key. Yes, the universe, God's spirit works within inside of you. So, and then in turn, you have to start doing the work and showing that you're trying at least to do it. You don't want to sit there and, oh God, help me. have him come down and help you. You think that he wants to be a servant to you? No. He wants to help and guide you, make you the best person you can be. Same thing with the angels. Same thing with the spatial beings, whichever you believe. They're not going to come down here and save you. They're not going to be your Superman. The best Superman in the world is you. When you come to realize that you can do anything and accomplish anything when you set your mind to it. Because the only one that can change our world is you. You are the creator of your own world. You want to create your world to be misery, you're creating your own hell. You want to have a mindset of creating yourself a heaven, you can create heaven. Yes, fear. You don't want to fear anything, because when you fear something, you what? You're letting that negativity in. You're letting it control you. Look at look at the TV. What are they doing? Mostly everything on that TV is those news people. What are they spitting out? Fear, 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 fear. They're feeding the fear. People are listening to this. They're getting fear. Oh my God, I can't eat that chicken nuggets. There's going to be metal in it. Or I can't go outside because there might be people from another country there. Oh no, I'm going to stay locked up in my house and not do anything. Again, they're controlling you. They're controlling the narrative, installing that fear within inside of you. You got to say, with that fear, and do what you feel need to do. If you feel you need to sit in that house and for all that time, or you need to go out and do what you need to do, come back in, that's cool. But when you have that fear is going to reside in you, and you're not going to grow. You're just going to be in fear. You're going to be controlled. You have to take back your power, take back what is yours. Do not let anybody that's giving you no fear, because you have a couple people on TikTok here that want to install that fear inside of you, make you rely on them. You don't need them. You don't need no channeler. You don't need no UFO guy coming down here to tell you, oh, you need to rely on them. You need to rely on this. You know what you need to rely on? You need to rely on yourself. That fear that's inside of you, exit it out. Exit stage left. That fear is nothing. Stop feeding the fear. Let it go. Kick it to the curb and say, move it on down the road. Because that's what you need to do. The universe gives you problems. You fix them. You have that choice to fix them or not. Hey, it's all on you. You have that free will. You were put on this earth for a reason. To learn. To be greater. Which are you going to be? Are you going to be that greater person? Or are you going to be that one that sits in fear and being controlled by a society of a bunch of humans that don't fit the narrative of anything? Do you want to be a puppet, or do you want to be the actual human being, the creator that you are? Hello, Rich. I know you're in here hearing me spitting facts right now. I'm on a roll today. I was in my bed. I was like, what do I need to do? I woke up and felt like someone kicked my ass out of my bed. It said, hey, get up, get out, get on that live. I said, oh, hell. What am I going to talk about? It said, get it going. Get it going. I don't want to hear no excuses. I'm like, all right. So I get up on this live. There must be somebody here that wanted me to talk. Somebody must be want me to learn, teach somebody or help somebody. So I'm here. And I'm on a roll today. I feel like somebody needs some help here. We're talking about spiritual stories, paranormal stories, extraterrestrial stories, but in the meantime, talking to the chat, and anybody needs any questions or has any questions, feel free to write them down in here, and I'll answer them. If you want, can you hit the likes, the shares, and that helps the algorithm, and also if you give me some, you donate here, you get some tiny donies that shows participation in the live, and that keeps this live going, because you guys are the heartbeat of this live. Your energy flowing through this live, and you're the bloodline to this live. So you keep it going. You can get it going. Huh? Awesome. I didn't even know crying. I was looking over everyone. You were seeing your brothers who through the third eye. I mean, through the second person's view. Is that what you're talking about? So you were looking through. You were remote viewing. That's what it sounds like. You said you also seen your brother, who I didn't even know, crying. I was looking through everyone in a video game. You mean, were you looking over, or were you looking over them and you seen them walking around, or were you looking at them like from another person's eyes? Because I've done that too in different ways. I've seen through animals' eyes. I've seen a third eye. That's interesting. Hello, welcome to the live splash. Thank you. Welcome to live, Jaden. Great to have you guys here. All women. I haven't really looked at the picture, so please excuse me for not looking. But yeah, I'm here to help anybody and talk about paranormal stories, space stories, and spiritual stories. If you want to come up and talk in the box, that's cool. We can do that. But until then, we're going to be talking. I'm going to be talking to the chat. I usually run my lives at Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But I was inspired today to come up on us live because I guess somebody needed me to come on here. And I follow what the Spirit tells me, and that's what it told me, to come up on here and talk to people. So here I am. Usually when you see people through another perception, it's either you're astral traveling, you're remote viewing, or you're looking through an animal's eyes. And a lot of people don't realize you're doing it. Some people think that they're astral traveling when they're really looking through an animal's eyes. And the reason why you're looking through the animal's eyes is because your energy goes out to the universe, and when it looks through and you want to see somebody, you get that person in your mind, and if your energy is not strong enough to astral travel, it'll go right into a bird or an animal, and you'll see through that animal's eyes, which is kind of cool. It all depends. Some people can do it, some people have those abilities where, they can walk as kind of like Brandon Stark in like Game of Thrones. They can walk into different beings, and they can see them through their eyes. Hello, Nikki. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Today we're talking about spiritual stories, paranormal stories, extraterrestrial stories, and yes, I'm on a roll today. As I was laying in my bed, I was told to get up because someone needed some assistance. So here I am. I decided to come up on here and give this all a shout and talk out. Anybody have anything to share? Hello, Callie. I'm on a roll today. I have no idea what happened. I was asleep, and I felt like I got kicked in the ass by the Spirit and said, "Hey, get out of that bed and get on the live." I said, "What am I going to talk about?" I said, "Doesn't matter." I was like, but. There ain't no buts. Get up and do it. So here I am. I'm on the live. Spirit told me to do it, so hey, here I am. Yep. I have no idea. This is not my normal time. I'm usually Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 o'clock. I have no idea why I'm here. I was pushed to do this, so the universe wanted me to do this, so I'm like, yeah, alrighty then. Let's get it rolling. Ride the lightning and go with the flow of the universe. Anybody want to come up in this box at the guest request? Because I know sometimes I get tired of talking to myself. And if it'd be nice if you could like, share, donate, that'd be great because that helps the algorithm. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A lot of people were doing a double take. I bet you Trina, I bet you Trina down there in Dizzy were like, "What? He's on live at this time?" They're like, "Yeah." Uh,
I'm barely awake. It's already 10:30 over here.
I'm like, I woke up at like 12 o'clock, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Huh?" And it said, "Get up on that bed."
Well, you sure
And
sound energized.
I, I, I don't know if I'm energized or I'm just in the high of the universe, whatever it is. It
Yeah,
was like, "Get up."
I can hear
It
it
felt
in your
like
voice.
it was like, "Get up." I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to." I said, "We ain't having none of that today. Get up, get on that live and talk to somebody." I was like, "Somebody needs your help." I was like, "Wow, rah, rah, rah. Stop grumbling, get going."
That's so funny.
So here I am. Here I am, world, and here's my live, and we're gonna go with it.
Cool.
So people could like, share, donate. That helps the algorithm. We get more
Uh,
people in here. So what would you need to talk about today, ma'am?
Wait, were you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Oh man, I'm just waking up. I'm sure I'll come up with something. But
That's probably why the spirit had me rolling today. It says, get him as they wake up. Get him."
yeah.
You know, a lot of people who wake up and go, "Oh, what's going on? This is not 8 o'clock. Did I sleep late? Is this the wrong day?"
Yeah, I thought I live in a studio that used to be a two-car garage. So I'm downstairs and the rest of the house is upstairs. And I expected to hear my daughter-in-law walk across the deck at about 6:30 in the morning. I didn't hear her. By 7, I thought, she never really runs late. And I'm like, oh wait, it's Saturday. She's probably still in bed. Yeah, I forgot it was Saturday.
I didn't even know what day it was anymore.
I can
I,
no,
I,
you don't.
I'm just rolling with the universe.
Mr. Timeline Jumper.
I must be. I must be jumping timelines because
Yeah.
I tell you,
You
it's like
know,
every damn day there's something different.
you know how yesterday I was saying, yeah, when you were talking about things being moved and misplaced or missing or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't experience any of that. And I start thinking about it, I go, wait a minute. I did just one instance though. My son, I have a son that's in the Navy and he was here for 2 weeks and he took me shopping to get me some things that I needed, like clothes and new pair of glasses, and he bought me two vapes. And he got me the California cherry. I picked out the California cherry one, and the other one was Mexico mango or something. And I liked the mango one a lot. I had on these pair of pants that had only back pockets, so I had my phone in one pocket and I had two vapes in the other pocket, in my back pocket. And I was upstairs hanging out with the boys for a while, and all I did is come from down upstairs to downstairs, and the mango one is missing. I'm like, I can't find it anywhere, and I had my son check upstairs. It wasn't up there, he said. And I'm like, okay, and it's not down here because I noticed it missing right when I got down there. So I thought maybe somehow it fell out of my pocket on the way down the stairs. And it would have to fall through the stairs, like not bounce on one of the stairs, like not hit anything. Which is really impossible, but I went outside yesterday and looked underneath the stairs. It's not out there, and it's driving me nuts because I'm like, where can it be? And it would be my favorite one. I don't know. That's the only thing I got missing or moved.
Yeah, everything seems to be everything's going differently lately. I don't know what's up with that. I'm on a roll, and it seems like everything in the universe is
Yeah.
shifting and moving, and And sometimes it's very hard to control, so I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know,
I have
man. That would probably drive me
no
crazy.
idea.
I'm not experiencing any timeline jumps or anything. Not that I notice, anyway. No reality changes, none of that. I don't see no other dimensions. I don't see no fairies, no Bigfoots, no fucking elves. I don't see anything.
Uh,
I
a
mean,
lot of people,
huh?
and a lot, you know what a lot of that is? A lot of people don't see these things because they're at a different vibrational level. Like, you might
Yeah.
not see that, but you never know. You could walk down the street and see a ghost. Some might I'd be like,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, you see a ghost? Why do you see a ghost? I don't see a ghost. I see an alien." What? Well, you see an alien? I see Bigfoot.
Well, I can't recall ever seeing an alien, but well, I mean a lot of illegal aliens because I live near the border.
Ah,
But
yeah,
no ETs or nothing. But I've seen plenty of UFOs in my lifetime. But I mean,
and that got me inspired by last night because I was watching I don't know why, but I was watching the before I went to sleep. I was watching. You know how like they talk about reading people's facial expressions and stuff like that.
yeah,
I was watching a thing about that, and they were talking about the presidents and how they were talking about how when people asked them about questions about aliens, um, they were asking questions about the aliens, and then they would like talk about it. And well, what these people were doing, they were looking to see if they were, you know, they were looking at their hand gestures, their facial expressions to see if they were lying or not. You know, because people have certain tells, and that it was very funny because basically what I got out of that live is a lot. I mean, out of that video was there was a lot of people, a lot of the presidents, like was it Trump knows there's something there, but he can't say anything. Obama knows, but he ain't saying nothing. Bush basically said that there's something going on, but not come out and say it. You know, the way his tells were in the body language. Yeah, it was very interesting to watch an analyst view their body movements and stuff like that. So it was very interesting. But and a lot of people have been seeing these UFOs. You know, I'm kind of jealous in a way because you know I see different kind of UFOs, but a lot of people see these round ones. I've never seen a round UFO. I've seen all kinds of UFOs. I've never seen a round one. A lot of people see grays. I've never seen a gray.
well, you've been on a ship. What the heck?
I right? Exactly. That's what I was saying. We all see different things. I've
Yeah.
been on the ships. I've been on rectangle ships, ships that look like a damn stop, the shape of a stop sign. I've been on crystal ships, tiny ships. Never a round ship though. Never round.
Huh.
I've even been. I've been on one that looked like a tic tac or one that looked like a triangle. I mean, I was
Mhm.
recently seeing a ship that looked like a triangle and it was an orb in the middle of the ship and it was spun around.
Wow.
That was the coolest one I think I've seen so far, besides the crystal ship up there. But the
Yeah.
one I've seen down here is gotta be the triangle one with the ball in the middle. That was the freaking coolest ship. And
Oh
I know
yeah.
who drives that ship. Those are the draconian ships. I'm pretty sure because the draconian ships are triangle with a spear in the middle. The Palladian ships are more of a sleek silver or an orb.
Yeah.
But a lot of ships, and that's why there's a whole thing. Some people might say conspiracy, but it's whatever. You know, for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
TikTok. So yeah, um, mostly, you know, a lot of people ask about a certain command. You know, I
Yeah.
don't really talk about that command, but if you want to
Yeah.
learn about that command, you can look at my video and you can find my videos and you'll find out about that command.
Yeah. I
You'll
think I'm
find
gonna
out. And
go watch your videos later. I heard you say that last night, but I didn't go check it out yet.
if people want me to call out and name them up on live, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to point out somebody. I'm not out here
Yeah.
to bash anybody. I'm just going on what I've seen, what I'm witnessing, and what I believe, and what other
Right.
people and you know a lot of people go, oh well, you looked on a YouTube video and you learned that information. No, I didn't. Yeah, I read a book. No, I didn't. all this information I got I did not. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
This information I got came from the universe, and then whenever I started to question something, what did I do? Then I looked it up. But other than
Yeah.
that, I didn't look up squat.
Yeah, I thought for a minute last night it was going to get heated in here for a minute, you know what I mean?
I'm doing great today, Nikki. Oh yeah, it always seems to get heated, you know.
Well, I
But
haven't seen any of your lives get heated, but yesterday I thought it was, well, here we go. This might be the time, but it stayed mellow because of your choice, I'm sure.
yeah, I mean, there's one time on one of my previous lives where I was trying to talk and somebody was pissing me off,
Oh,
and they
really?
kept over talking me. And Trina down there, she heard I went off like a nuke, and I tried to
Oh,
be nice, I tried to be polite, but these two in the box kept going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. They just
yeah.
kept talking over everybody, cut out like, "You need to shut up or get off my line."
Yeah. I can't handle it when there's too many people talking at once because you can't really make out much, and so
Yeah.
I usually leave.
It, it's already hard to hear somebody when it's just like a one on one and a one on four or whatever.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't mute their mics when other people are talking, so
Yeah.
you're getting that feedback. Which when you get that feedback, when you got five or six people in the live, it decreases the volume level. So you can hardly hear them, just about a whisper, and it doesn't help when you got people going on talking, and it sounds, when all it sounds to me is a
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we
and I'm
started
like,
getting
oh
a
my
little
god,
bit of that last night.
yeah, and I was like, oh no, just gotta stop. I can't take it. No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, no, no.
About the time I dropped down, there was some reverb or whatever you call it, the echoing going on. I'm like, yuck.
That's why I encourage people when I do my lives, if they're not talking, then shut up, because the thing is you want to hear what the other person has to say, but
Yeah,
also there's extra additives in this because sometimes when I talk, you can hear another voice behind me.
yeah, I've heard it.
And a lot of people when they keep rambling, because I heard it one time. The people I had the live going, and people would just kept talking and talking and talking and talking, going back you know, and there was like five or six people talking at the same time, and I could hear within the voices, I could hear that one voice I always heard. I'm like, yo, you all need to quiet down. You're missing it. And that's the problem with people in their lives. They keep talking and rambling on, but they're not listening to that voice that's giving them the good news or telling them the information they want to hear because they're too busy rambling on and arguing with somebody.
Yeah,
So that in turn tells me that sometimes when communication, you need to shut up and listen because you never know what you're going to miss. Instead of running your mouth, try listening, because the best part of a communication within a marriage, within a spiritual relationship with whoever, God, essence, spirit, whatever you want to say, you need to listen. That's part of communication. When you have a relationship with your wife or your husband, are you just going to keep rambling on? No, because you're not going to learn whatever input they have to say to keep your marriage going. You got to listen and you got to receive. Give and receive, give and receive, give and receive. Means when you got to receive that information from them, that means shut up and stop rambling your mouth. Right?
yeah, that's absolutely true. I used to have this elderly couple. Oops, sorry about that. I used to have this elderly couple live across the street from me, and they would give me and my kids rides sometimes. And I remember being in the car, and like if I asked the husband something, he was usually driving. If I asked him something, he would start to answer, and she would just cut him off and answer every time. I'm like, oh my god, it would drive me nuts. She would just overtake every conversation.
Right? And the best part is I didn't really realize that this was a thing, that I didn't really think I was doing anything bad at one time. I used to drive down the road, right? And this guy would cut me off and I'd flip him off.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can't, hey! And I thought, oh no.
Yeah.
After I done it, like after years later, after having a little bit of road rage here and there, I thought maybe that wasn't the best thing to do because,
Right.
you know, if they're probably just trying to rush to work or something, and you know, I wasn't in the mood and I flipped them off or something back in the day.
Oh
I was like,
yeah.
maybe they would have pissed them off, and then they'd be in a bad mood, and it would pass on, and that's passing on that negativity. So
Mhm.
whenever people do
That's
something to me like that, now it's like, hey, how you doing? Have a great day. And so I'm thinking,
right.
"Ugh," and that's how I've always looked at it.
Mhm.
Before I didn't look at it like that. I was always like, you son of a,
Yeah.
it's kind of like I'm turning the other cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then you don't want it to fester. You might, oh, this guy cut off me. Oh, that damn guy cut me off. That damn guy cut me off because what are you doing? You're feeding that fear. You're feeding that
Yeah.
negativity, which is making it grow and grow and fester, and it's going to become this thing that's going to take over your world that you
Right.
live in, and you don't want to do that. So when it happens, you got to let it go. Whenever something happens in your life, a lot of people don't seem to let it go. They want to keep dwelling on it.
Yeah.
But hey, and when it comes to some aspects and when people are doing wrong, it's good to bring it up but not harbor feelings for it.
Yeah.
Like a year ago, I was in a group of a bunch of idiots,
Oh really?
and they were. I'm sorry, but that's what I thought that they were at the time. I was in
Yeah.
a group with a bunch of people that were. I had to lower my vibration to be with them, and
Oh wow.
I was because I wanted to learn the information they were giving out. But at the end of the day, I realized the information that was given out was twisted and contorted. And
Mhm.
I realized that the true power lies within myself. I don't need to look to anybody else for the answers.
Yeah.
And, I can answer those questions myself. I don't need someone to hand me those abilities. I have the abilities within inside myself.
Mhm.
And I don't harbor feelings for that person, that individual. I'm not like, oh my god, I hate that person. It's kind of like I hate their actions, but I love the person, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I always say.
I can love them, and I still have that unconditional love. But I don't harbor any negativity to them. I wish them the best in whatever they decide they're going to do. But however,
Yeah.
I'm gonna love you over here, okay? Over here. You
Yeah.
you stay on that side of your fence, but and if you ever want to reconcile, well, adjust yourself in the vibration you need to be in before you come back over here and call up on this lily pad. Because you call up on
Right.
this lily pad's gonna be pushing you back off.
Mhm.
Because
Right.
I don't want that in my life.
Yeah, I don't either.
And yeah, and that's exactly what we need to do. Whatever's not serving us or helping us, we need to exit that stage left. Don't need to be in it. Don't need to go. But if you feel that people go into these rooms and people go in having a conversation with these negative people, yes, it's my job to say something to them. You know what I'm saying? It's my job to say something to them because if I don't say something to them or give them that warning and
Yeah.
give them that choice of the free will, then I am no better than them because because if you remember, what was it? Somewhere in the Bible it said that if you let bad things go on and you do nothing about it or even don't speak up about it, you're no better than they are.
Yeah, it does say that.
And that's how I look at it. I'm no better than them if I don't speak about it and I just let them do whatever
Mhm.
they're doing. I'm basically saying, yeah, it's okay to do that. Yes, great, you can do that. Manipulate those people. No, I'm not going to agree with that. Sorry, not in
Yeah.
this lifetime. And that's how I am. And people go, "Oh, you always talk about that person." I'm talking about that person as I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I want them to get the fullest and the righteous idea that resonates with them. And let them have the choice
Mhm.
of free will if they want to listen to that or not. But if you come at a person that's all weak and doesn't know what they're doing, you're taking advantage of them. You're manipulating them. I'm not in. Well, I'm not. I've been manipulated so many times when I was younger. I went through
Yeah.
living hell, and I had people with their little false narratives come up and tell me, "Oh, I'm gonna help you. I'm your best friend." And then next thing you know, it's like they got like a dagger and they're shoving it in your back. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, no, no. I'm not up for that. I'm gonna speak my
Hmm.
truth, and if I see somebody that's going down that road, I should have held. I'm gonna say something to them and say, hey, look, you sure you want to do that? This is what you need to be aware of. Now you have that
Right.
choice and that free will to do it or not. But
Yeah.
I don't want to be. So I try to be the best person I am, and when I feel inspired to come on live early in the morning, and I'm not even completely awake, well, here you go.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody on this live now that's sitting here right now has ever seen me in this role, never seen me like this amped up before. I don't think I've ever had it. I've never had me speaking like a mile a minute because I don't know what's going on with me. I woke up this morning, I'm like, oh, got up, get on the live.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. And here
You
I
got
am.
all kinds of energy. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So if you want to hit the
Yeah.
likes, the shares, and donate, please feel free to. It helps the algorithm, and it gets more people in here, and we can hear some stories about paranormal, spiritual, and extraterrestrial. That's
Yeah.
if you want to hear. It's a safe
Always.
space. It's alive. You guys are part of the live. The energy that flows here is like the bloodline, and let's keep it going. You're the heartbeat of
Yeah.
this live. So, do
Awesome.
you have anything else you want to share?
Um. Hmm. Uh, I don't know. Let me see.
You
It seems
don't
like
know.
I don't know.
Oh, I hear something in there. There's something.
um. It's kind of hard to explain, but years ago, when I lived upstairs in this house, I was, I don't know, I guess in like 18, 19, 20 years old. I was about, yeah, about 19. I was like 19. And I used to, I used to go to sleep at night, would always say, I had this dream, and I didn't like it because in my dream, I could, I would, like, my conscious would wake up and my body still was sleeping, but I knew I was sleeping. So,
Right.
and something was pulling me, and it was just darkness. It wasn't like any type of being or anything. It was just a big, strong darkness, and it was pulling me up, and I felt like I was being pulled away from my body, like I needed to not go. It felt really negative, and I would try to move, and I would try to scream, and nothing. I couldn't move or scream, and eventually, every time it would just release, and I would open my eyes, and I would be awake, and I would be like, pretty much usually hyperventilating because I didn't know what that was, and
Mm-hmm.
why I couldn't get out of it because I've always had control in my dreams. Like if I'm in a dream, I can not wake up, but I can become aware that I'm dreaming and do whatever I want, go wherever I want.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Change the dream, stop the dream, it doesn't matter. And I've always like enjoyed that. It's like having a second life in a way. And I never could figure out what this thing was, and it would happen. I only told my best friend about it. My best friend in high school told me to take chalk and put stars in my window seals or whatever, like a star on each side, one on the top, one on the bottom, like okay, whatever. I did that, and I thought, oh, hey, it worked, but no, it did not work. um,
Mm-hmm.
because I still kept having them, and this went on for years into like my mid 30s. I think was the last time I remember having it, and at some point I had determined that I think if my headboard is facing south, is it happens. Like if I don't sleep with my head going south, it won't happen. But eventually it stopped, and I never was able to figure out what it was or why it felt so negative. It was really weird.
It sounds to me that an alien, a negative entity was visiting you, and it was trying to control you, but you come to realize that you didn't want to control it, and you took that power back, and it seems like it went away. But to me,
That's good.
or maybe, or even maybe, they could have went there and they ran their experiments and said, hey, well, there ain't no need to do this anymore, and stopped.
Yeah.
But it feels to me though, but I'm gonna go with option one because to me the way it sounds like, because you got stronger after that, so that
Yeah.
kind of reminds me that I'm kind of getting the insight as if it was visiting you, you became aware of it, and then you overpowered it because you took your power back. It's all
Yeah.
about how you take your power back, and and that's what it sounds like to me, that you took your power back. You said, "This is mine, biatch," and you're not getting it.
Yeah, it took a lot of times of it happening before it was eventually, like, it's eventually stopped, you know? And I remember when I was in somewhere, like I said, in my mid 30s, and I started thinking, I was living in an apartment. I think I
Mm-hmm.
was pregnant with my fourth child. And I remember thinking, hey, that hasn't happened in a long time. And I was like happy about it. And I don't know, I was always glad that it was over with. And I've never had it come back. So that's really good. But at the time
Yeah.
when it started happening when I was really young, I remember thinking, um, I didn't believe that anything like negative could get to me because I had a very high, I guess you'd say I had vibration at the time. My spirituality and my everything was good within. It was really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't believe that it could be happening, but I couldn't figure out what else it be, and it never crossed my mind that there would be like any type of alien or anything because I never saw anything. I don't know. I'm just glad
Well,
it's over.
from my experience, like when the negative entities come down, or anything evil, like it could be an entity from Earth, or it could be an entity from out in the universe. Normally, when people are confronted with them, your body freezes and you cannot move. And that usually means that it's a negative body trying to control you not to move. Because every time I've met a high vibrational spiritual being, I was able to move somewhat, but it was my own body that was like in shock. You know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying? Like, wow,
yeah.
I can't believe I'm seeing this. But I could
Oh,
still move, but I couldn't move. You know, some people use the phrase of, "Oh my God, I seen an angel." I couldn't move. You
mhm,
know, it's you can move, but you're not. You just choose not to because your body's like, "Wow, I can't believe this is actually happening." But
right.
when a negative entity, they actually make it where you cannot move. You're paralyzed,
Yeah, I
and
would definitely paralyze.
yeah, and that was in. There's only two beings that come to my mind real fast when you say that. When you say
Mhm.
you couldn't move, and then you talk about
No.
children, are the Zetas and the Greys,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they both
Um.
run experiments on people on Earth.
Well, I'm glad I was stronger than them and they gave up what I had been.
Oh yeah, you
All
you
the
took
things
your
I've
power
heard,
back. You know.
definitely. All the things I've heard about them and or with twins, it's pretty much been negative.
Yeah, it's great you took your power back and you
Yeah.
conquered that because a lot of people can't do that. And a lot of people have a hard time with that. Well, there is some people on here that, oh, they're my best friends in the world.
Yeah, I've seen
Hell,
people say that, like talking
I,
about saying they're my family and they're so good to me and they take care of me. And I'm like, wow.
I'm like, I'm not gonna. If something paralyzes me and uses
Yeah.
me for experiments, I'm not gonna sit down and ask them if they want to have a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Heck no. Heck
Oh
no.
hell no, right? I'm gonna be like, get up out of here. I ain't your friend. You're over here telling me what to do.
Right. Yep.
No. You see, that's the difference between a spiritual entity and a negative energy.
Yeah.
They force you to do it as spiritual ones and the good ones will give you the free will. You can do this or
Okay.
not, and that's why I know when I remember when I was younger, I used to talk about, hey, I see this woman come to me and she tells me all these things. Is it negative? I mean, no, it's not negative.
Okay.
Do you go with her? No, because I didn't at the time. I'm like, no, I don't go with her, and I'm
Oh,
like, well, I'm I feel that she's a good person. She's not doing any harm to me.
yeah.
And they say, "Oh no, let's give me some medication. You're not supposed to be seeing them kind of things." I'm like,
Wow.
oh, "Man, get up out of here. I'm not
No.
up for that." And I would go home with the medication, dump it down the damn drain because I ain't gonna take that. Oh, the
Mm.
medication going. Oh, it's working great, doc. And I take the medication and go, oh, it looks, and the funny thing is that I pull the hell out of it too, right? I was dumping the medication for like 2 months down the damn drain, and it
Yeah.
goes, hey, he's like, hey, oh, you're looking, you're sounding better. I'm like, what a moron.
You know why I'm
I'm
laughing?
like,
Because I'm doing that currently. I'm supposed to take this one medicine, but I don't take it. And they're like, "How's it doing?" I go, "I guess it's working. I don't know.
and
Something's
see, that's the
going."
thing is too, when you're medicated, a lot of that, a lot of that, a lot of that medication, it slows you down, slows down your thinking process. And I've done it for a while, and I noticed there was a difference, and I didn't like it. I felt like I was being taken over by an evil entity because
Yeah.
I felt paralyzed. And a lot of I know when I was walking down the street, like I've always heard a ton of voices in my head
Yeah.
saying different things, and they're all positive. But when I got on the medication, it got silent. That drove
Really?
me crazy.
So you're saying that when you're walking down the street, you can hear voices in your head other than your own?
Yeah, I hear voices all the time, other than
Yeah.
my own. I
Yeah.
hear them voices, and then when I told my doctor, he was like, "Oh, you're going crazy, blah blah blah," some kind of thing like that. And I'm
Yeah.
like, "No, they're not telling me anything negative." He's like, "Well, you don't need to hear them voices. Let me give you some Halogen to fix that and adjust
Yeah.
that." And then when
Yeah.
I took them, I heard nothing. And at that
Yeah.
moment, I thought I was going to lose my freaking mind. So right after that happened, I threw the medication down the drain. I'm like, no.
Wow.
I need to hear them voices because I became accustomed to them. You know what I'm saying? I
Uh-huh.
came accustomed to hearing them voices and them leading me down and guiding me.
Yeah.
And I was used to hearing that. And when I didn't have them no more, I didn't have that support system. It
Uh-huh.
felt like they were shutting down that support system. So I would be more dependent on humanity and whatever this
Oh, wow.
therapist that I'm paying $175 an hour to sit here and preach to me
Yeah.
was more logical than that. And it's funny because when I started listening to my voice, the voices in my head, I became more aware, and I seen more things, and I became enlightened more. And that's kind of what they're doing to humanity now. They're medicating humanity
Yeah.
and the people so they can't open their third eye. They can't be more open to a spirituality where
Uh-huh.
you look at the broader spectrum of things. They want you to be medicated, be controlled, that you see a small, narrow path and not look at the brighter picture. You follow this, you do this, and this is for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So they want you to follow the narrative of, yeah, do this. Go to work, come home. Go to work, come home. Go to work.
Oh,
Sunday, go to church, give half your money to the church.
yeah.
Work, go home. Work, go home.
Oh,
And you
God.
know what that sounds like to me? It
What?
reminds me of being part of a collective of humanity, a bunch of drones.
Like a bunch of
To
robots.
me, yeah, I'm not a robot. I'm a flesh and blood human, and I am a creator, and the universe is within inside of me. I am not going to be controlled, and that's where I have the authority. I don't listen to authority well. I really don't,
Yeah.
because I don't like to be told what to do.
Oh,
And that's why I don't listen to authoritarians because when they're sitting there and they're barking their orders at me or telling me what to do in an improper way, like I've had people try to belittle me for 30, 45 minutes and think I'm going to sit there and me, oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to listen to you, I'm going to be a little drone. No,
Hmm.
I'm not going to be that little drone. You can shove it because I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
And I don't. That's why I refuse to do that. I'm going to be the spiritual being I need to be, and I'm not going. I don't need to be controlled by some human on this planet that thinks they know better. I'm going to follow spirit, God, whoever.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel it. I'm going to follow them, and I'm going to go with that. And I'm not going to listen to my mind. I'm going to listen to my heart and my soul and what resonates with me. Other than that, the whole world can kiss my ass when it comes with being authoritarian. I'm here to do one thing and one thing only: raise the high spirits, raise everybody to a higher collective. And I'm not doing this to be famous. I'm not doing this for popularity. I
Hmm.
ain't doing this for nothing. I'm not going to claim something that's not true. Anything that I experience and I share, that's for everybody to learn. Unlike some people, when they come on here, they want to give you readings for a galaxy. They want to read your cards. And, oh, read your future. You know what? I don't even read your future. You know why? Because your future is unwritten. No one can tell you your future because the minute you know about your future, you can change and alter that future. Your future depends on your actions that you make. So whenever you do a future reading, it's pointless. It's pointless. It's pointless to do a future reading because you can guess what might happen in the future, but at the end of the day, you're not really going to learn anything because your future changes and it's erratic. And, when you do a reading, you can read about your present, you can read about your past. Yeah, and the only reason why I tell people about my visions and my prophecies that I have is because I want it to change.
Yeah.
I mean, I have had prophecies about the end times so many times, and it's the same damn thing, and it's all played out. Every single thing that was in that vision has
Yeah.
played out so far. It's still playing out to today.
Wow.
And the reason why I tell people about that prophecy is I want it to change because we are the writers of our destiny and our future. I
Right.
want it to change, so that's why I say it. But
Yeah.
people trying to get these future readings, your future's unwritten. You're the only one that can write your future. Because if I tell you your future, you're just going to change it. And
Yeah.
it might be good, it might be bad, and that's the funny thing too. Also about card readings, everybody wants, they want a reading about their future or their love life. They expect when they get their reading, you're going to get a reading of, oh, I'm going to get married and have 5 kids, and we're going to have a wonderful house and a great car. We're going to live in the suburbs and have a great and wonderful life. Poppy seeds and rainbows. Oh my!
Wow.
No, not everything's going to be like that. When you get a reading, you can't expect the unexpected because sometimes those cards will give you the harsh truth. And a lot of people that do these card readings won't tell you the hard truth. They'll just smooth it over and coddle you about it. And that's why I have a problem with some of the card reading things because they want to sugarcoat it for you. And that's the thing. You can't sugarcoat anything. People ask for a reading, you're going to give them the reading, but
Yeah.
show it with the unconditional love and the empowerment behind it. You can't sugarcoat it too much because if you sugarcoat it, they'll think it's not serious enough. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And
Right.
that's what we need not to do. You can't always, every card reading, every reading that you get is not going to be butterflies and rainbows.
No.
Sorry,
Exactly.
it's not going to happen. You ask the universe for a question. It's giving you an answer. You can choose to accept that answer or not.
Exactly.
That's up to you.
Mhm.
Again, what do you have? Free will.
Yeah. Um.
And I find it hilarious. Oh, I don't like that reading because it said this, and that. Well, what you think it was going to say? Poppy seeds and rainbows?
Exactly. Yeah. That's
What do
what
you think?
people expect.
Do you think you're going to be riding unicorns around the universe?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh no, You asked for a reading, you got what you asked for. That's why they got the saying: "Be careful
Yeah,
what you wish for, you just might get it."
that's true. I went to see a psychic once in my life, and I was 18. Um, I was still in high school, and my best friend, he said that his mom and his sister-in-law had gone to this little old lady downtown, and that how good she was, and oh, it was a great experience. And so he was telling me about it. He goes, "You want to try it with me? I'm thinking about going." I mean, we were in high school. I'm like, "Oh, yeah, if you're going, I'll go with you." And it ended up that when the day came, he, for whatever reason, I don't recall, wasn't able to make it. He goes, "You can go without me." I go, "No, that wasn't what the plan was." He goes, "No, do it. And let me know, and then we'll go again. We'll do it." So I'm like, okay. So I went to the appointment, and I remember it was in this old two-story house that was renovated into like offices or whatever, and her office was upstairs. And I went up the stairs, and there was a long hallway, and I could see the numbers on the door. At the end of the hallway was the room that I was supposed to go to. And I thought I could hear voices coming, so I walked really slowly closer, and I stopped and I listened. I wanted to hear before I just like went in. And I could hear the little old lady's voice, and then she stopped talking, and she said, "Maria, can you open the door? There's someone in the hallway." I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" Like, she knew I was there before I even went near the door. And so I started walking down the hallway, and this little, short, little old Mexican woman opened the door, and she just like invited me in. And the little old lady who was the psychic was up. She was behind a desk, and then in front of her was rows of chairs, and there was probably like maybe 6, 7, 8 people in there scattered around in the chairs. And the little old lady who opened the door, she gave me a piece of paper, this little piece of paper, like a 3 by 5, and a little pencil, those little pencils that don't have an eraser. And she was
Mm-hmm.
whispering as not to interrupt the session that was going on. And she was whispering, and she tells me, "Write down 3 questions that you want to ask her, fold it in half, and then give it back to me." I'm like, okay. So I remember writing the questions, because one of the questions was, will I go to college? Um, will I stay living in California? And I don't remember anymore the third one, but folded in half, and I gave it to her, and she takes it from my hand, and she walks up to the desk where the other little old lady was sitting, and she had like this circle piece of cardboard sitting in front of her on the desk, and it had slits in it, and she put mine behind all the others in a little spot. So she told me
Mm-hmm.
to sit wherever I wanted, and she'll call me up, or I'll know when it's my turn. But I would have sat down. No, I'm just listening to him go on and on, and then it came my time, and I noticed that she wasn't even touching the papers. She wasn't, and at the end of when she was pretty much done with the person, she would take the piece of paper out and hand it back to the person, and sometimes she would open it and look at it and give it back to the person. But that was after she was done with them. And when it came my turn, she was able to, she answered the questions and never touched the paper. And it totally blew me away, because, I mean, I had never, I didn't know. I was still young, and I was like not knowing if I believed in stuff like that. But I was leaning towards no. I remember, like, if someone asked me at that time, "Do you believe in psychics?" I'd go no. So after this experience, it's changed my mind, of course. But because there was like palm readers throughout the town, you could see little psychic reading, and they have a neon like hand posted out there. It's like palm reading here with tarot cards read, and I thought people just get ripped off. They go in there and I mean, maybe some people are able to tell the future, but I'm thinking probably not. I just didn't believe it. But
Right.
when she answered all the questions, I thought to myself, wow. At the time, I rode a moped, and I remember one of the things that she had told me was when when you're driving, anytime you go to drive, I want you to be sure that you say a prayer before you go and drive whatever the vehicle or whatever you're driving. Say a prayer for
Hmm.
God to protect you. Make sure that you don't forget to do that to prevent any tragedies. And I thought, okay. And I did that so many years. I did that. And she said too. She told me one thing I never will forget that I thought was really odd. That my she called it my guardian angel. She said it was a male and that he was really tall and looked to be of Native American descent, but that he didn't like me. And I thought, what? I was offended. I thought, how can you have a guardian angel that doesn't like you? He goes, it's not that he doesn't like you. It's just he doesn't think that you use your intuition the way you should. And perhaps you're stubborn because he's always there. And he always communicates with you. And there are times that he believes that you are aware of what he's trying to put, across to you, and that you just do your own thing anyway. And so she says that she wished.
Well,
Oh, he,
it's not that spirit. No, a lot of people say, "Well, spirit guide don't like me, whatever." Well, they like you, otherwise they wouldn't be there.
yeah,
Um, Now, do they disapprove of what you do? Yeah, they do,
yeah,
but they're not going to leave you because that's their
right,
job. You know. I
yeah,
mean, if they didn't like you, they wouldn't be there. So she should have worded it a little bit differently. Like, yeah, your
probably,
spirit guide's there. He doesn't approve of what you're doing because
yeah,
he's giving you this information and you're not receiving and doing it. So
yeah.
that's what I'm getting from that. She did it wrong. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Don.
And a lot of people don't realize that these guides, everybody thinks the guys are. Now, here's another thing, too, that a lot of people don't realize. Do you know when you hear, when someone says, and when they touch their ear, they hear that loud humming in their ear?
Uh huh.
Like, it depends on what you ever heard a story like, oh, if you hear it in one ear, it's a spiritual advisor. If you hear it in another ear, it's a
Yes.
divine. It's a past life people talking to you.
Yeah, I did hear it. So
Do,
I heard a person
yeah.
say that
Do,
actually.
do you know what it actually? Sometimes I actually see
What?
that they are standing there behind you or beside you. They are there all the time. The reason why the people say, I don't know why they think it's from space or whatever, but a
Yeah.
lot of them, like, say for instance, if I was your guardian angel and I'm whispering in your right ear and I'm saying, Callie, wouldn't it be a good idea to go outside and, plant some flowers? And
Yeah.
then you're like, yeah, I should go outside and plant some flowers.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing is they're standing beside you, you just can't see them because you're not at that vibrational level.
Right.
They're there physically looking at you. They know exactly what you're doing. The only thing they can't do is watch us when we do our bathing stuff and when we do our extracurricular activities.
Say that last part
That's
again.
they can only watch us. They can't watch us when we do our extracurricular activities or we're bathing. Other than that, they're there to watch us all the time and give us that inspiration and to empower us and to whisper in our ears when we need it. We just
Yeah.
can't see them because we're not at that vibration, and they might have themselves cloaked too, but they are there because when I was up in the ship and I came back down, I seen a cool thing, because when I came back down, I was in another apartment, right?
Yeah.
And I never told this to anybody. When I came down one time when I was off the ship, I came down in the wrong apartment in the spiritual realm anyway. I came down in the wrong apartment and I seen this lady sitting at the table, right? And behind her, I seen these beings, and they were like doing magic, like giving her white light and energy, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm sitting there going, "Am I seeing what I'm seeing?" And one of them whispered to her ear, in her ear,
Yeah.
and he whispered in her right ear, and I seen her. She kind of rubbed her right ear, and then she looked around like she was thinking, and I'm like, "Nah." And then one of the other beings
Oh.
whispered in her left ear, and she starts rubbing that ear, and is talking to her, and then she's looking around again, and I'm like, "No way! Is that actually how it works?"
Wow.
And then I ended up coming back into my body. But I thought that was a cool thing. They actually showed me that.
Oh, that is cool.
Well, if you can come up in the box, we can discuss that. You had a dream about a blue being. Not sure what message it was. Any idea who they could be? Well, if you come up in the box, we can talk about that. They look like us, but had blue heads. Heads in blue. The only beings that was it pure energy, or did it have like a solid solidity form? A solid form. Um, the only beings that I've seen that look blue and like humans, there's three of them. You have the Orions. Was it a positive experience or a negative experience? Was it positive? Neither. It was confusing though. Oh man, I would have to hear the whole story, because the minute you said blue, I can think of three beings that are blue and they look human. Um, but I know of I don't know what they're called. They're a blue being. They're like light blue, but they do have antennas on their heads. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would request to come up. I'll pull you up actually, because I've been on the ship and I've seen multitudes of beings.
Hello.
Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Thank you. So it started out like I'm not really sure what they were doing, but they were coming and they picked me and my son up,
Hmm.
and we were driving in a truck. And at first I was like, I guess a little bit scared, because I was more confused than anything. And then when I asked him where we were going, he just looked at me and just kind of like either like he didn't want to tell me or I should already know. Um,
Okay, so one sec, please. Did you see what color eyes they had?
I want to say they were they were like either a darker blue or like almost a
Hmm.
brown.
Okay. Did they have any standing features like pointed ears,
Um,
antennas,
I don't remember the
outfit,
ears.
clothes?
I don't remember the ears. They were wearing a uniform.
What color
Um,
was the uniform?
it's a darker color. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was gray.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and their face features like looked exactly like ours, except they were blue,
Mm-hmm.
and their heads were really big at the top. Like they
Like,
stood higher and then it was wider.
was it kind of like elongated skull or
Yes.
pointed up or back?
Um, towards
Was it like
kind of
was the
kind of
head? Hold on. You see this? See this right here? Picture this as the head. Was it up this way or was it kind of like this?
that way.
Okay.
The second, yep.
All right. Go on.
And then when I asked where they were going, he just kind of looked at me, funny. And then that was it. Then I don't remember anymore after that. I think I woke up.
Huh.
But
And
at first they
honestly,
were like, I think they were coming to take my son, and then I ended up going with them, saying, "No, take me with you," and then that was it.
Wow.
it sounds like an Anunnaki.
Really, that's funny that you say that because I had a meditation one time, and the closest thing I could come or find that looked like what had come to me in my meditation was something similar to Anunnaki, but I wasn't sure.
When you were in the thing, did you have fear, or were you feeling calmness?
I think during the meditation, you mean, or the dream?
Well, first the dream.
The dream, aside from the confusion, I think I would just, I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel like they were going to do something bad. But there wasn't a whole lot of feeling in it. Like, it's weird, really. I'm not sure exactly how to explain it.
All right, in the meditation.
And in the meditation, I'll tell you how it started first. First, I could see like this bright white light that was coming in like diagonally. And then ahead of me, there was a really bright gold light that was getting brighter or closer to me. And then all of a sudden to my left, this being, he was kind of like a greenish, pale green color.
Uh-huh.
And he kind of had like what I would say that looked like kind of like reptilian skin. But his facial features, like he almost looked like he had like a helmet on. It wasn't a helmet, but it was his head, but it had this, I don't know, this wide strip down, like coming down on the bridge of his nose. And I just felt really super excited. And then he disappeared, and I think it was because I got too excited.
Hold on. And you, I know exactly what it is. I'm gonna make sure. Did it? It had scales.
It was just kind of like alligator skin, I guess. Kind of like it was just like that rough skin. And all I seen was his face.
All right. When you were seeing his face, it had gold on. Did it have a It had a line down the bridge of its nose?
Yeah, it's almost like a helmet that would have come down that covered his nose. Kind of like
But it really was.
Maybe like a Viking helmet or something.
It wasn't a helmet. It was horns. You know who you were seeing was a draconian.
Oh, what are they? What are they?
There's a lot. See, now there's a lot of myths and legends behind the draconians and the reptilians and all the other spatial beings. And a lot of people say that they're negative, and a lot of different people say they're positive. I talked to a draconian, and she is very wonderful. She's very helpful. She's not. There's no evil intentions in her, and there's a lot of them. So it's kind of like every planet, school, whatever you want to call it, has a different kind of a way of thinking. But as any race and being, they each have their good and their bad. They're equal, the balance between them both. So,
Like I know when I seen him or her, I'm not really sure. It was I didn't feel fear at all. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel uneasy. I would think I was just so excited that something came to me. But I do know, I'm assuming that the bright white light that would come in was my guides or somebody there.
it was them coming in. It was a draconian, and those kind of draconians are really nice, and they're a lot of them are healers and guides. So congratulations because they're a good species to have for guidance, even though they're new to the whole being a guide. Because at one time they were bad, but a lot of them turned good, and they decided to help humanity because they found that humans they relate to humans a lot more, and because we're all the reptilian species are together, and they do have some of that human DNA within inside of them, and yeah, they're contacting you because they had a message for you, and I think hold on. I see something with a T. Something T. I don't know. It was a message about T. Something with
Like,
a T.
my name starts with a T, my real name.
Oh well, that's what my draconian said. She said they're coming down to help. They were coming down to give the guide to show themselves with somebody with the letter T. That's all I see. It's a big fat white T with gold trimming. So
Hmm.
yeah, they were there to guide you, and I don't know why I just seen that, and that's kind of cool because I've seen things like that, but that's not right off the bat. So that's pretty cool. You're really
Mhm.
connected to them, and they're there to help you and protect you and guide you. So you have a draconian male. He's a warrior,
Okay,
but
that
more
word
of a
warrior comes up a
guardian.
lot to me too.
Yeah, he's more of a draconian warrior, and he's a guard because there's something that has been trying to get at you, and that's why he was sent because they are really good warriors and guardians. They use a lot of spiritual magic and a lot of weaponry, so they're really good at sniffing out the evil and bad entities.
So I wonder, at the time I didn't know this while the meditation was going on, but I had a portal in my home that was open, and it was not a very nice one. It was very dark, dark energy. I closed it,
Mm,
so I don't know if maybe that's why they were there, but
yes, all I heard was yes. She can even speak if you want to hear her. She speaks. I can hear her right now in my head, and
okay.
she's kind of funny. She sounds like a valley girl. It's kind of funny. She's really funny, and that's what she's telling me. She's like, she said, don't worry, honey. Oh, she goes, don't worry, sweetie. They were only there to help you and to guide you. Don't worry about it. And I said to her, I'm like, well, what was the message? Who were they there for? And she said T, and the image of T popped in my head. So there you
Yeah,
go.
my name is Terry, so
Oh my God! I was about to say your name. Oh my Lord,
wow,
that's funny. Because
wow.
she's like T, and she goes Barry, and I'm like, huh? And then right as I was about to say Ter, and you said it, I was like, what?
That's funny.
Wow.
I used to have a friend when I was younger that used to call me Terry Berry, so it's funny that she said it like that.
Yeah, because I heard her say Barry, and I was like, I was about to say, is your name? I was gonna say, is your name Terry? And wow, what? See, coincidence. There's nothing. Maybe that's why I was told to come on today. Because, like I was said, I was in my bed. I was in a full sleep, and I got basically it felt like the spirit was kicking me out of my bed, saying, "Get up, you got to get on live." And I'm like, "What am I going to talk about?" And I actually heard Solar go, "It doesn't matter, just get up online already." And I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to." She goes, "Just do it." And so I came up online because, well, now that could be why was to help you.
Yeah,
See,
awesome. Thank you so much.
synchronicity.
Yeah, because
Well,
it's happened quite a while ago, and I haven't been able to really figure it out since then. And when this being come to me in my meditation, I didn't hear anything. I just saw, and then I just felt really excited, and then they were gone just as quick as they came.
I think I even know his name.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why his name just popped in my head. His name is Droll.
It's what?
Troll?
Drul. Droll.
Droll. Huh.
Droll. Yeah. That's exactly. Oh, thank you for the tiny dinies. I appreciate them. Um, yeah, his name is Droll.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
The little valley girl over here is laughing and giggling. She's really enjoying this. So she has an affection for you. So they must know you really well
Wow.
because she normally does. As some of the people listening know, that some of my spirit guides take to certain people, and she's giggling, so she knows you in some way. They know
And
of
that's
you or
funny
with
too, because
you.
sometimes, like when I'm doing some of my spiritual work or trying to, just reading up on stuff, sometimes I just feel right giddy and like I can tell that there's somebody there, like laughing with me, kind of thing.
Yeah, I actually have a picture of her, best I could do, with AI and all that. Um, let me find a picture and I'll show it to you. Maybe
Okay.
something like that will resonate with you.
Okay.
Let me see. I might have to look in a different area actually, but I don't think I deleted. I might have moved them off my phone, but no, I see that picture, so she probably is still here on my
I
phone.
wonder if they would be trying to connect me somehow with the stars, and I don't really know what I mean by that exactly. I just know that ever since I saw them, um, I've been like fascinated with the sky and clouds and everything like that. I've
That
seen
is
I've
her.
seen that picture before,
That
or
is
something
her.
very similar.
Oh, that's the one that speaks to me all the time. But instead of it being like looking like a helmet, it's actually her. It's on her body.
Hmm. See, the
She
the
looks
one that
exact.
I saw, like the thing that come down was it didn't look human at all. Like there was no human features about it.
Yeah.
But
The
but
male,
yeah,
the male, the most of the male in that species don't look like humans, but a lot of the females do. It's weird. I guess because the way they choose to live, like
hmm
the males are more like the warrior type, kind of like I don't know why, like the Klingons. They like to live that war race, and as the female, most of the females don't like to live in the war race. They like to heal. They like to talk to people. They like to do that. So yeah,
so the
wow.
Draconians, is that the race where our dragons would come from?
Uh, Kinda, sorta. They're related. The reptilians, the draconians, and the dragons are all different iterations of. They're all same bloodline, kind of, but they're just like humanity, right?
Hmm.
How we have different kinds of humans on the planet.
Yes.
That's kind of what it is like out there with them.
Okay.
They're just a different. They evolved differently on a different planet. So at one time they were all, well, some of them were all one species. It's just when they moved around the universe, they evolved to their environments. Kind of like, remember the Vulcans? The Vulcans were more of a peace and loving and about knowledge, but as you got like the Romulans were more of a war race and they didn't do all that philosophy crap. It's kind of like that.
Hmm.
And she's actually saying that The that warrior is to protect your son.
Really?
Yes. I still can't believe that I pulled off that T though, and I was thinking your name, and you said your name was T, and I'm like, what? And then like, I heard Barry, and then you said your name was Terry. I'm like, what? I'm still trying to get over that. That was kind of cool. I gotta say that was kind of cool. But yeah, she knows you, she knows of you, and she said that his name was Drow. Oh my god, I can't say the damn name. Drul, and he's there. He's a warrior, and he's there to protect your son because somebody was trying to get at him at one time. So he signed his contract to guard your son.
Now, you say that something was trying to get at him one time. Like, do you mean like spirit wise or something? Because
I,
there was a huge incident, and it was kind of unexplainable. I was kept taking my son to the doctors and stuff, and there was nothing that they could come up with for why it was happening. He was getting hurt in his sleep.
well, that could be it because I know from what Sola's saying, she's like, he's there to protect your son from darkness. Darkness. Hold on. Darkness, spiritual darkness, shadows. A shadower. They call them shadowers, but it it's a shadow being with red eyes and
Okay.
blue eye, and another one has blue eyes. So yeah, he's there to protect your son from the dark entities. Yes, and they won't come near him with him around.
Okay.
But that's what I got for you. That
Thank you.
no problem. If you ever have any questions, you can feel free to ask or DM me. As I'll help any way I can. That's what I'm
Awesome.
here
Thank
for.
you.
No problem.
I appreciate your help very much because that's been on my brain for ever since it happened, and I couldn't come to any conclusions about it.
But yeah, that is definitely the first one was definitely Anunnaki, and the second one was definitely. I am 100. I am 1,000%. I don't even like think anymore. I know it was a draconian, and it was there to protect your son.
So, do you believe that we, our souls, originally came from places like that? Like,
Yes, a lot. See, a lot of us are now. See, there's two kinds that I look at it like this, and a lot of spirits come down to Earth that are earthbound spirits. Like they were made on Earth and they came to Earth. They were formed from Earth, and a lot of us spiritual beings, we came from other planets, which I call them schools. Um, you could be one of them floating ones. The floating spirits are the ones that go to different planets and they want to experience different lives. So they come down here and reincarnate. They come down here and reincarnate on the earth as a human being, and they want to live that experience and learn. Kind of like my dragon. He came from another universe. He came to this universe. He wants to learn about emotions. He's not really good with emotions. So what he did is he came into my body and wants to learn emotions. So my entire life, I basically know everything but emotions. I know what the universe tells me, and I have a problem with emotions, and so yeah, of course, it resides with him. But yeah, we're most of the humans here are are spiritual beings. They're just living the human experience.
mm-hmm. I'm just learning to connect with my dragon. I was told by someone that I have three, two for sure. One of them, she said there was a third one around me, but she wasn't sure. She didn't think it was mine. So I'm not sure what was up with that, but
As for the dragons, now there's certain kind of dragons. You have the dragon riders. You have people that have them as familiars, and you also have people that are actually dragons. So when
I
someone's so
oh
as I was saying that, yeah, it's kind of what resonates with you because that energy that's within you forms that dragon or your familiar or whatever.
okay. I know the first time I met my dragon, he took me flying.
Mm-hmm.
So he got me to get on his back, and then we were flying over mountains and water.
Was he green?
He was black. He's black with red
Mm.
eyes, and he's multicolored. His bottom underneath of him is kind of like the rainbow. It's kind of like a metallic-y color.
Because I kept seeing, yeah, I kept seeing like the bottom part. I couldn't see the top, but I could see like little shimmering green. I seen shimmering green on the belly. I couldn't
Yeah,
see the top, but and it's like a line across the breastplate.
yeah,
That's how what I
yeah, and
see.
that's what it is, like all the way down, and then it's just different colors. Like each line is a different color.
Interesting. That's an interesting dragon. He's hold on. He's he sounds like he's your familiar.
Well,
You know what a
I've
familiar you know
yeah,
what a
like my
familiar is? Yeah.
is that's like my spirit animal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what he
also told
is.
too, like my dog that I have now, his spirit is actually one of my dragons.
That could be possible.
I don't know that for sure, but I just because she said like my dragon is a really playful dragon, and that makes sense with my dog because he's definitely a playful dog. He's definitely got his
But
own personality.
yeah, as you're speaking, I do feel that there's three. I feel that I know I seen the one with the green, but I can't really see the others yet.
I had a dream of a
Um,
red one, a
that could be
fire. He
one
was
of
a
them.
fire dragon, that one.
Wow, that's cool. It's probably one of them. One of them, whatever that one could be. Maybe that one's your dog, whatever you're connected with. But it feels like they are. It feels you got three different kind of energies there, so it's very hard to decipher because your energy is like really masking. It's really masking a bunch of stuff. Like it's kind of interesting, and it's so it's very hard to decipher because your energy's masking. Your son's got a draconian, so that's in there. That energy's in there, and then you got the three dragons in there. So it's pretty hard to read with all that reptilian dragon energy flowing around.
hmm
But I
And
do see
plus I'm a Scorpio, so that kind of is
your
like
energy off the charts.
well,
I
thank you.
I I, I do see. I'm trying to log on. Okay, that one's the familiar. The red one. What is the red one? The red one. I don't know where the red one. Who the red one? I don't know. It almost feels like your son's attached to the red one.
Okay.
But then there is a white one.
A white one?
A white one, yes. See the white or silver? and it looks like it has a rainbow belly.
Hmm.
That's probably the dog.
Yeah, he's
Um,
whatever one the dog is supposed to be is the is a really playful one. Like he's a jokester. He likes to tease and like just play around kind of thing.
it's probably the silver one, because silver whitish one, because that one looks like it's a young dragon. But the red one looks a little bit older.
And the red one compared to I know the black one is totally different looking. Like the black one has big wings. The red one
Yeah,
is kind of more like a
a wyvern.
yeah, like kind of the that card that is in behind your crystal there. It's got the like little wings.
Yeah, it's that is a Chinese dragon. Now the one right here is a wyvern. It's a
Okay,
wyvern dragon.
that one and on the
That
circle.
yeah, the one in the circle is a wyvern dragon.
Okay, it actually did look quite a bit like that, to be honest.
That could be. It has to be connected to your son somehow. You would have to look within him and within yourself and find out. But he's connected to your son, and I know the white one now that I'm trying to decipher through all that dragon energy you got going on over there.
Hmm.
Um, the white one's the dog. The white or the silver is the dog. Yeah, going with that. Yeah. So
Okay.
that one's more of your. She's a young dragon healer. She's a healer. She has a
Okay.
healing spirit.
That makes
Now
sense.
the
My dog is like glued to my hip. Like I can't go anywhere without him. And he
soothing, healing. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. As soon as I see him, it's a healing feeling. I guess
And
that's the better way to describe it.
the red dragon's more of a rebellious, more of a serious rebellious dragon.
Hmm. I know
Um,
in the dream when I'll tell you a little bit about the dream if you want. I was
sure.
I was on a train, and then all of a sudden the driver of the train was running like through the train, and then I started running with him like, what are you doing, kind of thing. You're supposed to be driving. And he said, we're gonna crash. And then all of a sudden the tracks were gone across the bridge. There was no bridge there anymore. And then I all of a sudden I was just kind of popped up out of the water. And then I was I was suddenly running through the woods through this trail, and everybody I think was scared of the dragon because he was blowing out fire. And then when I saw that it was a dragon, I stopped right up, and the dragon stopped, and it was just kind of hovering over top of me, and we just stared at each other, and then I woke up.
It's it's connected to your son.
Hmm.
I'm not sure how, but the red dragon, I'm seeing a male figure around. I can't really make out the image. It's a male figure around the dragon. He looks like he's a smaller figure. Not an adult. I don't know. It seems like I almost want to say teenager.
Does he happen to kind of look like he's like dressed like an old man, maybe, or like an older gentleman, like with the beige, like because I had a dream one time about this guy and I couldn't see his face. His face was blurred out, but he was like he had really proper hair, like his was really straight cut and it was like parted on the side. But he didn't seem like an adult to me. He seemed like he was younger. But he
Yeah,
was
and he's
dressed.
wearing
He would
like
have been dressed like back from the I don't know. I want to say like
1840s.
okay, this dude was like it was later than that. It was probably in the 1900s somewhere. I would say.
it is a male, and he does look like he's dressed in old time clothing. I can't see the face. I can't see the skin. I can see the clothes. I can't really make out the face or the hair or any of that. I can
He
see
has
the
red
image.
hair.
I It's probably who the dragon's connected to,
Okay.
but it's also connected to your son. I know he's connected to your son somehow.
Okay.
So you probably want to go in and look and see if you can find it through your dreams. Try connecting with your son more, and maybe you'll find out where that's leading you to.
Okay. Because I know my son right now. He's going through some stuff like mentally, like with his dad being gone and all that stuff. So he's struggling. I do know that.
Yeah, that would fit the dragon actually. Yeah, because he's kind of like I said, he was rebellious.
Mhm.
Yeah, that dragon's connected to your son somehow. I'm not sure if if it's a guide or it's connected to him. He's not the dragon itself, but not it's connected to him.
So would that mean that my son would be more connected to the spiritual world than he probably even realizes? Like
Yes,
he probably has gifts, right?
yes, because the draconian does not come down and not come down just for. Well, a lot of the spiritual beings don't come down here just to protect anybody. They have to have something unique about them that separates them from the rest of the human experience. Like, when you got a draconian guard, they're more of they they protect their kinds. Like the Palladians, they would protect their kinds. The Andromedas would protect theirs. You know how that goes.
Mhm.
So he's affiliated with them. So he's got something in that area, something with the dragons and draconians going on. But I'm feeling a very emulating pulse of draconian dragon energy around you. You're very hard to read because of that. I'm making you aware of that because you have a lot of dragon and it's hard to separate just by not looking at you, just seeing the picture here and trying to go in that way. There is you've got a collage of draconian energy.
Which makes sense because I see them all the time. Like I see them in the clouds, especially like always in pictures that I take of like when I have fires outside or if I got incense burning. Like I take pictures all the time, and then I go back through them and I see dragons everywhere, everywhere.
You really must be you have to be attached to them in some way. That's what I'm getting. You're very attached to them.
Yeah, my mic won't block.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to maybe help? Honey, do you have anything to add? Cal, do you have anything to add to Dawn and what I said?
I don't. I kind of came in the middle of the conversation, so I'm not. I'm still orienting.
Yeah, I'm still trying to orient, and I just woke up at like 12 o'clock, and I'm just on a roll here. I don't know what's going on with me. But that's what I'm getting from you. Lots of dragon energy floating around, and it's very hard to decipher whose is whose. It's like a giant freaking collage right there.
You said your
You've got
husband is
like
gone. What do you mean by gone?
what? Collage of. She has a
No,
collage.
Oh, my son's
Huh?
father, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
He lives in another province and he doesn't have hardly any contact with my son.
I see. That's what you meant by that.
Yeah,
So he's missing that and that connection with his
right.
dad. So his rebellion is most likely reflecting some of that. And then how old is he?
He's 13. He just turned 13 in July.
So yeah, so his hormones and spirituality are hitting him at the same time. I'm on my vibration plate. That's why I sound like this. Sorry.
And I did say that he was. I did sense a teenager.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Now I get it.
So his spiritual body is trying to assert itself in the middle of his hormones hitting him sideways. And then with his father presence not being there and his disappointment in that, I'm sure his rebellion is reflective of all of those things. And
Yeah. Like he's a really good kid. Like he doesn't rebel a whole bunch. He doesn't talk about anything. Like he'll tell you everything's fine with him until he can't hold it in anymore and then he'll lash out. Like he'll just blurt stuff out and then it becomes a big deal kind of thing and that's how
is
he
he a
gets it out.
Taurus?
So
Is he a
Pardon?
Taurus?
He is a Cancer.
Yeah. So yeah, and the only thing you can do is encourage him to let it out before it hits, that
Oh.
explosion area.
Oh.
And
I got
because
it now.
he's hanging on to all of his emotions until he can't handle them anymore. He's not mature enough physically, mentally, or spiritually to be able to hold all that packed energy in. And so it just naturally will explode and go in all the wrong directions. And then he's upset
Oh.
because he's, he thinks he's done something wrong by exploding and not being able to handle himself,
Yeah.
and
Fire.
there's so much, going on at 13, which we all know.
I get it now.
And I know like
Uh-huh.
he's not living with me right now. He's living with my mom, but he when he comes over and when I see him and stuff, like I'm always trying to teach him about spiritual stuff and like how to ground and how to connect with nature and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that that's going to help
That-
some.
One thing you
It's
can
gonna
do
be-
to help him with that is you can, use your breath, do your breathing. Breathe up from your feet to the top of your head and then down into your heart, out into both your arms and hands. Place your hands on his crown to help open up his crown because he's getting downloads and he doesn't know what to do with them. His crown's not opening yet as much as it could be. You can help him open his crown so that when the downloads come in, they're not so chaotic.
Okay, because I know like when I'm pretty new to all this spiritual stuff, just in the last like 3 years maybe, I didn't even believe any of this stuff. Like I would have thought, people were crazy kind of like to talk about this kind of stuff, and then obviously
We are crazy.
and then
We're all
I obviously,
crazy.
yeah, and then I kind of, everything just started making sense to me.
Mhm.
I got it now. I got it. I got it now. I know what's going on. Now it fits together. All right, here we go. Because I was just talking to Brim and Solar, and holy crap. Your son's the red dragon. He is the dragon. And you have to be patient with him. That's why the Draconian came down to guard him, because he's a very volatile dragon right now because he's young. That's why I kept seeing the teenager. And when he tries to help your son in the dreams and he's coming to you, as that male figure, not
And
as that. It's the dragon, and I have the same problem, and I've noticed a lot of people that have this dragon energy. They hold that stuff in until they explode like a nuclear bomb. So when
I used to
you're
be like that as well.
and I haven't dove into you yet, but
Mhm.
as for him, he's a red dragon, and usually red dragons are more volatile and more volatile. And as they're young, he hasn't hit that age yet where he's just learning. As the dragon he is, he's 13 and he hasn't matured in a human level yet. So he's taking that in, and some of the dragon's energy is coming through him. And then with his dad not being there, it's making him rebellious and angry. But with you, you're more of a calming sensation for him. So you're helping him. So when you help him, I would say, and this is coming from my dragon, he says take him out in nature, walks, a lake, try to communicate with him in that aspect. Like
Mhm.
normal, a bunch of people would like, well, let's go out to eat and do this and that. No, for him, it might be good to connect with more with nature, go out to eat, like a picnic, or do something fun
Mhm.
outside where there's no technology. So he's disconnected from that, so he can connect more with you and Gaia. Thus, that will help him get over his thing with his dad, because that will calm that rage, and then he will start to open up to you and
Mhm.
tell you more of what's going on with him. Because right now, I'm seeing a flux. There's a flux within inside of him. A bunch of twisting, turning energy that doesn't know where it's going.
Yeah.
It's in a state of chaos. It reminds me of the atom. You know how the atom, he's the center, and all those energies that go around the atom.
Mhm.
That's what when I look at him, when I look that way, that's what I'm getting. He's a chaos. He's in flux, and you're the one that could slow that spinning down and to calm him. Yeah, and I hope that resonates with you, because that's what I got from Brim.
Yeah, it does. It does a lot. And actually, ever since I got into this stuff, like I've been just like got this major urge to teach him as much as I can about like spirit and about guides and nature and connecting with trees and stuff. And because I feel it, like as soon as I realized that I had gifts, and I knew that he did. I assumed he did. I could
And
feel it right from him.
I'm doing the same with my grandson. I'm teaching him breath control. He's 14, and he has a lot of that same energy where he just
Hmm.
goes rampant sometimes.
And
And
that
if you
also
can,
helps with your dragon.
yeah, do your
Sorry.
breath control where you breathe literally in your mind. You're breathing from your feet
Hmm.
all the way up your body into the top of your head, down through the front of your neck where your throat chakra is, and down into your heart. Open your heart, and then let your arms and hands just be filled with that breath, with that energy, and it'll create a heat in your hands, and you place that just above his head where his crown area is, and that helps to open up his crown so that when he's getting downloads, that's where they're coming in. And so that you want to keep that channel open for him and help him
Hmm.
learn how to do that. So while you're learning how to do breath control, teach him the same technique.
Okay.
See, I got this too. Let me see if I can. Okay, this came from Brim too, just as Honey was speaking, because the way she was saying it, I guess that's what Brim was trying to say too. That a lot of times I was talking about water earlier, and I brought up the lake. when a lot of dragon energies connect with water, even if they're a fire dragon or whatever dragon connects with water, and they find that calmness and serenity within it. So what Brim was saying is bring him to a lake or an ocean and just let him connect with the water. You know, because when you're in the water, your arms go up like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You stand behind, like on the side of him, holding his back and holding the front. He as he's floating there, you might want to go like right around here, and and kind of trace this kind of thing, do this kind of motion, and that will soothe the dragon spirit, and thus that will give them the calmness. And do the breathing, mind you. You do the breathing and you do this, because a lot of times with dragons, right in here, they get that. You never see like in a bunch of movies and a bunch of that. You always get like the dragons got their horn like right around in this area.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most. That is their strongest thing, because that is the strongest part of their head, because they're rock hard stubborn. They've got like those giant horns right here, and it's very hard to get into their head because they're stubborn. So that right there gives them that soothing sensation and that calmness, and by doing that, like Honey was saying, that it opens up that chakra, and it helps them become more receptive to the calmness and the serenity around them, and thus it'll open up their third eye more. Does that make any sense there?
Yes, it does.
But the water, what might be a good starting point, is to have him floating in the water, feeling the water, moving with the water, moving with the waves.
Mm-hmm.
And do your breathing, feel the calmness, listen to the ocean, and this and that. And maybe if he's calm with your voice, start speaking to him in a lower voice, kind of like a mellow, a melody kind of voice.
Mm-hmm.
That might initiate that calmness within him. You got to bring him to that peaceful level where when he's by himself, if he feels like that, so he can learn to have that calmness. That's what
Okay.
I got. And what
Okay.
do you think, honey? Callie, what do you think about that?
That all sounds pretty accurate in the way that, to me, my only experience or contribution to any of this is that I have 5 sons and 1 daughter. Well, with my sons, the older 3, their dad was not in the picture, and I was over the years had went to a lot of parenting classes, not because I needed help with parenting, but because in a group of parents, there's not a class where you can go and this parenting can be taught to you. It's just not like that, because all people are different, all babies are different, all children are different. But you learn experiences from other parents, how they deal with this or how they deal with that. So it's basically like we do here, where we come together and we all put in our experience. Maybe you can take from it, maybe you cannot. But my older 3 were not in touch with their father. He has been out of the picture since my oldest was 2 or 3. So what I learned is that one of the important things I learned was that all children go through what's ages and stages, and because as females we're born more mature, we mature faster, I should say, than the boys, and with that, where a young girl would go through things at, like, say, age 7 or 8, the little boys wouldn't go through that same thing till later on, maybe 10 or 11. And that when the young boys hit between the age generally of 15 and 17, give or take, so it could apply to your son as well. But when they go through that age and they do not have their biological father in the picture for whatever reason, they're still going to go through a stage where, at that point in their life, they're searching for who am I, as far as like the male part of them, because they've been being with the mother. They know what they have of them that is from their mom, but they can't pinpoint what they have of them that is from their father, because he's not there, so they don't have any father to, biological father to look at and say, oh, I have this from my dad and I have that from my dad, but I'm not like this, like him.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a turmoil that they go through, and if it's not attended to, or if they don't have like a father figure, an uncle, or somebody in their lives who they can relate to try to get through that stage, then it can become like a big struggle for them. Or like you were saying, or Glenn was saying, like, a lot of pent up, honey was saying, there's a lot of pent up unknowingness is the only word I can think of, like spiritually and physically and mentally. There's a void
Mm-hmm.
there until they can get through that age or stage. Then they can struggle with it. That's my input. I don't know
Yeah,
if that helps, but
that does make a lot of sense.
yeah, you can actually look up. You can probably Google ages and stages and read into that yourself, so you can take from the actual, um, these things are put together by colleges and professors, and the ages and stages thing I'm talking about. You can read up on that yourself and learn from it.
Okay.
I did.
I definitely will check it out.
Okay.
That was very helpful. Thank you, Kelly.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope it helps. I'm
That
sure it will
was
help you. I'm
that
sure
was a
that
different
you'll
perspective.
find something from there that you can identify with, and that will help you tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
And honey.
Mm.
So if he's a dragon spirit, does that mean that I am as well, or his father is, or are we both?
Um, it could be both. It could be one. I haven't. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm chopping in my garden, so I wasn't next to the phone,
I'm.
but everything Callie said is true. I mean, all my psychology, sociology classes,
Yeah.
it's all completely true. The maturation stages are different
Yes.
for male and female, and the ability to control our emotions is delayed in the male species, as we all know. So,
Especially dragons.
yeah. So, anyway, just being there for him, letting him know that you're his safe space and don't get your feelings hurt, because the meaner he is to you, the safer he feels with you, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
So you just have to understand he's not intentionally being mean to you.
Right.
He's just feeling safe. He
Mm-hmm.
can
Yeah.
express himself. He knows you're going to love him anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and I always try to encourage him to, even if he feels uncomfortable talking to me, like that, I'm never going to be upset at him.
Yeah.
As long as he talks to me and stuff, like I can help him through it. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping that he believes that.
He will. He will.
Does,
He
does
will.
he have a grandfather or an uncle or anyone on his biological side, male, that he could?
Um, my uncle, on my mom's side, he goes with him quite a bit, and like he'll take him
Okay.
boating or on the four-wheeler hunting or something like that. And then, but on his dad's side, he actually was living with his uncle, but he wasn't happy there. He just
Yeah.
he wanted to be closer with me, right?
Well, that's good. That's great because there are, and I know this from, like I said, from my experience raising five sons, that they do have, especially at your son's age, they do have certain things that they may be dealing with that they really just can't bring themselves to say verbally to their mom. Not that he doesn't want to or doesn't trust you or doesn't feel safe. It's not that. It's just a male on male thing. It just naturally is uncomfortable for some, most boys at that age to talk to
Mm-hmm.
their mom or with their mom about specific things that would come easier or naturally for them to discuss with a male. That's why I asked if he had a biological male because the something he can relate to. I mean, he can relate to if he had like a stepfather in his life or something. Sure, that's a male role model, and that's all good. But that's not a biological connection where he knows where he it came from. Where it's, you know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good that he
And I
has.
know he's actually really close with my mom too. Like actually probably opens up with her more than even myself. But
Yeah.
um, so they've always been really close. Like right from the time he was born.
Oh,
She,
good.
so that's comforting for me. Like to know that even if he can't talk to me, he does have somebody that is comfortable with.
That's
So
awesome. Yes.
Now for you, um, as I was going in, I got that your your essence, your energy. I'm getting two things, and I know they're connected. And I had to ask Brim how they were connected, and then I had another one help me out with that. You are an Anunnaki, but all Anunnakis are not the same race. They're like a collective of races.
hmm
But you're an Anunnaki, and I would venture to say that your Anunnaki is part dragon.
okay, that's kind of cool.
And the reason why I'm getting the Anunnaki is because of what you said earlier, but I'm also getting that the way you were speaking and how you were spoken so far, it's leading me to understand that your Anunnaki is more about the earth and helping the earth. So it feels like this is an older one and it's a female,
hmm
and your energy is more connected with Gaia, but she's Anunnaki, and she's a very tender, loving spirit. And I would venture to say that your I keep getting this, and then I honestly did not think this was going to happen. That you're two souls in one.
Really?
Because the way I'm feeling it is, well, you said your your son was the dragon, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then the more I was thinking, the more I was getting information from them. It seems like when you said you were riding a dragon, that was you bonding with your dragon. And then I was like, wait a minute. It seems like when I said dragon rider or something, I was like, that doesn't. It makes sense, but it doesn't. And I just wanted to clarify that because something felt a little off, and I had to go in further. I probably shouldn't have said that right then because I was trying to go in there and find out. But now I'm getting it. It's you're two souls in one, so you're kind of like a hybrid of Anunnaki and dragon.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense to me because I've always said like it's almost like there's two people inside of me. I've said that before, and it's like, you know, because I've got my nurturing, my, you know, my loving side, and then I also have my, what I always say is my dark side. Like, you know, I can be a warrior if I need to be, if I feel the need, you know. Um, Never to like hurt people ever. Like, I never ever want to hurt people or anything like that. But if I need to use my, I don't know what the right word would be, like aggressiveness or whatever, then I will, if I feel it's warranted.
But that's why they took you, like they took you in the truck, was they weren't there to harm you. They were here to help you because Anunnaki were trying to help you, and you thought that they were going to take your son. It wasn't they were going to take your son. They wanted to help him. Maybe take him for a little bit to help him with whatever.
Yeah, actually,
might
now
be
that you
going
say that,
on.
that was the way the dream started. I remember now because I was like, "What? No, you can't. Like, what do you mean take my son?" And then I said, "Well, you're taking me with you." And then we were together. And my daughter, I have twin daughters also, but they weren't involved in that at all. Like, they weren't in the dream at all. So it was definitely about my son.
So yeah, you have a lot. There is a lot of dragon energy over there. It's like a damn collage. It's like an abstract picture because that's how I'm seeing when I picture your name and you. I'm seeing a collage, and there's many different, and I can see the flows of energy. They're all intertwining, and it looks like, oh my god, it's crazy how much energy's over there with dragons and stuff, and draconians, and yeah, you really got a horde over there.
Yeah, and actually that makes more sense too, because like different readings I've had from, like I read oracle cards, and I go live and stuff, but sometimes like I have other friends that read, and one person will read it a certain way, and it'll be like celebrations and this and that, and then the next time I get a reading, it'll be complete opposite of that, and it's like, it always throws me off because I never know which way it's going. So that makes sense if there's basically two of me.
Well, you do know, as a reader, you know that our energy fluctuates constantly.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
in and
it
out,
does. Yeah.
in and out. So you can have an oracle reading one day that says this one thing, and because of your energy, then it changes, or you may do certain actions due to that reading that change the energy. You know, it changes
Yeah,
because
you're
of
right.
your
You're absolutely right.
intention.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So when you read your cards and you know it comes up a certain way, you know that if you don't like the way it comes up, all you have to do is manifest and change it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And like I said before, that energy is swirling inside of you, and you have a lot of that draconian dragon energy flying all around. See, and I can see why everybody in that house is confused because with all that energy flying around, and that's what makes it chaos. So, in order to make the calm to the chaos, um, I'm gonna have to use the word that I'm always afraid of. You've got to be that leader because you're more of the when the Anunnaki in there with you and the dragon that you are.
Use the word guide. She's the guidance.
Well, she has to lead that, but she has to lead her family and guide them, and so they learn how to control their energies. Because also, I kept seeing twin energies, and now I know why. Because she said she had twin daughters, so they have an energy too,
Mm-hmm.
of their dragons. So yeah, there's a lot of dragon energy there, and it's bleeding onto the other. Everybody's bleeding on each other when it comes to the energies.
Wow.
Yeah. So learn how to harness it. You know,
Yeah,
and use it the way you want.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because you're all see all these dragons. It looks like all these dragons are like in one big cluster
That's
And
what
it's
I was
like,
thinking.
whoa, hello.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been thinking the whole time since you said Dragon Collage. Can I ask how old your twin daughters are?
They're 6.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, they're strong.
And they're Leos. So
Oh
their birthdays are all really close, and actually there's a Leo. I can't remember what it said in my astrology report, but there's something really significant about the placement of Leos and Cancers in my report. So,
yeah, in your lineage.
hmm
But remember too that he chose you. He chose you to be his mother for a reason.
And it shows you too.
hmm
Mm.
I forget that sometimes
You
too,
know
that we choose
they all,
our life.
yeah, your kids all chose you. So put it kind of puts it out there that you have the responsibility to be what he needs, to
hmm
fulfill his purpose that he came here for.
Yeah, and
My
actually, she
son,
kind of mentioned that too in my because I went to a shaman. Is where I got my report, and she basically said because I struggled with addiction and all that stuff myself, so I wasn't always present when I needed to be for him and my daughters. So I've been trying to heal that, work on that, and because I know that once I do that, that's going to create a better life for my kids, so they don't have to live a
hmm
hard life like I did.
Just forgive
and
yourself, sweetie. Just forgive yourself. You did
just
what
let
you
it go.
did, and just let it forgive yourself. It's a new day. It's
hmm
Yeah.
gone. Don't look back. Always look forward. And if you can, you must forgive yourself before you can proceed to be
hmm
what you and your kids need now.
That's right.
hmm
And
It's
and I
tricky
know
sometimes.
my
It is
son's a red
hard, but
dragon, and he tells me he said, "Daddy, I love you." I was like, "I love you." He goes, "I loved you first." I'm
mm,
like, and then he shuts me down, and it shuts me down because it's funny. Like I told him before, years ago, before he was even a thought, back in 1999, I had a dream that I had 4 kids, and I had 2 girls. There was a boy, and then the boy. I walked up to the boy. He goes, "Hi, Daddy. How are you?" I was like, "I'm okay." And he's like, "I want you as my daddy. You're gonna be my daddy. Nothing's gonna stop that." I'm like, "Really?" And I thought this was just a dream, you know. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be your. You're gonna be my daddy." And he goes, "I love you, Daddy." And I'm like, "Okay." And I looked at him, and I seen what he looked like. So, fast forward this, um, 17 years later, um, I had my son. He grows up. He starts to look like the person in my dream. And I said to him, I go, "Love you." He's like, "I loved you first." And I'm like, "Huh?" He said, "Yeah. Do you remember back when I seen you in that dream?" He goes, "I picked you to be my
Wow.
daddy." And I about lost my shit. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" And that's where I knew right then and there, holy crap, he picked me. Me? Oh, I'm honored that he picked me to be his father because I've always wanted a son. And it blew me away. And to this day, when I ask him when he comes over and I say, "Love you," he goes, "Oh, I loved you first." I'm like, ah.
mhm.
Now that you
and
mention
that
that, oh, sorry.
and
I was
it
just gonna
it
say that's a cool story, really.
It
it
is.
pulls my heartstrings. It pulls my heartstrings because even then, I say that, and then sometimes he comes up to me. This is the coolest thing too. He says, "Daddy," I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I had a dream the other day." He doesn't talk to his mom about his dreams because I go, "Why don't you talk to her about the dreams?" Because she doesn't understand. She doesn't know, but you do. And I'm like, "Okay."
Aw.
And like, I'm like, really? I'm honored, but what? And he goes, Daddy, he goes, are you that golden dragon I keep seeing? I'm like, huh? What gold dragon? And I played it off like I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, that gold dragon, Daddy, I know it's you. You're that golden dragon. I
Wow.
see you all the time. And I have dreams. And when I have like my dreams and premonitions, I'm going to certain places and doing certain things. He says to me, he goes, I seen you go into a portal and you ended up here, 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 and here. And that's the same thing I had in my dream that I didn't tell anybody. He's naming off everything that happened in my dream, and I'm like, well, what the hell? How is this possible?
Wow.
And then one time when I had this dream, a dream vision, out of body, I don't even know what to call it. I seen a red dragon with black trim on it, and I'm like, and I was doing something in my dragon form, and I kept seeing at the corner of my eye this red dragon with a gold trim. I mean, with a black trim, and I'm like, I wonder. So I didn't say anything to him. The dream ended or whatever it was. It ended, and I said to him like couple when he came over that week, and then the weekend after, and I'm like, Gabriel. He's like, yeah. I goes, did you have any dreams? He's like, yeah. He goes, I was watching you do this and this. I go, Gabriel, what were you doing? Were you walking? He goes, no, I was flying. I go, you were flying? I'm like, yeah. He goes, I was a red dragon. I go, red dragon? Oh, that's cool. I go, did this red dragon have gold trim? He's like, yeah. I mean, black trim? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, um, um, well, I was kind of speechless at this point. I didn't know what to say. And yeah, he's very connected to the dragon realm, and he's a red dragon with with black and gold trim. I'm like, I don't. Wow, I mean,
Wow.
how did he know things were happening in my dreams when I never tell anybody? So yeah, they're all your children, and what I got from that is they're always watching you, even when you think they're not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That was the lesson I learned in that one.
They're
Yeah.
always watching.
Mm.
Yeah. And I'm wondering now if that person that I saw in that dream, like we were standing like what I think like was the sky, because that's all I could see were like blue and clouds. Um, he had the same exact color hair as my son did. My son's hair is kind of wild. It's thick and poofy and it just kind of goes everywhere. But in the dream, his hair was like, had a really straight, old part in it. And it was just like not one hair was at a place, but he was my height and I'm only 5'4". And he was probably about his size too at the time. I'm wondering if it was his higher self or something that was in my
It
dream.
could have been. It could have been. It was just higher self calling to you and saying, "Mommy, help me."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes a
Wow.
lot of sense actually, because I couldn't see his face, and that would make sense that I wouldn't see his face because I don't know what he looks like when he's older. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
But now you do.
yeah,
That's what I did. When that little kid spoke to me in a dream, I'm like, okay. But I remembered that image, and then when I look at my son now, it's like, oh my god, he looks like me, and it's the same image. Ah,
Wow.
ah, what?
When I had my last NDE about 6 years ago, I was shown all of my children older as they as they will be.
Wow.
And so, I mean, that was part of the experience is you're not going anywhere, sister.
hmm
And even though I was kind of like, okay, I'm good, let's go. It was like, no, you're going to stay here, and this is why. And I was shown a lot of things. And it was my grandchildren and my daughters too, but mostly it was concentrating on my grandchildren because I think that they're the ones that need me more now than ever, especially the three that are so steeped in the religious community right now. So
Yes, Mary, we all need you.
thank you, Grim. I love you. But if you say that again, I'm going to smack you.
Huh. That might be fun.
Only you. Stop it.
Stop
it. Well, I'm going to go finish digging around in my garden. I just was pulled to the phone and said, turn it on. Brim's on. I said, okay, I'm really busy. And they were like, nope, go do it. So I did.
That's what happened to me. I was pulled too. I was pulled to do the live, so
Yeah, and I was kind of pulled here too. Like I was just kind of browsing on my phone, and then I was right in the middle of reading something, and I got out of it and come right onto TikTok.
Yeah, I was listening to something. I know this is going to surprise the heck out of you, Grim. I was listening to Cryon while I'm working in the garden, and it was like, stop it, go here, go do this, and then you can get back to it. So I'm going to get back to digging the weeds and listening to Cryon. So I love you all.
Thank you very much for your words too. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Please join us in our lives on Tuesdays and Thursdays for sure. We're always here on Tuesday and Thursday.
I will definitely.
I know that he comes on at different times, and I generally know. But for you, you can put your notifications on, and then you'll know when he comes on. But we would love to have you. We talk about all sorts of things. We're all crazy. We're nuts, and we love it. We love being nuts, don't we, Callie?
Yep.
So,
it's usually Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. I wasn't on at all much yesterday. Greg got home about 3:30, I guess it was, yesterday afternoon. So, yeah, the phone went down, and he showed me beautiful pictures and talked about my husband's an avid hiker. And he had just got back from a 5-day wilderness pack out where I think he finally realized that his dreams of hiking some weird trail for 4 or 5 months is probably not going to happen. And it's a very difficult reality for him. He was struggling with that. So we talked a lot and looked at his beautiful pictures, and he kept saying, I kept thinking, oh, I wish she was here so she could see this. And I was like, yeah, but I wasn't going to be slogging through that river and getting in that mud and digging around in the dirt and laying on the rocks. I mean, come on.
No.
But anyway, he had a good time, and the pictures are gorgeous. They're just gorgeous.
That's awesome.
He really did enjoy it, but I think he was feeling every bit of he's always, age is just it's just a number. It's how you feel. And I'm like, yeah, but honey, I think he did like 14 miles one day. And he said he hurt so bad from head to toe that he couldn't sleep. So he takes one Advil, and he's laying there thinking, come on, kick in. And I'm like, you took what? One? Wait. And you were in hopes of what? I mean, I've told him before, I'm a nurse. You can't wait until you hurt so bad you can't stand yourself to take something, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, you gotta follow the directions, on the bottle. So anyway, he ended up taking another one. He was disappointed in himself that he had to take another one, and he was finally able to sleep a little bit. But he was so happy watching his TV, and he had gotten a good shower, and he got to relax and watch some TV and laugh. And I asked him if he missed his TV, and he started laughing, kind of shocked. He's like, I guess I did. I don't know. So, anyway, so I haven't caught up on any of the notifications, and I wasn't on here yesterday or last night very much at all. So, I'm behind. But I'll get caught up tonight. But right now, I'm going to go finish getting all those weeds out of my flower beds.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. And I'll see you
Enjoy
later.
the rest of that day.
Okay.
See you later.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you.
Yeah.
Love you
Bye.
too. Bye. So Diane, you said you needed help with something. Did you want to come up and talk about it, or did you want to do it privately? Okay. No problem. Anybody else want to share any paranormal, spiritual, or UFO stories? Feel free to hit the guest request and come up. In the meantime, I'm going to be talking to these two beautiful women over here and learn about their experiences and help them. If they have anything else to share.
Remember when I was saying earlier how when I got to like my mid-30s, how that dream I was having stopped, and I was living in a little 2-bedroom apartment. Well, if you mentioned ghosts, I was thinking my ex used to say that he started saying that he'd seen this little blonde-haired boy run down the hallway at night, and I'm like, I thought he was just saying that to scare me and try to get me scared, and I used to just blow him off and go, yeah, okay, whatever, and I'd go to sleep, and I would never even look. If he'd go, no, look, I'd go, no, leave me alone, I'm going to sleep. And one night I turned over in the bed and I seen a little flash. It was a little white. It was a little image of a little boy, and he was blonde haired. He ran down the hall, and I went, oh my God, he goes, you saw him, didn't you? I'm like, what? I was just that something you said earlier reminded me of that little boy running down the hallway. But I only seen him that one time. So that's all I got.
Well, when people see the they seem like everybody wants to separate the spatial beings from ghosts and and angels and all that. They want to have a separation.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's all the same.
Right.
It's all the same thing. It's just different perspectives of seeing it. And it, like anything else, it could be different things. Like for that one instant, that child could have been so high in vibration that in his reality, he could have been. See, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of people have these in different realities, not just this one. That you could have you could be very high in spirituality, and you're so powerful that your essence, your being could mirror in another universe, another reality, and because if you listen to what people say about ghosts, well, I see a ghost walking down the hallway, or I see this, I see an image of it looks like a ghost, and then it just disappears in the thin air. That's probably what it is. Just probably another reality that you're seeing. That person's at a very super high vibrational. They're vibrating so much, it's mirroring through other universes. It could be that, or it also could be someone that passed on, because when you pass on, you're supposed to be resting. And the reason why Resting, yes,
Okay,
because
yeah,
I call it resting because a lot
me
of
too.
people believe. Now, I personally don't, and from what I've experienced, they don't. Um, because this makes more sense to me. If you look at the Bible and the way the Bible speaks, it talks about the dead, the people that are dead will be caught up with the living, and they will ascend at the sound of a trumpet. To me, when you go and wake up a Calvary back in the olden times, when you go to wake up a nation or a people, what do? You sound the trumpet.
Yeah,
So if you're already in heaven, would you jump back into your body when you hear a trumpet and go back up and get your new body and new name again? No, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It's never made sense to me. So when I was working with my spirituality, I've come to realize that when we pass on, our body is not functioning anymore. And a
right,
lot of if we choose not to go up right then, you go to a place of rest. You're sleeping. And that's why it says when back in the olden times and back up to now, what is on the gravestones, rest in peace. You're resting until you hear that trumpet.
exactly. I believe the
And
same.
then yeah, and it's the same thing with the evil people that do evil people. Their soul is sleeping in the ground too,
Yeah,
because and unless they're a spiritual being and they want to go up into there, they can do that. It's their choice. We all have choices. We all have that free will.
yeah,
Some people choose to sleep. That's just how it is. And then when that angel of God, Jesus, comes down and that trumpet sounds, you'll be taken up into heaven. And
yes,
then you'll have that whole spirituality, your whole spiritual thing go that way. That's if you believe in God and all that.
yeah,
But there's different perspectives on how people see them, and I'm a firm believer that anyone that has passed on doesn't go to heaven and they don't go to hell because you just don't. It just doesn't make sense to me because, and a lot of people in these religions want to tell you that even if you did bad, that you're just going to go directly to hell and you're not going to pass go. You're not going to collect that $200, but
yeah,
you don't. You
yeah,
do get a second chance to prove yourself because if when you get in front of that being and he looks in that book of life and says, "Hey, um, your name's not in there," you can say, "Well, you let Satan tempt me. You caused it." And see, then whose fault is it? They're going to pin it back on him because he let them do that. So that's why it says for 1,000 years, Satan will be tied into the abyss with the Antichrist and blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
See, and that's the whole theory behind that. But if you're in the spiritual realm and you think outside of the box, you'll actually get a clearer understanding and a wider perception of things that are to come. And you have to evaluate, is it a book of truth, a book of lies? Is it a find your own adventure book, or isn't it? There is truth in everything that humans say, but within the truth, there is an element of a lie, and within every lie, there's an element of truth.
yeah,
It's just how you perceive that and how you understand that. You have to go what resonates with you, no matter what you believe in. And we shouldn't have all of these separations because that's the biggest problem with the human society today. They believe one thing and they don't believe the other. You can't do that because we're all have a same goal. We all have a same fate. We
yeah,
all choose to pick our fates. If you want to be this love and light, you're all eventually going to get to that same goal. It's in how you take that path.
true. That's true. I
And
believe the same.
that's why we all should work together as one. We shouldn't have no separation. Because as the alien beings told me in a 6-page essay that they gave me for humanity, that no one person's greater than another, and that We are all here to learn, to live and learn, and to experience the human experience.
Mhm.
And also that, that we are ever shifting and ever evolving in the sands of time. We are everywhere all at once. We are a multifaceted being, and you always need to trust in yourself and see where it leads you, because you know your path, and it's your destiny to find it or not. You have that opportunity to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
in your dreams in your past lives, what do they give you? They give you information. So don't your guides. They help you on your spiritual journey. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what culture you came from. It doesn't matter what religion you are. What matters most is, are you going to be in that collective of people that help and better and empower mankind? Or are you going to be the holding block that holds everybody down?
Huh. Yeah, I believe the same thing. Exactly. I heard you speaking on that the other day, and I was like, this is exactly the way I believe.
So what does it mean, like when like myself, I actually got into all the spirituality stuff because I experienced a lot of death, and I just was bound determined that my life on earth with this person was not going to end there. Like I was still going to be able to talk to them. So um does that mean, like, if say like my dad died, so
Mm-hmm.
if he comes to me and I'm talking to him, does that mean he is not crossed over, or can they still come to you even though they're at like a super higher vibration, like say if he was in heaven?
Yeah, they could, they can, and they have. They can come to you anytime. Whenever you call on that individual, they will come to you. You just have to be. And I keep hearing one of my guys are here singing right now. She goes, a lot of people don't pay attention to the signs. She goes, I saw the signs.
I,
Open up your
I
eyes,
sing
you
that
see the
song all the
signs.
time.
So do I.
That's
That's funny.
I can't
and
sing
the other
Worth nothing, but I sing her.
and the other be in the my Palladian. She says, the one that said I saw the signs, that was Epi. Arius says, you got the whole world in your hands. Means you can craft your world into how you want it, because you got the whole
I
world
just said
in
that
your
same thing to
hands.
somebody the other day.
Yeah,
Those are the
you
two
mold and
songs for
create
some
your
reason are
world.
always in my head.
And see, I got them too. That must be that dragon. It must be going through that dragon energy, because I've been getting that for like a year and a half now. It's 2 years.
Yeah. That, and actually another one is that I get all the time is "You Are My Sunshine."
Oh, I don't get that one yet.
I
I
do.
got the I love you, Lord. That one sticks in my head too for some reason. I don't know why. You ever heard that song?
Which one?
It goes, I love you, Lord. I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. May it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear.
Oh, I've never heard that.
I don't think I have either.
But you sing it.
Uh, oh, thank you. That's what I heard, and I keep hearing it.
Huh.
Hello, Susan. Welcome. It's great to have you here on my spontaneous live that the Spirit told me to get up and do. And if you wouldn't mind, would you hit the likes, the shares, and donations are welcome. And if you have any spiritual stories or any paranormal stories or any ET stories, feel free to hit the box and come on up. And this is a safe space. I have mods in here that if anybody gets inappropriate, they'll be removed. Because, like I said before, Well, you're all part of the live. You make this live possible. You're the energy that flows through the live. Thank you, Susan. I used to and I remember when I first, I used to
Yes.
I was reading somebody's comment. Back in the time when I did believe that kind of thing, um, I was, I decided to join the choir, and they kind of tricked me in a way because they were like, "Oh, well, you should sing the solo." I'm like, "I'm not singing a solo. I'm not doing it. I just want to sing with everybody else." So they put this song up, that one of these songs like Heaven Nature Sing, that one,
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
and I was sitting there, and we were standing there singing. Everybody in the choir got quiet and stopped singing, and I was still singing. I'm like, oh, I can't believe you do that to me. But everybody was like, after that, they were like, wow, that was really good.
Oh,
I go, yeah, apparently that was spur of the moment. I didn't anticipate it, but I know they tricked me, but I started doing that, and it gave me confidence because I used to sing. And then I started to sing in like bands, like we sang like "Every Rose Has its Thorn," "She's Like the Wind." I used to be in a band.
wow.
Thank you, Susan. Um, I sang good song. I sang like I remember it goes like, "We both lost on the stand in the dead of the night. Although we both lie close together, we feel miles upon inside. Was it something I said or something I did? Did my words not come out right? And though I tried not to hurt you, every rose has its thorn."
Yep, I like that song.
I I used to sing "She's Like the Wind." It was "Every Rose Has its Thorn." I used to my friends used to play the guitar, and they had me up there with a microphone. They would talk me into it. We got pretty good, but
Yeah.
I felt that I felt that I needed to do something else. That I didn't feel I had a good voice at all, so I didn't stop singing. I thought my voice sounded like a wet cat being beat against the wall.
Oh my gosh, no.
And I always felt it. I didn't have a good voice, and that's just how it was, I guess. But I did sing like I always like a lot of songs. Some of the Christian songs I used to sing, but I used to sing a lot of popular like um, Patience,
Oh,
um, Richard Marx, a lot of Richard Marx, a lot of Brian Adams,
oh yeah.
um, stuff like that. But I can't remember any of the damn songs now. That saved my life. I can remember most of them, but yeah, I used to sing. But I felt that also that you know I could, and I even wrote poems too. I wanted to put into songs, but I've been very well into sharing and helping people with their spirituality. And maybe
Okay.
sometime in the future, maybe I'll put my poems into a song and sing them.
I don't know if I'd ever if I would sing mine, but I have so many. I've been writing since I was 12. Poetry, music.
I
Um,
have a poem if you want to hear it.
yeah, I'd love to hear it.
I can never forget it. It goes, misty rain softly falls, the tears sliding down my face. All I can think of is you. This world is a cold, empty place. Your voice haunts me as the world around me turns. All this love grows and burns. I'm the sensitive poet, the bountiful moon. I wish and pray the spirit will leave soon. You're the molting sunset, glowing pale and bright. You're the hopeful sunrise and never fading light. The roses get no tears, the thorns get no souls. These are my feelings that I have no control.
Wow,
Beautiful.
that's beautiful. You're so lucky you could remember it. Like I have thousands and thousands of poems, and I don't remember any of mine by heart.
That's the only one I can remember, and the only reason why I remember it is because I had somebody help me in a spiritual realm, and it was Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Aphrodite, I sat outside one day because when I was 13 years old, I felt like nobody loved me because like my life was hell, and I just wanted somebody to love me and have a girlfriend
Yeah.
or have a family to be there for me. So one day I went outside with a pad and paper, and I was doodling by a tree, and I was like, well, should I write this note and end it, or should I just go on? So I sat there by the tree, and I was wondering, what do I need to do? Why can't anybody love me for who I am and what I have to say? And why does everybody have to do this to me, that, and this and that? And then I close my eyes, I open up, and Aphrodite's standing in front of me. I'm like,
Wow.
alrighty then. And then she's like, well, I'll help you with this poem. And she helped me with the poem.
Wow.
And
That's
that's
so
why I
cool.
remember it.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
I was going to ask if any of you worked with any deities. I've had them come up quite a bit lately, actually, and
Any what?
deities.
Deities?
Deities, yeah, sorry.
Um, Honestly, they've been coming up lately, and a lot of experiences that I can't share because, some of the people are private when their discussions with me, but there's been a few that have been popping up recently in people's lives that I've talked to. Um, it's I wish I could share some of the experiences, but I can't. But there is a lot of people that I counsel and help, and they have a lot of deities in with them too. And I'd venture to say a lot of them have been Egyptian. That's as
Hmm.
further as I can go with some of them.
I've
Oh,
It's
noticed
been
that too.
Egyptian. Um, I could say like some people have experienced Ra, Horus, Basset, Isis, Osiris.
yeah.
Um, Occasionally, I would run into people that experience like Odin or Zeus, Athena,
Athena,
Aphrodite.
she has come to me. She
Athena
tries,
is the goddess of wisdom and hunts.
yeah,
Wow, how do I even know that?
she tries to yeah, she actually came to me through reading through somebody else, but then she just like even out in my yard in my grass, there's a spot where the grass grows and it looks like a snake, and it's the greenest part of the grass, the tallest part. Even if I mow it all at the same time, that's how it grows, and so that's
Wow.
my sign that she comes. I went to a shaman a few months back, and she said that the that three goddesses had shown up for me to help heal me, and those three were Hecate, um, Carrie Dwen, and Bridget. So,
You're
Oh,
a lot of
apparently,
people have been having Gaia.
in my last lives, I served for them. Basically, I gave up all my free time for somebody else, whether it was them or somebody other than myself. And so
oh,
they came to, I know Hecate came to light the torch for me,
You too, Susan. Have a good day.
and
But
Carrie
a lot
Dwen
of
brought
people.
her cauldron of wisdom, and with Bridget it was the forge.
Hmm.
So I'm still trying to figure them out, like, because I don't really know a lot about deities. I never even really heard of them and much until that day that I went to the shaman. So I was just curious if any of you guys knew anything about them.
I know a lot. I actually studied a lot of Greek and different cultures and their deities. Some of them I really don't know. I know parts of it. I know they're there, but I can't like name like, oh, there's such and such from the Sumerian one, or there's Buddha from India, or all those kinds. So I know who they are. I just don't know their names because I really haven't got into all that, and I forgot some because a lot of people don't talk about them and don't bring them up. So I end up not retaining that information. But a lot of the entities that I've been encountering lately have been Egyptian, Norse, and India and Greek and Native American are the only ones that I've been going around lately that I've been hearing coming up lately, like all over the place.
Oh.
Athena, she's Greek mythology, right?
Greek mythology.
He
She's
was
the daughter
that
of
was
Zeus.
Zeus's daughter. Yeah, I was gonna say Zeus's daughter.
Yeah, she was the daughter of Zeus. And I think I know the Greek mythology a little bit more because, I was part of Aphrodite at one time. But um, I think that's, yeah, she's the huntress and the goddess of wisdom.
Mm-hmm. No.
Hephaestus was the god of forging.
Okay. And I know Carrie Dwen and Bridget both involved witchcraft also. But that's really, I don't really know a whole lot about them other than that Bridget was a blacksmith. Um, and she was also into witchcraft. And same with Carrie Dwen. She was into witchcraft and wisdom and art, I think. Handcrafts. Which I'm
It
an
was
artist as well, so.
they probably came to you because you were probably part of their covenant. And a lot of them say that when you do witchcraft that it's evil. It's not. It's
No.
just it's a pagan religion. People always want to put Satanism and paganism in the same category. They're not. It's just a
Yeah.
different belief system. And in all actuality, a lot of the Christian beliefs came from the paganisms and the other cultures. And they just put it inside a book and say, hey, this fits in there. Good. Let's do this to control the society.
I used to do the same thing too. Like, as I didn't know anything about witchcraft, I just knew the name basically, and I always associated the star with the circle, the pentagram, um, with it, and I was always taught that that was evil. That was not a good thing. So
Yeah.
I had never ever had any interest in it. And then all of a sudden, just like even on like going on Amazon or just like going into a store, there would just be all this witchcraft stuff all of a sudden that would just keep coming in my face until eventually I got so curious that I had to start reading about it.
And see, everybody thinks just because you have a crystal ball, you're a witch or you're a gypsy, or you have a dream catcher, you're a witch, or you're this, you're that. No, it's not all about when you see some of these items. It's like anything else, like source. Source is one energy, right?
Hmm.
It knows either good or bad. It doesn't know either good or bad. It's just a flowing energy and a cycle in the universe. It's an ever flowing energy. And how you get that energy, you reach out and you grasp it. But what makes it good and bad is your intent behind it. If you
Yeah,
intend to do
exactly.
bad, then that's what's going to happen. If you intend it to be good, it's going to be good, bad, whatever. And then I got these items here on the table. Here's an example. This is a healing wand. Somebody go, oh my God, it's a witchcraft wand. Ho ho ho. No, it's a healing wand. They're healing. I set the intent for healing, and that's what they're going to do. This will heal the dragon spirit. and this is the one for the healing for the human spirit. And why? Because they both resonate with me. Dragons. When I do the oracle cards, I'm not doing it. I'm not giving the intent of doing evil. I'm doing it the intent to help and guide somebody. It's not even to read the future. It's to guide them in their life path and their journey. I have these towers. Those towers are everything here is tools. Tools to enhance. Do I really need them? No. I use them because it helps with the focus for me. For me, I use them as a focus.
Oh,
And
okay.
it makes my intent feel stronger. Like these shaman balls here. Everybody wants to make fun of my balls. But, these shaman balls, have healed a lot. I mean, since I've gotten these shaman balls, I've healed a lots of people with them. This is the female. I think this is the male one. And the female one is bigger. And that is, I use them as a tool, as a healing. And when you take in this negative energy, you don't want to take it in yourself. When it starts coming through, you want to get it out of you and transmute it into the light. Because if you see, I got these kind of beads on my hand, and I know this is the end where I'm pulling the energy in. So I'm only trying to pull in good energy. You see that right there? And then when you look here, I've got these kind of stones here. This expels all the negative energy, so I don't need it anymore. I'm releasing it into the universe. That's why I've got these beads on here, because it filters out all of the good and positive energy and releases that negative and sends it back to the universe. If that makes
Mm.
any sense to anybody.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
does.
does. So speaking of shaman,
And
oh, go ahead.
so speaking of shamanism, go ahead.
Um, I have a deck, an oracle deck that's called the Mystical Shaman.
Uh huh.
So the council card. What? Who? When it comes to that, like, who are the council? Like, who is the council?
What does the card really say?
See, I don't have the meanings to the actual meanings. I always, the cards to me, when I see them, they could mean something different depending on who I'm reading for.
Yeah.
So I don't know the actual meaning of the card, but I'm assuming
Well,
it would be like the shaman gods, right?
no, no, no. When it says something about a council, it all depends on who you're reading and what you're reading. It could mean, like, if I was to pull a card and it said listen to your counsel, it would probably be listen to whatever they believe in. Like, it could be their
Okay.
parents, it could be friends, it could be relatives, it could be a deity or their guides. It all depends on who you're doing the reading for and how the reading is progressing. Because usually, when you're reading cards, it goes back to back. Usually, when I do the reading, I flip through the cards sometimes to get a brief idea of what the cards are saying. So then I know which way the path where the cards want me to lead. Sometimes I just flip them, and as I'm going, it starts coming to me even faster. But it all depends, on where the reading is and where the cards are placed, because that is the interpretation of the reading. Because when you read, you're interpreting their energy. See, I never use my energy to read because it wouldn't be a complete reading. It wouldn't be my reading. It would be my reading instead of theirs. So I would ask somebody, "Do you want this reading?" Yes. Or they ask me, "Can I have a reading?" I'll be like, "Yes." Well, I let them know that it's gonna be your energy, that you don't mind me bringing your energy into these cards, and you're gonna be using your energy to do the reading. I'm just the one interpreting it for you. As a lot of people would use their energy to read the cards, I'm different. I don't do that because I don't want my energy on the cards when I'm doing a reading because that will mess up their reading.
I suppose I never looked at it like that. Because I think that's kind of more so what I was doing. Like, when I see the card, like, how does it make me feel? You know what I mean? And it's...
Right.
And then I read from them. I'm not... You know, and then I'm usually pretty accurate. Like, but I always know that there's more to the message sometimes that I'm not seeing. So that's probably why.
Yeah, when you do a reading or a channel, a lot of people have their human side involved. Like there was this one channeler that always, whenever he had an agenda, he would put it in with his channeling. And to me, that's not what you need to do. It's good to have some of that human side in there because, you know, whatever that person feels comfortable with. But when you have a specific agenda and you're bringing it through your channels, I don't agree with that. I think that if you're going to let a being come through and speak through you, that you can be a part of it, but don't put your emotions in there because that in turn messes up the channel and the message they're trying to bring to you. It's the same thing as the cards. You put yourself and your energy in that reading, you're reading yourself and not them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the only time that I would ever give my energy up is if I'm trying to heal somebody. I would give a lot of energy to that to heal them, use my energy, my power to heal them.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'll have to be more mindful when I'm doing it. 'Cause it's like when I'm reading, like I can only get so far, you know, and it seems like that I'm not progressing. I'm just staying the same kind of thing, and I'm wondering if that's probably what it is.
And as soon as I found that out, I can do a reading, and and it comes to me like a river. I can't hold it back. It's like bam, 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 bam. But when I got my human side in there, it's like, well, blah.
Yeah, that's
And,
I say that quite a bit to people. Like sometimes with situations, like you got to take the human out of it, and they're like, "What? What do you mean?" But yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
You have to take the human out of all of it to a point. It's okay to be in there, but don't use your energy for it. Some people, when they do channeling and cards, they want to be a part of it, but yeah, you be a part of it, but just don't put your energy in there because you're going to screw it up. You're trying to get a reading from the universe, but you can't because you're interceding in the message.
Mm-hmm.
And I notice a lot of people do that. I get frustrated.
I get in my own way a lot.
That's why I can never get a reading. I went to shamans and I went to psychics, mediums, and all that. They would never do a reading with me. They would automatically kick me out before I even said a word. They're like, nope. One lady says, she goes, I can't read you, you're too powerful. I'm like, why? She goes, your energy's off the charts, it's too strong. And then another one was like, she goes, oh no, I'm not prepared for this, and just like push me out the door and lock the door.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. So anything like Honey knows that anything that Honey knows, Hopi knows, and I think Callie knows by now, anything that I've ever said that I don't get it from myself or reading on the internet or even doing all that, all my information and what I've experienced comes through me, and then if I question it, then I look it up.
Yeah, that's true.
And you are very honest. And you always go within.
And I know Hopi knows me longer than anybody here so far.
Yep, that's my brother right there.
And she's still got to deal with her fairies.
Yep, I do. Still coming around.
I don't understand why you're.
My stuff. I keep missing stuff out of my house.
Well, I told you you need to do something with that.
I did. I've talked to them nicely a couple of times, so we'll see if it changes. I'm hoping it does soon.
Hmm. Sometimes you can't be that stubborn either. You're a stubborn woman, right?
Yes, we know this.
Sometimes you have to listen.
I've also had an
Yes.
experience with fairies, and it wasn't the best of terms, let's just say. When I first moved into my house, I didn't know anything about fairies. I've heard of them, but never believed in them. And so I was out mowing my lawn one day, and there was like 2 patches of like complete circles of mushrooms, and I mowed them.
No.
And then I come to realize after that I actually do believe in fairies, and that probably was not the nicest thing to do. So I went out, I pleaded with them, I offered them, I gave them a little bell, I just told them that I apologized for what I did, and that I didn't mean to cause them any disrespect, and I just noticed the other day when I was outside that those mushrooms are now growing back in that spot finally. So I'm hoping
Nice.
I'm hoping that means that they have forgiven me. I'm
How
assuming
long
Yeah,
that's
they
ago
what it
did you
know.
mow
means.
them down?
Pardon?
How long ago did you mow them down?
It would have been at the very beginning of last summer, I believe,
Ah,
or maybe even a little bit before summer. I don't know how long they take to grow back, or if they normally grow back, but
yeah.
they're growing in a different pattern now. They're
Have
like,
you had any experiences though? Have they done anything negative or positive to you? You know what I mean? Since it happened, or
well, I know around that time is when my boyfriend and I started to argue a lot. There was a lot of negativity between the two of us, and my emotion, I don't know, I'm just picking up old patterns again. And I don't know if that's from them, or if it's just because they needed to be brought up to heal them, or what it was. But I don't really know. Like, I know there's a spot in my backyard that I've been drawn to ever since I've moved in this house. And sometimes I just sit there and I stare, and I still don't know why. I know that's where I connect it with a tree, but I do know that it's more than that. It's not just the tree. It's
that's your
something
sweet
else.
spot, honey. That's your sweet spot. That's
Mhm.
where the universe picked you. That's your spot. And that's a good place. It's good. I mean, you have a place to go, reflect, connect. And I
Mhm.
think the fairies have forgiven you if you went out and you gave them something and you apologized to make it right.
Yep, I
You
gave them
know,
even I brought out a pastry
so
even
I'm
for
sure
them.
they've gotten over it. I'm sure they've gotten over it by now. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, and actually I've noticed too, like with my own anger and my own um things, like it has subsided. Like it does seem better. So I'm assuming that they might have had a hand in
Awesome.
that.
I'm glad to hear that, hon. That's good.
So yeah, it's kind of neat because I wasn't sure if that spot in the woods was a portal or something, like, because there's actually 2 spots. There's one like where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting in my tarot room where I read my cards and stuff, and I sit right beside a window. And across the street there's a spot that is kind of the only spot that has like a little tiny opening. The rest of it's just covered in. You can't even see through the trees. But that one spot, I just, like, I the whole time I was on the phone here, like, I've been staring at it. And I don't know, like, if because that's not my property.
Now that could be a portal.
Really?
That could be a portal.
Now, it feels the same. Like, when I look at that spot, it's almost like the same kind of energy. It's like there's somebody standing there watching me. But I don't feel threatened by
Well,
it.
it could be the fairies. It could be their, like, into their, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Into their little world or whatever, you know? Because there's all different kinds of portals, you know?
What signs?
And that could just be like a fairy portal, you know?
What signs would I look for to figure out, one, if it is a portal, and two, where it's going? Like, why is it there, kind of thing? Like, what should I look
Hey,
for?
Brim, you want to answer this one? Because I'm not too good with the portal stuff.
Hold on. I'm trying to do something. Yeah, 1 minute.
It could. I wonder if it's actually nature spirits, because well, fairies are part of the nature spirits, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I've had like some really cool experiences with wind, with the clouds, with like just different things outside. Like, I mean, pretty profound experiences that if I wasn't a believer, I would definitely be a believer now, kind of thing. So I'm just wondering if it all has to do with that, if it's like, if I'm supposed to be drawn to shamanism. Like, I'm so confused with all that stuff, because it's like I'm being pulled in so many directions and so many things are happening, and then I kind of get lost in like what is the actual right path for me, kind of thing. And I'm just trying to figure out if all these things have a tie together, kind of thing.
Honey, I'll check out what you posted after. Can't wait to see it. But yeah, I had things too, like, I always known I've had a connection with the fairies. I'm doing it. And, but they actually 100%, a couple weeks ago, showed themselves to me. One of my trees, I had a couple little lights in it one night. And I couldn't figure what they were. It was just like two lights, and they were just teeny tiny little twinkle lights. And like 2 days later, my entire tree was full, and it was all different colors. They were not fireflies; they were different colors.
Like sparks of
And
light,
they
like almost like a
like
glimmer,
teeny tiny little lights, and they were like blue and green and white. And
wow.
I'm not the only one who saw it. Two of my grandsons saw it, and my man. All of us seen it. All of us were like in awe. We were like, "What is this?" It looked like a magical tree, and they were twinkly. Like, I can't explain it. It's not like a normal light. And they were tiny, and they were just little twinkly lights, and they were different colors.
Yeah,
And it's happened a couple of times since then. And now we see them, a few here and a few there, and other trees around my house.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm back. I was dealing with an issue. What was that about the portals again? The mushrooms and the portal sign.
Well, at first, when I moved into this house, I mowed a bunch of mushrooms down that were in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
I later found out that was probably fairies. So,
Yeah.
but then there was also, there's two spots in the woods. There's one across the street from my house and one in my backyard. Now, obviously, the one in my backyard is the one where I go all the time because it's in my yard. But right now, like the whole time, especially when I'm talking about it, like I just can't stop staring at that little opening in the woods. And it's not really an opening. It's just like one little spot where you can see past all the shrubs in the ditch into the tree line. And I just always feel like there's something watching me from there. But I don't feel threatened by it. I don't feel, I feel uneasy sometimes, just for the simple fact that I just want to know what it is so bad. Because I'm being so drawn to it, and I'm always worried that, like, what if it's something that I shouldn't be drawn to, trying to get me there, you kind of thing.
Well, how
So
do you feel about it when you see it or feel it? Do you feel negative? I mean, we all intuitively feel things. I mean,
no,
you will know. You would know if it was negative. You would know.
I
I mean,
don't
I think
really
we
feel
all
it
know
is.
the.
No, I don't feel it's negative at all. I just feel like it's more bothersome in regards to like I don't know what it is. Um, and I just have this like huge urge to go over, especially the one across the road, because I haven't had the chance to go in there yet. Because, like I said, it's on somebody else's property, so I can't just go roaming around. But um, the one in my backyard, it's like every time I'm outside, if even if I start in one area of my yard, that's where I always end up. Always.
Whoa. Okay, I know what it is. It's a fairy portal. Because I closed
Okay.
my
That's
eyes
what
and
I
as you were
said.
talking about,
That's what I said, Grim.
because I seen right here, I was seeing right here, and I'm watching fairies go in between, like back and forth between them,
Yeah, and
and
there's and actually like in that one the one in my backyard, there's like when you first like my whole property is shaped like a triangle,
hmm
and it's right at the very tip of the triangle is where it goes in. Um, so there's when you first stand there, there's a trail that kind of leads to where my tree is, where I go and sit and have my time, and then there's which is a dead end kind of, and then there's another spot that it's a trail that I'm always drawn to, and I even got my own little trail kind of going in zigzagging through there. Um, but it's almost like two different energies. Like my tree is the energy I feel from that one area. I'm assuming, and then it must be the fairies on the other side because it's like I know there's something more than just the tree drawing me in there.
near the trees, the trees are I call them naiads and dryads. They're kind of like a fae, and what they
Like
are is they're holding the portal open for the fairies.
okay, so me being drawn to them is that just because I'm sensing that they're there, or is it them
Yeah.
trying to get me in there?
Oh, they're,
It's
they're
your
letting you know they're
intuition.
there.
Plus, it's your intuition. You feel it. And you
Yeah.
know, Brim is
Yes.
funny. I had said it was a fairy portal, and then I said, "Oh, Brim, you handle this." So I gotta start listening to myself. I don't listen to
Right.
myself. I don't trust myself like I should sometimes. Because I really
What it
felt
is,
fairy portal.
yeah, it's a fairy portal. It's two different kind of fairies actually. They're traveling back and forth, and I'm looking at them. One is more of the natural, like earthy fairies, and then the other ones are more of a higher light fairies, and they're traveling back and forth. And I see them carrying objects back and forth. It's funny. I'm seeing they going back and forth, and those trees are the protectors. Because is there a tree on both sides? Because the trees are the guardians to the portal, and they're allowing the fairies to. They open the portal for the fairies to go back and forth.
Well, I live in the country, so like I'm surrounded in trees. Like there's except like my yard, obviously like there's a few trees in the yard, but it's all open space, but um there's a lot of clusters of like trees that are in circles or in like a
Okay,
triangle.
what I would do is take a picture of where that you think those portals are. Take a picture and look at the trees and see if there's faces on them.
I
Because
see.
I'm
I know. I when I just look like sitting from where I'm at now, like across the street, like I see things in the trees all the time. Like whether like right now, I can see a face in the that the leaves are making, like from multiple different trees. Sometimes I see dragon heads. Sometimes I see people or objects. Like it's strange, really, because it's like I don't know what they're trying to tell me because I see these things everywhere, but I see them a lot in the trees and the
Have you
clouds.
seen any like orbish things or
Yes,
lights or anything?
yes, yes.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
I was out there, and there's a cluster of birch trees in a small circle. Like I have just enough room for maybe me and maybe enough room for one more person to stand inside the circle. And the sun was shining on them, but the sun was also shining on other trees. But these trees were the only ones that had a blue, like such a bright blue, like it was almost like a white color, that was
That
glowing about 2 or 3 inches
that
off the trees. And then I looked at my hands, and my hand was doing the same thing.
it's a fairy village.
Oh,
The
okay.
the fairies love birch.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, actually, the birch trees are like, because the forest around here, unfortunately, is, especially around my area, is that a lot of trees are dying, and a lot of the woods are just, like big, healthy trees that are just dying. Even new trees that are dying. Big, and healthy trees that are just dying.
See,
Even new
there's
trees that are
certain
dying.
trees
Yeah.
that there's certain trees that fairies like, and I've noticed that they like birch. They've always around birch trees, willows, weeping willows,
Yeah, love
and
birch and willows. Love them.
yeah, birch and willows, and there's sycamore. I
Oak
love
trees,
that
I
tree
think.
too. Um,
What you can do
possibly
too,
oak
sweetheart, too, is
trees.
you can like you said before, you brought them something. What
Mm-hmm.
you should do is just like once a week or whatever, bring them a little something. Like a little something sweet, like a snack, or just something like once a week. Just leave them a little something. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk to Dark for just a minute. I've been listening to you since I got off, and you have a lot of fear about what you're learning. You're new. You
Yes.
said you were new, and
Mm-hmm.
you've only been listening and learning for about what, 3 years. But
Mm-hmm.
you have a lot of fear, sister.
I
There,
do, yeah.
there's
A lot of
nothing
fear,
to. There's
mostly because of the unknown. Like, I don't know which direction to go because I don't
You don't
want
need
to
to
do the
know.
wrong thing.
You don't need to know. There's nothing wrong. Every path is right, whichever one you choose to take at the moment. Everything is a choice. And if you listen to your intuition, to your innate, to your
Mm-hmm.
gut, you're going to be led the right direction. And even if you aren't, it's okay. You can just turn around and go back, or go to the other side, whichever side you feel led to go. There's no
Mm-hmm.
right, there's no wrong. It's only how we perceive it. And so there's nothing out there that can hurt you. You keep your vibrations at a level to which nothing can touch you. Nothing. There's
Yeah,
no
and
dark
don't.
beings. There's no dark beings out there trying to lure you into the woods or lure you down the dark path or cause you to believe something that's wrong or different or whatever. You believe what you believe, and life is an adventure. And if you go one way and you figure out this isn't where I want to be, then you just go a different way. You let that go and go that way, and just be happy for the experiences you got during the time you were on that path, because
Exactly. Never.
there was some reason why you went that way. There was some
Mm-hmm.
reason why you went to learn something, and there is literally nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. Nothing.
Never fear the
Thank you.
unknown.
The unknown is a beautiful, wonderful, joyous adventure to be
Actually, just
found.
like one of my cards say, the unknown is the place where all the best artists go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean,
And I'm an
if
artist,
we
so
all did the
that verse
same
always stuck with me.
thing, I mean, we wouldn't have these wonderful creative artists and, song lyrics. And I mean, if we all were afraid to do something different, then we'd all be so damn boring. We'd all want to go to heaven. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't want to go to heaven because that sounds boring to us. We want to go
Right.
where we're going, which is our own adventure. You are a master creator. You create your reality. No one else can manifest for you. You do your own manifestation. Just as we were talking earlier about your son, you can guide him, but you can't manifest for him.
No.
And no one can manifest for you. And just somehow, somewhere, there has to be a way for you to understand that life is a joy, it's an adventure. We chose it to come experience being human. We're not suffering, nothing is done to us, everything is for us, and we manifest our own destiny, our own adventures. And it's like
Right.
on a vacation. You go this place on vacation because you want to experience whitewater rafting. The next vacation, you want to go to the beach. The next vacation, you want to go to the mountains and go hiking, which is not me, but other people. So what I'm saying is you're so afraid of making the wrong choices that you're not making any choices. You're allowing
that's
to
exactly
rule
right.
you.
Because I just feel so stuck right now. It's just like, oh, what do I do? Because I overthink things, and I don't know.
You're not stuck. You're not stuck. No one is stuck unless they choose it.
Exactly. Like I said, don't use your mind because your mind will get you in trouble and confuse you. You'll use your heart and what's in your soul and what resonates with you. You never want to have that fear because it overcomes and rules you. You have to let it go. Do not fear the unknown. And take that fear, ball it up, and throw it away because you don't need it. You're going to let that rule you.
Do
Yo,
do a little do a little fire ceremony. Honest to God, write down everything you're afraid of on a piece of paper,
I was about to
and
say
then
that.
go into meditation and burn that crap. Just burn it, and then don't think
Honey
about it
stole my
again.
line.
Oh, we think alike, brother. I'm
I
sorry.
know. I was about to say that too. That's the funny part. I was
And
about
actually,
just to take.
I do that quite often with different things. Is I write on a piece of paper and then I burn it, whether it's with a candle or a fire outside. But I try to get outside to do it.
Well, we don't really need those things. It's like Brother was talking about earlier. They're tools. Whatever can
Yeah.
help you connect and create is, whether that's a candle, a fire, cards, whatever it is you use to connect, it's for your benefit, not really anybody else's, because you're really connecting to your inner self, your higher self. But we have a higher self, but we also have an inner self that we rarely pay attention to. And that inner
Right.
self is a person who is already everything we want and need to be. It's already there. All we need to do is draw from
And the best part about it is use your inner child.
it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Because,
that makes a lot of sense, actually.
kids aren't afraid of anything. They're
No.
not they're not afraid of nothing. And what I took a picture of, Hopi, Brim, oh my God, Callie,
I
we're
saw it.
out
What
there
is it?
we're out there talking about mushrooms, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And so I'm cleaning out around in the ivy and stuff where it's kind of all dried out over there. It gets that way. The ivy it's so pretty until the end of the summer, and then it kind of gets brown and dried up over there. And so I'm like cleaning up the little pecan trees that are trying to get established. And there is a giant mushroom,
Oh, I saw it.
and it's got part of this plant that I have in my yard, the monkey weed, that's growing up out of it. Like they're spiking up out of the mushroom. It's the weirdest looking thing.
It is.
Oh, I
And
gotta
it
see
is
that picture.
it's
That's
giant.
awesome. I'll go check it out. I can't check it out right now, but I'll check it out after. Amazing, honey.
My fairies are busy over there. That's their little territory. And then the Bigfoot are in a different area, so I guess they haven't tromped on it yet.
So if you'd be nice enough to like, share, donate are welcome. Donations are welcome, but if you can like and share, to bring up the algorithm because participation in the chat will make more people come into it. And everything to this whole live was a whole synchronicity because I didn't feel like doing the live. I was asleep. I woke up. Spirit said, "Get on there and do a live." I'm like, I didn't want to, and it's like, do it. And then I'm like, I got up and I was like, what am I gonna do the live about? I hear it's like, it doesn't matter what you do the live about. Oh, thank you. It doesn't matter what you do the live about. So I'm like, oh, okay. And then I heard, and then as I was sitting down and I'm setting this up, I hear, somebody needs your help. Somebody needs your help. You're needed right now. I'm like, okay. So I set it all up. I started the live, and look what happened. Honey came in, spare of the moment, knew I was on, just came on. You came in here. Synchronicity. Everything happens for a reason.
Well, and you did need some down to earth advice from people who are more earthy. You know, all the love and light in the world is amazing, but it's not all love and light. You know, when you dig into your spirituality, it's not all rainbows and bubbles, you know. And
That's what I said.
That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah. You know, it's just
I
not.
said it.
You know, there's dark is passive and the light is active. I say this all the time. You have to turn the light on. It chases out the dark. And the dark is not a bad thing. Nothing is bad, nothing is good, only the intent, as Grim was saying earlier. It's your intent that makes something what it is. And so you keep your intentions as pure as you can. But you know what? We can't always get up and be happy-dappy. Some days we get up and we're just mean bitches. And so you just be the mean bitch, get over it, and get up the next day and do something different, you know? You got to feel it.
It's not all butterflies and rainbows.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
Earlier you said unicorns and lollipops.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But yeah, you needed some down to earth people to bring you down out of your clouds. You know, we're living a human experience. We're not meant to live a divine experience in this life, unless you chose to be a monk or somebody who's sequestered out away from the world. We're meant to be human. We're meant to live in this life and explore and, you know, go on adventures and learn, and you learn from the choices that you make. That's just how it is. Nothing's going to hurt you, baby. Nothing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nothing's going to hurt you unless you allow it to.
Well, and she's not going to. She's going to grow. She's going to trust herself like Hopi knows she should. I heard that, and I couldn't get to the phone, dang it. I was like, Hopi, you know the answer to that. You don't have to wait on him. But we all have to learn.
I did say I thought it was a fairy portal, but I needed some backup, you know.
Well, and
like I told you, Dark,
sometimes.
You have all that energy within you, Dark. I mean, Terry, whatever. You have all that dragon and draconian energy that it's beautiful. It looks like a beautiful collage of energy. You just have to untangle it and stop the chaos and guide them in the path that they need to, like you want to.
Yeah, and I'm so glad I've come onto this live because there's like about 4 readings that I did that I just was trying to wrap my head around and trying to figure out exactly what they were saying, and it's just everything that we talked about today. Just kind of, I thought about each different reading as it come up, and it makes a lot of sense now.
Always trust your intuition, like Hopi. You always trust your intuition first. Don't second guess your intuition. Like Hopi and me sometimes. We all do it. Well, I'm just picking on Hopi right now because she's funny, and it's adorable to pick on Hopi.
It's all right. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Even Honey second guesses herself at times, and I have to sit there and go, Honey, come on now.
I second guess myself quite a bit, actually. I should know better. And I preach to others this thing I need to be listening to myself.
Yeah, she's done it to me too. I second guess myself, and Honey's like, now Brim, blah blah blah. I'm like, all right.
I know, I'm annoying, aren't
No,
I?
No.
Yeah, I'm
what
I'm
about
learning.
this?
I'm learning to trust myself. I mean, it's been a slow process, but I'm a lot better than I was, for sure. Because
Any
now
progress
I
is
understand
progress.
that I do actually have intuition, and that I know how to use it, and that most times in my life when I should have used it, I could have trusted myself, and I didn't, and the things didn't work out. So, and I'm seeing that now, at least, and before I wasn't.
Like I don't trust my intuition, and sometimes when I come on here, I feel like I'm not helping anybody. I feel like that I'm just doing nothing and I'm not helping anybody. But as it was pointed out, that I am helping people, and that's all I wanted to do is help people and have that family that I've always wanted. It doesn't have to be, you know, a family right here, but it could be a family in the spiritual realm. And I come to realize that the universe gave me what I asked for. It just wasn't exactly how I pictured it. I wanted an earthly family, but I asked for a family, and you gotta use, as Tony would say, use your discernment and be careful what you wish for because you get it. It's just not how you think it is,
Yeah,
and
Thank
that's
God
how
Well,
it
for
you got,
happens.
unanswered
and
prayers.
Brim, you do have an earthly family. You got all of us. The problem is we live all over the world.
Right.
yeah, that's
So you did get a family.
Well,
I
you got exactly what you asked for. You just didn't know you asked for it. And now we're learning that we all asked for it. We did. We all asked for these experiences. And there's nothing good or bad about any of it. We're just living through it and learning and loving and learning that life is joy. It should be joy. It should not be something to be afraid of.
And sharing our
Right.
experiences.
There she goes. I was waiting for her to speak.
How you doing today, Mel?
I was letting y'all put all y'all's wisdom. I'm sitting here just soaking that shit in. I'm doing all right, honey. Thank you, sweetheart, for asking.
I'm hot. It's hot. It's already nearly
It's,
4 o'clock
it's
here.
just your energy flowing through you because you're on fire.
You
Yeah.
know, I had to put my phone down the other day because I was talking, and I guess I was heating it up because it overheated in my hand.
I've done that too.
Yep.
I was like, damn it. So I had to put it down and
Pull your
let it.
energy back.
Yeah. I just get so excited, and
Yeah.
I get on my soapbox. So I depend on y'all to knock me off.
Yeah, sometimes I have to push you off.
I need it.
Yeah,
I know
I
that.
need it too. I need that soapbox, that shove off that soapbox occasionally myself. Y'all all know that.
It's okay. We're here for you, sister. We'll shove you anytime.
I know you will. And I love you for it.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
It
This
is.
has
I
been
was
an
sitting
interesting
outside
live,
earlier.
honestly.
I gotta
Yes,
tell y'all
then.
something very strange that happened to me earlier. I was sitting outside, and I love to just I don't sit with my eyes open at the sun the whole time, but I'll sit there and face the sun and have my eyes closed and just soak the energy in. I came in the house and everything looked green. Inside the house. Outside it looked so normal, but inside the house everything looked green. How weird is that?
You brought it all in with you.
I brought that green energy in here.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! It was wonderful.
Does anybody want to drop
down?
down? Does anybody want to drop down so James can get in here? If he's going to stay in here or not, I don't know.
Yeah,
But if James
I
wanna
will.
talk
I can drop
about-
down because I actually have to get going. I got a friend coming to grab me, so going out for a little bit. But I do appreciate all of your help. Like, really, you helped me a lot.
Well,
A lot.
remember,
Have an
remember
awesome
that we're
day.
here.
Yeah,
Love
it
and
was
light.
kind of it started off to be a little bit of a rough day, so this definitely turned things around, and I appreciate that so much.
Awesome.
No problem. I'm honored to help you, and I'm sure we're all honored to help you. So, if you
Absolutely.
want to join our family, we usually come on at Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely be back for sure.
No problem. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
You guys too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Blessed be.
If I can turn it off. I don't know how to shut it off.
Just hit the little. Oh, she got it.
I helped you out.
Oh,
I hope you didn't
you took it.
mind.
You gave her a
Good,
shove.
good, good. Hey, we all need a shove now and then. Sometimes sometimes it has to be a little bit harder than other times, but we all need a shove now and then.
I was trying to get James up here. I want to listen to James again.
I know, he's so calming.
I know.
And I have to go clean up the kids' corner in the back family room, so I need some calming energy.
What,
Yeah.
James? Yes, you are, James, or Rabbit Hole James?
Yes, you are.
I was just wondering the same thing.
Oh, yeah, okay, I thought so, because he's the calm one.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
Rabbit Hole James. He's a bit energetic at times.
high strung.
Thank you. I was being nice.
when he said the other night that he was not high maintenance, I fell out of my chair.
Well, high maintenance people don't usually they tend to think of themselves as high maintenance. They really
You
don't.
know, when he said high maintenance, I had to mute my mic. I don't know if you see me mute my mic. I'm
I
like,
did.
yeah, okay.
Well, and I had just said to him that he was probably one of the more high maintenance people that I personally know. And then he comes
Right.
out with that, and I was like, what? Dude, you are so unaware, unself-aware. You know. I mean, I know I can be that way too. I'm not always aware of myself and my energy, but I'm honest about it.
I hear in cans, soda cans.
It's Mel.
Must
She
be
can't
Mel.
be still. She cannot be
I'm
still.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a wiggle worm. Yeah, it's my ADHD. I get antsy and I have to do things. And I came in here to put some stuff in the recycling bin, and I thought I was being all quiet and sly, but I wasn't. Sorry about that.
I don't know. I'm the same way. I have to keep moving. That's why I smoke a lot. Because I have to
Yeah.
keep moving. I have to keep moving. I can't sit in one spot. Sitting in one spot drives me almost insane.
Tell
I'm
me
a
about
sloth.
it.
I'm a sloth. The sloth is my spirit animal. I believe that.
Aw.
I could be
Mine's
still
a jackrabbit. I really do
forever.
believe mine's a jackrabbit because I get antsy. I can't handle sitting still, and I'm refined to a wheelchair, so you know it's like driving me crazy.
Mm.
I'm
I have a
confined to a
wolf.
wheelchair, so
I have a wolf and a panther.
you woken the panther.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I think spiritually, honestly, I mean, I always say it's the sloth, but I think my honest spirit animal is the owl. And when we moved here to this place, there were so many things about this house that made me want it immediately. But right after we moved in, there was a white owl that sat right on the wires right outside my backyard every
Mhm.
single night for like 15 years.
Wow.
Hello, Foxy.
Wow.
How are you doing? I hope you're doing good today, Foxy. I hope you're being have.
So did James run off? Did we scare him?
We probably did.
He's like, oh hell no, they want too much of me today.
That's probably true. We are needy. We can be
Foxy's my
needy.
special person. I love you, Foxy.
I just messaged him and asked him to come back.
Well,
We gotta
I
spot
just had
those
to.
for
I
you.
had to pop back in here and talk to her because listening to her made me want to cry. It was making me very emotional. Just listening to her fear, feeling her fear.
Oh, he just answered me. He's at work, so he can't come in.
Bless her heart. I just kept thinking, she's so fearful of everything she's learning.
Yeah.
She can't learn it properly if she's afraid of it.
That's what.
That's what I was
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
glad
tell
you
her.
came up and said that.
That's what
I
Christian
would-
churches have done, is taught us to be fear of the natural.
And that's what I was trying to explain to her the entire time. Don't fear. I mean, Callie was here. I was explaining to her not
You were
to
being
fear.
too damn nice, and I had to get up here and just say it loud.
So, yeah,
Well,
there
you
go.
know, I was kind of coddling, but, you know, sometimes people
Kinda.
need that.
Right, Callie? Kinda? Really? Big. You were saying everything but. And which was probably good. You didn't scare her off in the very beginning, and we kept her here long enough for us to be of some influence.
Yeah.
So we can be grateful for that. But Spirit just told me I had to get on here and tell her that you can't. I mean, you can't live like that. You can't learn spirituality that way.
Right.
Well, sometimes too, honey, we need a motherly figure, a womanly figure, and maybe say it in a different manner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was meant to be. It was meant to be you to tell her. Is what I mean to say, in a feminine way.
Well,
Right.
and I wasn't intending to come on any live today at all. But like I said, I was prodded and poked, and I came, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to what I was doing, but I kept the live on for some reason.
Yeah.
And you know, when normally I would have turned it off and gone back to what I was listening to before. But I'm glad I did, because I just thought, bless her heart, bless her, you know.
Yeah.
And if she's going to do readings for other people, she can't let that fear get through. You know.
Yeah,
to
that
them.
fear in the human side, you can't let that in.
Right. You gotta separate that and just deliver the message pure. And
Right.
of course we are going to have our own influence on any intuition we get or channeling that occurs. Of course our own personality is going to come through. But you don't want it to be 80% you and 20% spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want the other way around.
Mhm.
And that's my
Yeah.
problem with some individuals, but we won't discuss that.
Yeah.
Well,
And I see it all the time too in different people, and I have to really discern, and sometimes I overthink things too and think, is that me, or is that really what I'm hearing? And you know, I'm still learning to trust myself, and I do have a lot of book knowledge, which gets in my way. You
Well,
know?
Yes.
there are some words I like to use, but I can't use them because Honey goes nuts when I say them.
Right. And I'm a snob. I'm a word snob, and I'm a spelling snob, and all the, you know, language snob. I'm all of that because, you know, it drives me crazy because I'm a writer, and using words correctly in the sentence is kind of a thing. And I'm trying to learn how to not be so critical and judgmental, because the message is the message, ever how you deliver it.
Right.
Right.
And so I'm learning that thing about myself, that I need to stop it and not be so critical and judgmental. But if I see a misspelled word, or if I see a sentence that's put together incorrectly, I don't trust it. And I'm
That's
like,
your that's your education. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's my
Because
snobby side.
It's a human side.
mhm.
But I started writing really young, and I took a lot of writing classes. And when I was in college, I was learning about nursing, but I kept taking all these other writing classes until Greg finally told me, you really need to just get out of school and quit spending money on these classes that aren't nursing. I was like, dang it. But yeah, because I don't know, it's so fascinating to me. Sociology and writing and literature, language, all of those things are just so fascinating.
Right.
Well, yesterday, guys, I want to tell you, I have never felt like I did yesterday. I went through, I guess, the dark night of the soul, and I was ready to give up. Give up.
Give up what? Give up, baby? No.
Diane.
No
I've
giving
never.
up.
I know. I've just. I don't know what was wrong.
Well, we all have those days. We were
Absolutely.
talking about that, and sometimes you just kind of have to sit on your pity pot until your
Yeah.
butt gets numb, and then it's time to get up and move on.
Right.
Mhm.
You feel how you feel, and you just feel it all out, and then you're done, and you move on.
Mhm.
And sometimes you need to reach out to, people that could help you and guide you out of that mess.
And
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Well,
I was there a
you,
couple days ago and I was getting the same advice from Honey and everybody. And I had to. I felt it. I went through it. And today yesterday and today I started feeling better.
sometimes
Well,
you just
that's
gotta feel it.
yeah. And I
Mm-hmm.
knew I needed to, but I just, I was having trouble.
Well, can you tell us, or is it too private, or do you want to
Well,
talk about?
it was just, I felt like I was going through some kind of darkness that I'm just not used to.
We've all been having that.
Well, the
And
energies are very strong, Diane. You know that.
Mhm.
yeah, and I'm so tired. It's like I'm just absolutely exhausted.
A couple of weeks ago, I was in meditation, and I just said, okay, I might be ready to come help from the other side instead of this side, you know,
Right,
because I know I have that option. Whether I stay here or move on and transition, I'll be helping. I know that. And I was thinking, well, maybe it's time to do that. And then I
right,
had to really sit and think and just sit in that suit, you know,
right,
until it no longer felt good to be sitting there in it. And so I
Right.
just left. I thought, okay, well, I don't like sitting here, so I'm gonna just leave out of this energy and focus on something else for a little while.
right.
And then you
I was
became better, see?
Yeah, I was on my pity pot for sure. But I went to my people and I, you know, got shoved off my pity pot pretty quick. And there's a lot of people hurting.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
And see, that's
And
our calling. Is even when we're in our pity party and we don't feel like doing it, we still have to because there's people that are experiencing worse than us, and no one pain is greater than another. We all have to help each other when we're falling and feeling like that. That's what we
mhm.
are. We're a collective, we're a family, we're a support system. And sometimes it's good to be alone and resonate with that, but it's the same on the side of the coin. You need to go out and spend time with nature, Gaia, and talk to more the spiritual people that you resonate with to help you through the mess too.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
And I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead, honey.
Are you better now today, Diane? Or are you still kind of dwelling in that?
no, I'm better today. It's just my energy is gone.
Oh, I feel that, sister.
Oh yeah,
And you also have to recognize that you're an empath, and maybe the energies that you're feeling are not your own. And that's
That's
the
true.
reason why it's draining you.
that too. And
Yeah.
it's funny
Because
that you brought that up.
there's a lot of really horrendous things going on in the world, and it's a lot of pain out there, and that's what we're all picking up on is the group of just people praying for help.
Right.
It's funny you brought that up, Mel, because I just had that discussion with somebody the other day. They were like, "Well, how come I feel this way and that way and this way and that way?" And my guides had said to me, they said, "You know what? I know what the problem is. You're you're an empath. You're feeling this way because your husband and children feel this way. You're picking up their energy and you're taking it in and you're mirroring that energy to me. You're you don't need to do
Mm-hmm.
that. You need to stop it. Now you know where it's coming from. You need to resonate with it, fix it, and turn that negative into a positive because when
Transmute
you're,
it and release it.
yes, a lot of
I
times
Mm-hmm.
empaths are picking up other people's energy and they're thinking it's their own, so they mirror it off onto other people. But in retrospect, as you said, it's really not them at all. It's they're picking up other people's energy.
well,
Right.
I just can't with the oh, I'm an empath, so my life sucks.
No,
Stop
that's
it.
Right?
not true.
Stop it.
No.
You're an
That is
empath. If
not
you're an
why
empath,
you're
you're allowing your life to suck.
right.
You're accepting other people's energy as your own, and that's the reason why your life is sucking.
Yes. And that's why when I do a reading, it says do not absorb energy that's not yours.
Well, and
Exactly.
you have to do a cleansing after too. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
You got to do your cleansing.
You,
You got to spray and pray is what I call it.
Right.
or as my granny used to call it, we gotta wipe out the cobwebs.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like
Hmm.
that. But yeah,
You want it?
I get impatient, and then I have to reprimand myself for being impatient. But when you tell someone, the same thing every time, and the excuse is always, "Oh, it's not me. I'm an empath. It's because I
Right.
feel everybody's feelings, and that's why my life is a disaster." I'm like, "Oh man, you gotta stop."
Right.
Yeah.
Because in my profession, I would have been dead already.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm
You
not
you
saying
learned that at a young age that you had to protect yourself in self defense.
yeah.
Whereas
And
most people don't learn that because they don't have that experience all their lives. they don't understand where all that negativity is coming from.
But
Right.
once it's explained to you multiple times, then it's
You would think
time
you
to
pick up on it. Mm-hmm.
then it's
Mhm.
time to decide who's the problem here.
Right.
That's where my
Right.
impatience comes in, and I have to try to be nice.
Just don't take in anybody else's energy.
Right.
And sometimes we do it without even realizing it. But when you realize it and you still take it in, it's on you.
It is on you. That is the truth. If you've been told and it's been explained and you know where it's coming from, then if you continue in that manner, then you are the problem.
Right.
Right.
You can't keep blaming everybody else.
And once you hear that, investigate. Go search out. How do I protect myself? There's lots of information out there. If you didn't get your answers from the people that were telling you that maybe you're not feeling your own feelings, go and research. Figure out for yourself if you can't listen to other people. And that's the way some people have to learn.
I think some people just like it.
Yeah, they get into the.
Can you please feel sorry for me because I'm an empath and I'm overwhelmed every day.
Pity me. No,
and
if
I'm
you're
like,
overwhelmed, then get out of what you're doing.
Well, again,
You're a product of your own circumstance. You're the creator of your world. That's kind of why I brought up earlier. You got the whole world in your hands. Your hands create. You get a piece of mud and you want to, or clay. You're molding that. You want to mold that vase. You want to mold that clay into a vase. You want to have it a perfect vase. You want to have it messed up. Your hands. You're creating. Your world is that piece of clay. You have to shape it with your hands. You have to do it with the love and the light within inside of you and mold it into the beautiful thing that it is. You're the creator. Only you're the one creating that mold. You're the one creating that vase. And however you feel and how you create it, it's on you.
Well, all your singing of those church songs brought back a lot for me. I love you, Lord. We sang that almost every Sunday at church.
Mm-hmm.
And you are the potter, I am the clay.
Yep.
What was the other one you sang? And of course, you got the whole world in your hands. That's what everybody teaches their kids in church.
Mm-hmm.
I just take a little bit of everything.
That's one of the first songs your kids learn in church.
Yeah.
Yep. He's got the whole world in his hands. Yep.
Well, what I think with me, I keep trying to help too much.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Because you love, and you're love, and you exude love.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can only help so much, darling.
Diane, I was in the same boat. I'm always one to want to help people all the time, but at some point, you have to say, enough is enough. It's time for a change.
Let them learn
It's
it.
time for me to do something for myself.
Yeah, because you can't always be helping somebody because you're neglecting yourself at this point. And that's what I did. And that's exactly what I did for November and December. What did I do? I was helping everybody else but myself.
Yep.
Right.
And I fell into that negative zone. And who was the only one to get myself out? Was me. And what did I do? When I needed help, I went to people that could guide me that had that knowledge, like Honey, Hopi, you, Diane especially, and all of you, you helped me out of that and out of that. So within saying that, that's what we're supposed to do.
Yep.
Right.
You have to acknowledge what's bothering you, what's taking your energy, and what do you need to do with it, honey?
Transmute it. Send it back to God.
Yep. Put it back out in the universe as a positive energy.
Right.
Transmute that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kick
Well,
that shit to the
what
curb.
happened? I met this woman in August, and she had been trying and trying to get back home to North Carolina. And when that hurricane came, she was devastated. And finally, Tuesday of this week, I carried her 700 miles to meet halfway her family.
Wow.
They took her the rest. Well, it's not something that I'm very comfortable with driving for that period of time. So I think I just wore myself out.
Bless your heart.
That's a long way for anybody, Diane. 700
Yeah.
miles.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
long
that is.
distance.
700 miles there and then 7 back, or was it split?
Well, what I did, I got a hotel that night, and then 700 back the
Oh
next
my
day.
gosh.
Wow.
That's
So
too
1,400
much.
miles all total.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dadgum, girl.
So
No
I
wonder
didn't-
you were worn out and tired.
Right. And I was so tired that when I was leaving the hotel Wednesday, I fell.
Oh no.
Oh, Lord.
Oh no.
I got all sorts of stuff busted.
Oh,
But
honey.
it just, I did it, and I knew in my heart that's what I needed to do, because bless her heart, she had done everything to try and get back. And she needed somebody to help her.
Well, I'm interested in learning what your children felt about that. How did they react to you doing that?
They were angry.
I'm sure they were.
Yeah.
So you had to deal with that too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were not happy with me, but, now I feel like, I mean, that's all calmed down. Matter of fact, this morning I spent the morning with my great grandbabies.
Oh, good.
And you can't help but be happy doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
All that baby energy.
So precious.
Yeah. I get to see my youngest tomorrow.
Well, they did a pumpkin shoot this morning, and it was so cute. I had 2 3-year-olds and the 2-year-old. Well,
Oh, my
she's not quite 2 yet. But they are so precious.
Is my ambient noise too loud? I can turn it.
No, it's not bothering me any.
No.
Okay. Because he decided he's done in the front. He's doing the side. He's mowing.
Oh, bless his heart. Well, were you
Yeah.
glad to get your man back, honey?
He was so funny. He was so funny, Diane. He had called me, and we talked a couple hours on the phone. And he said that he thought he was in really, really good shape. He really thought he was. He packs that backpack, and he goes down to the creek, and he hikes, and he does it pretty much every morning for 2, 3, 4 hours. And he really thought he was in terrific shape, and he was so excited. And he is in good shape. I mean, he has hiked some pretty major places, in Yosemite and Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. And then he went South Texas 2 or 3 times. And this hike out was in New Mexico. But when he got to his campsite the first night, there were people there, and he didn't want to camp, put his camp up with a bunch of people. So he thought he'd just keep hiking. So he ended up hiking another 4 or 5 miles. So he was really tired, and then it happened to him again the very next night, and he ended up hiking like about 14 miles one day.
Bless
Ooh.
his heart.
In and out of the river, and all the things, and because where he went, you don't register. It's first come, first serve. And he's like, what are all these people out doing hiking in October? Like, that's what they do in New Mexico and Colorado. That's, they do that for
The
fun.
cooler weather. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so anyway, he wasn't expecting so many people. So he ended up 2 of his days hiking, one day 12 miles, the other day 14 miles. So he was laying on his little bed of rocks, hurting from his head to his toes, trying to get some sleep. And and then again, the same dang thing happened. And so he had an option. He could hike another 4, 5, 6 miles, or he could just go back to the, hike his way back to the truck. So I think it took him like 5 miles to get back to the truck. And he went back to the truck, found himself a little cabin hotel place, had a room and a bathroom, got in that shower and cleaned off all those days of dirt and river water and whatnots, and soaked his feet and laid on that bed and just conked out. He needed a good night's rest. And he said, I guess I'm more ambitious than I'm really. It was
That he
kind
really
of,
is.
well, because he's like talking about doing something like the Appalachian Trail,
Oh,
being
gosh.
gone for like 3, 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And he was thinking that he was going to be able to work his way up to that at the age of 68. So it was kind of a smack down for him. He was
Right.
he was on the pity pot. Okay, so
Bless his
we were
heart.
we were just talking about it, but yeah, he got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Yeah, he got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Yeah, he got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Uh-oh, I think I'm looping here. He got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Uh-oh, I think I'm looping here. He got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Uh-oh, I think I'm looping here. He got him a hotel, and he felt like he cheated. Uh-oh, I think I'm looping here.
There we
I
go.
think you
It's
can
all
tell.
fixed. It wasn't honey. It was when the mics. It's the freaking TikTok. It's not honey that did that. It was TikTok. It does that occasionally.
If there's too many mics on at once, it'll do
It
that.
will do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once it starts doing it, everybody has to shut their mic off, or it continues doing it. This is stupid, but it's the way it is. Welcome back, honey.
Okay. Well,
Diane, Diane, you could probably unmute your mic. I muted it for a little bit so that sound will go away. There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've all been kind of on the pity pot, Diane. We've all been feeling this really strong energy that we're being pummeled with right now.
Right.
And if you need to just sit and rest, do that. Listen to your body. Listen to your spirit. And do what
Listen
you
to
know
your
you need
heart.
to do. Yes, of course. Sing it, brother. But
No.
you have a very nice voice, by the way. You shouldn't say things about yourself like that. And
Oh, thank you.
That's
just
right, Graham.
Mm-hmm.
just rest. Just know that you need some rest. And I'm sorry you fell, because that is very scary to fall.
Mhm.
Oh, gosh, it was.
You feel so out of control.
Yeah.
Scary and embarrassing.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
right there in front of the woman's family and everything else. But anyway, they got me up, and I kept going, and I've
Well,
been
I'm glad you weren't by yourself when you fell. I mean, I'm glad you were, while it was embarrassing, at least you were safer.
Right, that's
Yeah.
true.
I'm glad that you're not hurt too bad.
Right.
Hurt your pride.
It was frustrating because, and I've got to go back to the heart doctor next Sunday to Houston for all these tests.
Ooh, Houston traffic is horrible.
Oh, it's miserable. And
Who's going with you?
Ruth, she's
Okay,
got to
good.
have her chemo again,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean it's chewing her up this time. Her spleen is all enlarged.
I'm so
She's
sorry.
in a lot of pain, throwing up.
Bless her heart.
Is
And
there
about
anyone, do you know anyone around you, Diane, that does hands-on quantum healing, that could literally put their hands on her to transmute some of that energy from the chemo?
right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of anybody. Of course, you know the town I live in doesn't even have 1,000 people.
Mm-hmm. Maybe when you're in Houston, I don't know, do some research and see if you can find a quantum healer that could actually put their hands on her and
I'll do
transmute
that.
some of that energy out, because that's what I did for my people, was just by putting my hands on their bodies, I could feel where the dark was and just
Right.
transmute it. And it didn't cure them, I don't think.
I wonder if we could do it remote.
I'm
If we
learning
could do it
how
as
to,
a group.
well,
You
and it's
can,
more
but
powerful as a group, but it is hard. I'm trying really hard to learn. I have classes, I'm taking classes and reading, and I'm trying really hard to learn to do the quantum from a distance. But even the guy that's the expert at it says it is hard. It is really hard.
Is it really hard, or is it just really hard for him?
really
He's,
hard.
Because one
I've been
person's
reading
really
about
hard
it.
as another person's really easy.
well, this guy has a lot of qualifications. He's written several books. He's done lots of amazing things with his quantum healing, and I look at him as pretty much the expert.
The guy that knows. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get you.
and he says, even it breaks him into a sweat. And when I do it, I feel it. I really, really feel it. And I have to go into a pretty good meditation to be able to do a distant. Now I can send energy, and the person I'm sending it to can feel it. Or if I decide I want to send my daughter dragonflies, they'll show up.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're trying to do a big healing like that, like with Suzanne, when I do her healings at night, I'm just worn out. I mean, I have to drink like a whole bottle of water after.
Right.
But what if you had backup and you had more energy? If we could pour energy into you.
Well, we did that. Who did we do that for on the live?
With Suzanne.
It was for Suzanne with Yaya and you and me and Brim and somebody else. Who was it? Somebody else was with us. I don't remember now who it was, but we all did that,
and it was. I can't remember either.
And she could actually feel it.
Mm-hmm.
She felt better, but it's just, to me, there's nothing better than being in person, feeling that person's hands with their heat and their love to transmute that, all that energy, because chemo is a poison and it's a toxin. Is she doing things to kind of help detox her body, like literally drinking a detoxification drink to detox the poison from the chemo, Diane?
All they'll let her drink is water.
Well, I don't know. We have a place called Drug Emporium, and I know there are other places, but it's my go-to place. And I get a thing that's a detoxifier. It's a powder that I put in my water, and I detox once a week from minerals.
Well, I got myself a cleanser from that lady that's on the internet all the time now. She's a doctor. Says she can cure diabetes and different stuff.
Anyone that claims that they can cure stuff, that I'm sorry, but I'm I don't believe someone that says they can cure diabetes.
Well,
Because
they
you can
can't
put
cure it, Mel, but
you
they can help you
they can
cure
put
it.
your energy in it. Yes, they can help you cure it. But anyone that claims that they can cure stuff, they can't. The only way that they're able to do anything is through the gifts that they were given. It's not their gift. It's the gift of the universe.
Right.
And you
Right.
can't
Well,
claim it as your own. And I believe claiming it as your own ends up taking away from what you're doing.
Yes, exactly. That's the same thing
Hmm.
when people say they're a master or they're a master or they're this or they're that. I've always said, and it brought me back to Joffrey in Game of Thrones when the father goes, when the old grandfather goes, if you have to say you're a king, then you're not really a king at all.
well,
Hmm.
I know that I participate in different groups on here with like Michelle Clausen and Thomas Sawyer, Aaron Bailey, and then there's a guy, I can't, Luke, and then there's the guy that plays the flute. Oh my God, he's amazing. And when they all get together and do collective healing, you can literally feel it through the
Hmm.
phone. So I know, and they all have the ability to clear out that dark energy and move it along. And like
Mm-hmm.
Erin has specialized in creating um, energetic organs. Somehow or another, she's figured out how she can like clean out your kidney and restore it energetically.
Excellent.
I told her I needed a whole body lift, and she was like,
Right. That's what I
um,
feel.
work on the girls, get them up a little. But yeah, you can really feel that, but that's a collective, and those people
Yeah.
are pretty strong. So for me, it's just easier if I can do it in person for myself.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, AK's talking about Barbara O'Neill. Yeah,
Barbara O'Neill. That's
she
exactly.
is.
That's
Yes,
who I'm talking about.
yes.
well, and I don't know, Mel, that she's saying it in a bad way that she can cure this or cure that. What she's saying is that she
She can
knows
give
of
you
what
sh-
she can give
yes,
you
she
the
can give you the
tools
knowledge. Yes,
and
that's
the
what I'm saying.
tools to work on
Yes.
yourself, and there are lots of homeopathic herbal remedies that have been lost along the
Oh
way.
yeah, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
we do.
Lost and actually swept under the rug by the big pharma and these fucking industries that want to poison us.
Right.
I know, but
Right.
we have to get out of that mentality. We just can't rest in the that mentality that we're being oppressed. We are only oppressed if we allow ourselves to be oppressed. We can't
Absolutely.
go there. So, we can't just say, well, they're killing us. And as Cryon says, our
Well, no,
planet
we
is
have to
actually
take.
one of the most beautiful planets made.
It
I
is.
mean, around. We have cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner trees and forests and moss and grass than anywhere else in a huge area. And so we just have to understand that we are our own master creators. We can create our realities. But
Right.
when we have
Absolutely.
to rely on medications to to work on whatever's wrong with us, I guess. We also have to understand that we have our own energy we can put into that, and we can help clear out that darkness. But we also need a detoxifier. We need to get rid of the chemicals that are in our blood. They are putting chemicals in her body that
Yep.
leave a residue in every other organ in her body.
Right.
Right.
And so she needs, something that can clear her.
Well, I got a cleanse from Barbara O'Neill.
Did you
And
give it to Ruth?
well, right now she's hesitant,
Oh,
but it's a parasite cleanse.
oh. Well, and that can be helpful too, but the cleanse I have is specific for minerals and toxins,
Well, that's what I
not
need to get for her.
not just parasites. Because I do
I'm on an activated charcoal cleanse right now.
but Yaya and I take gold.
Yeah.
And I've been taking it for a couple of years now, and I will swear by it. I'm gonna look and see what the name of this is.
Me
'Cause I'm
too,
sure
honey.
there's.
I do the gold too.
Oh, you do? How long have you
Yeah,
been
I've been
doing it,
doing
Hope?
it. Um, about maybe 5 months, 6 months now.
Can you feel it?
Oh yeah, it's a big difference. Like I just ran out. I just ordered more. Thankfully, I can't wait for it to come in because I've been without for a couple days. Actually almost 2 weeks now.
Oh,
So I can't wait to get mine in.
this is called Pura Clean Instant, Diane.
Pure Clean Instant.
It's a max cleanser, maximum strength, and it is a permanent. You know what they use it for? It's over there by the CBD and the Kratom products, where in this store. So if you want to
To
pass a
cleanse your
drug,
body of all naughty things too.
yeah, if you want to pass a test, you take this, and within 6 hours, everything's gone.
Huh.
So that's actually what it's for. That's where they sell it. But anyway, that's where I get it for me to just clean out the toxins in my body, and then the Parasweep too. But
I use
I
Celtic
remember
salt.
when I first started doing the gold, all my research, all the stuff, it said twice a day, and ever how much it was supposed to be twice a day. So I was doing it twice a day, and I was like so proud of myself. And I was about 6 months in, and Robin told me, he said, "Sister, you feel like a bubble bath when I go in your energy." And I said, well, "Is that good or what? What are you saying?" And he said, "Your cells are so confused." Because what the gold does is it helps you to tell your cells how to restructure, to go back to their original DNA formation. And so I'm doing this nightly meditation, to retrieve my original DNA. And I'm taking this gold twice a day at maximum dose. And he told me that I was like fizzing inside, and I needed to lay off the gold. So I did ask for help. I asked my angels and guides, and I said, well, if I need to clear it out, let's just clear it out. And again, be careful what you ask for. I went through a whole week of purging that I couldn't even leave the house. I was like, okay, I know I asked for this, but I didn't know I asked for this. So please,
I was
mercy.
asking, but I didn't realize what I was asking for.
So how much do you take now, honey? Because I take it twice a day.
Do you have it in the dropper?
Yeah.
Okay, so I take a half a dropper every other day.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna at least do one a day instead of 2 a day.
See, I know that Yaya takes it twice a day, and she takes as much as I was taking, and it didn't affect her the same way. So it doesn't.
Yeah, because I feel okay. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe I'm not clear enough with my cells on what they need to be doing. My communication with my cells wasn't clear enough, but my cells were confused. And Robin said I felt like a dang bubble bath inside. So I had to back off, and then I did ask to be cleansed, and I was sorry, and then I just went to taking the half a dropper full every other day, and since then I've been fine, and that's been about a year. So, but it makes a big difference in how you feel. It makes a big difference in your joints, in your sleep, all of it. I mean,
yes, everything.
Your skin, everything.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
It's called monatomic gold.
Yeah, and you can get it online. And there are different brands. What kind do you take, Hope?
I usually get it right up to I am Joy. I usually get it right up to TikTok shop between $30 and $40.
Yes, and it's Joy is the
I
one
am Joy.
I think
And they
that's
have other more expensive brands out there, but this one's just as good, you know? But
well.
make sure you get the black. What bottle do you get, honey? Because I get the black and gold bottle.
Yes, and it's the I am
Okay.
Joy, and that's the
Yes.
through my research, that's the best, most purest form of the gold. Just
That's good to
because
know.
I spent like 4 months researching this before I put it in my body. You know.
Well, I'll definitely look it up and do something there.
Can you
Yeah,
write the
and
name of that in the chat?
I am Joy.
Yeah, because Batman was asking what was it called? Yeah, iodized salt is really bad for you, but unless you need the iodine, but you can get iodine supplements. It's
Well,
actually better. I think they say it's better to get iodine from fruits and vegetables.
you can poison yourself with iodine. You need to be careful.
Yeah.
All these people taking all these supplements need to be careful because more is not always better.
Nope.
Right.
Right.
That's the reason why I'm doing the activated charcoal cleanse, because it's not going to kill me if I screw up. The worst it can do is make you have real severe diarrhea. So
Diarrhea, cha-cha-cha.
I get it in the 4-ounce bottle, and it's usually around $50. It varies, depends on what I get it from the I Am Joy website, but it just depends.
yeah, mine
Sometimes
is
they have
from
a sale.
bamboo. My activated charcoal is from bamboo. So
Anyway, yeah, when I way back in the old days, when I was learning about herbs and alternate therapies, I learned really quick that you have to look at the brand. You have to be able to trust the brand. And I've always
right.
We've been getting Mother Earth magazine for, I don't know, since I was 22 or 3.
Yeah, I used to get that.
And I always go with what they say, and they'll usually give you an option between 2 or 3 different brands of herbs, and whether you're taking capsules or teas. Or the other thing is that people talk about teas, but you have to drink a lot of tea to get the dose. And I don't drink that much tea.
Yeah, I'm not that much of a tea drinker either.
So I'm like, So I just get I get the capsules, and I make sure that the brand, the people that are making it are doing it ethically, and they're not just putting in a bunch of fillers. So that's the other thing you have to watch for.
Yeah.
They just throw a bunch of stuff in your capsule and call it a day.
Yep.
So, but then sometimes things that are absorbed through your skin. That's the quickest, most efficient way to absorb anything is through your skin or underneath your tongue, sublingually. Because we all
like
have
the magnesium oil. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all have these big blood vessels underneath our tongues, and it goes straight to the system.
Yep, sublingual, yes.
Mm-hmm. And it's quick. So, in medicine, that makes a difference. Sometimes if you can't get it straight into the vein, you can get there almost as quick under the tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's been through so much.
She has. She really, really has.
The doctor said
Ruth is on my prayer list, sweetheart. I keep her in my prayers, you and her both in my prayers always.
Oh, I appreciate it so much.
We love y'all.
Well, I love y'all, and she does too.
Well, and participating in those group healings and things like what Yaya does, those are way more powerful than we know.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
gosh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
missed her last one
I
Oh
because
did
my
that's
too.
when
goodness.
I was on the road.
Mm. I was shaking. It was just, there was
And
so
were you
much
having to drive
energy.
back by yourself?
Yeah.
Oh my lord, honey.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
that's a long drive for a person single and by themselves in their car. Yeah.
It was something. Well, I had my dog with me,
Well, I'm sure
but
that helped, but you
Yeah.
know,
yeah,
and then
If
I know that you probably had to deal with your kids and all the other stuff, and so I'm sure that you're just beat up right now and you just need to rest.
yeah, that's it. I do.
mm-hmm.
Take
And
care of
trust.
yourself.
You were
And
drained.
you did an amazing thing for someone, and I admire you for that. But you cannot pour from an empty cup, and that was a lot. That was a lot for you to have done.
Yeah.
Well, I just felt so sorry for her. And she was doing everything she could back at home.
You know.
You're such a
Well,
kind soul, Diane.
yeah, she is. Well, and as Cryon says, we can't let the weight of everything that's going on right now defeat us. We have to understand it's all a
Mm-hmm.
purpose. There's a purpose to it. It's to lift the collective. It's not to bring us down. It's to help us open our eyes and see. And we
Right.
don't send sorrow or fear or anger or angst. We
Right.
only send love, just waves and waves of love out through the universe to
Mm-hmm.
penetrate some of this because we have to turn on the light. You
Well, does
know,
Cryon have a live?
no, he Lee Carroll channels Tryon,
Uh huh.
and he's been channeling him since 1998, and I discovered him on YouTube in 2000, and I've
Yeah,
been
they have a
listening to
YouTube. He
him
has a
ever
YouTube
since.
channel.
And now there are several YouTube channels that play his channelings and discussions, but they travel all over too. And they have conventions and seminars and teachings all over the world where people come for a retreat,
Well,
and
so
they will he'll
do I.
record he'll record a lot of what he's teaching in those retreats.
So I go to YouTube under
Yeah,
Lee Carroll or Crod.
either one, it'll take you there.
Okay.
But Cryon is Kryon. Sorry, I had a brain.
All right.
But he's so calming and he's so common sense, and he reminds me that we're beautiful, we're wonderful, we're not all the things we think we are, and this world is not the horrible place we think it is. But
Right.
these are all we're on a learning expedition, and if you don't have anything to learn, then why would you be here? You know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we did ask for it, and we sat down and decided what we were going to do, and we chose our experiences based on the experience we wanted to have this time. You know.
Or the experience we needed to have. Yes.
No, he doesn't even say that. He
No.
doesn't even say that. No, he says it's not necessarily that you needed it, it's that you wanted it. And that's why he wants us to see life as a joy.
I
It's
really
not
need
a
to have a talk with myself about what I wanted.
yeah, well, everybody says that. But
Right.
the thing is that it's not a punishment. It's not a have to.
No.
It's not a lesson. These are just adventures that we chose because it looked good. I mean, we were looking through a travel brochure saying where the heck we want to go this time. And we picked out a spot And we picked out the people we wanted to take with us and be with us, during this adventure. And we came down here, and then we had to fight our way through the amnesia and the cloudiness to try to remember who we are. But that is really the purpose of what we're doing, is to remember. That's the only purpose you need to keep in mind. Is your only purpose is to remember who you are
Right.
and to have
That's my
fun.
saying.
Just have fun. There's no reason for you to feel persecuted or in lack or just sad or defeated or whatever. There's just not any reason for that, because we're none of those things. We're beautiful, divine beings. We are so loved. We could never even imagine how loved we are. And it's just right there. It's right there for us. We just have to open our eyes and remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we get through with this one, we're going to go float around on our cloud with our buddies, with our little hookah bars, and we're going to be saying, where you want to go next, bud? What's the next
Well,
place?
I'm going to pick out better traveling companions this next time, because this time I picked out some real doozies.
But you obviously chose them for a reason, and
Yeah.
you learned, and you wouldn't be who you are, Mel, if you hadn't had
This
those
is true. This is
experiences.
true. This is true. My
And
experiences in life have taught me a lot of stuff and have made me the person that I am, and made me the loving, kind person that I am,
Yeah.
and showed me
So-
exactly how much of a loving person I was, because people could do stuff to me and they would, lip service, I'm sorry, and I would always accept it, and I always accepted their apologies with 100%, to the point to where it got, I would let them just keep doing it until, finally you get to that breaking point where you're like, I'm done. I've accepted your apologies. I've accepted the fact that you didn't mean to injure me, that maybe I might have had a part in my own injuries, but I'm done with you. And I just let those people go. And then after I let them go, I realized, what was I holding on to? I was holding on to my own pain.
Well, that's part of the learning experience as well. Is
Yes.
as we rise, then there's going to be people that fall away and others that come in, and it's
Yeah.
all a divine experience. And the thing that impresses me absolutely about crime is he'll tell you he's a collective. His name has been lots of different names. I mean, humans have to name things, so that's why he has the name Cryon this time. But he's been part of a collective, over the millions of years. And many of the people that are being channeled today are collectives. They are souls that are all collective and speaking collectively. And we just give them a name because humans just want to. And we just, like our guides, we think, I got to know my guide's name. Well, you don't. You don't have to know their name. And
No.
all you have to know is that they're there and do what they're trying to help you do. But the thing I think impresses me the most about him is how often he says he's never been embodied. He's never ever had a body. And he cannot even imagine what it would be like to be separate from God, from Source.
Yeah.
And he thinks that humans and other types of people who live lives, but especially humans, because we go through the fog of amnesia and forget what it's like to be with God, he cannot even imagine that. It makes him cry every time he talks about it, that he cannot even imagine what it's like not to be a part of God, and to think that God is outside of himself. He just can't go there. And he has so much admiration for the souls who volunteered to do this. And he said we would be shocked to know how many people are just anticipate or can't wait to live a life. And once they get back there, then they can't wait to come back. It's an amazing thing to live life. If we just need to learn how to let that go and remember who we are.
How to navigate.
Yes, and he's got right now. There's a lot of different videos, Diane, that you'll come across on the Cryon channel that are compilations where he'll start out kind of in the middle of something where he's in a seminar and then he talks and then he'll go right into another one from a different time and maybe even a different year. You know, they just kind of put them together because they were kind of on the same topic.
Ah.
So don't get confused, you know,
Well,
because
I'm gonna look at it.
he'll mention like in the year 2012 and you're like, what? Weren't we just in, didn't you just say something about 2024? But yeah, they compile them based on the subject in some of the YouTube channels.
Okay.
And so you'll get an hour and a half, 2 hour long compilation of something that he's speaking of to inspire us, I guess. And when he has already said that when Lee Carroll transitions, then he won't be there. He won't like go to anybody else. But he also explains the channeling so well about how come so many people do it so differently. Why they appear to be different, and why some people are jerky and some people aren't, and some people are talk in a different voice and look different, and some people don't. And he talks about how that person was approached for whatever reason by the collective that wanted to be heard through them, and then that person makes a deal with that collective. And Suzanne Geisman talks about this a lot too, because she channels and you can't tell. She doesn't change. She doesn't close her eyes. She just talks because they're talking in her ear the whole time. Now she will get a little confused sometimes because they're talking in her ear and she's channeling, and then somebody else is talking to her too, and she'll get a little rattled every now and again because she's got to bring her attention back. But there's some people that have to sit real still, close their eyes, talk in a different voice. There's some people that appear to be jerky, or like Bashir, he'll do weird things with his hands, and then sometimes he talks with an accent. But it's all based on what the person made a deal with the collective. I will do it, but I don't want to see anything. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to be present. And then other people say, no, I want to still be here. I want to hear what you're saying, what's coming out of my mouth. I want to know what's going on. So they're, you know, they make a deal on how they want it to happen and how they want it to look. And like when Robin was learning about his channeling, he videotaped all of that for us so that we could watch him from the very beginning learn that he was a channel and who he was channeling and the information that was coming through. And he let us see. He was very vulnerable. He let us see how his body reacted in the beginning, how it was jerky and floppy, and and even now he's so smooth now, but even now you can tell when he goes into channel, he does his head kind of lifts up a little bit, and he'll close his eyes so and he'll say, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm going to say it because he knows it's coming in. Or he'll say, I'm watching myself speak, he'll say. And, sometimes he'll remember and sometimes he won't. And that's what many of the channels say, is that sometimes they'll remember what they channeled and sometimes they won't. And then there's some really, really, really good channelers out there that they remember everything. Or they'll, obviously most of them videotape so they can try to remember
I'm gonna have to
everything.
start doing that if I channel. Because sometimes I don't know what the hell it said. I'm like, remember what you said the other night in that channel? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, huh? No?
No.
I don't remember because, like I said before when it came to channeling, when it comes to some of the spirits, they want to come through me and They speak. I'm not here because I let them have full control because I feel that it's them. They're taking time out of their work up there. I'm gonna let them have this space down here to speak through me, and I feel that I would be an interruption if I'm in there with them.
There's
So,
no up.
uh,
There's no up there and down there. We're all here.
well,
We're
you know what I
everywhere.
mean.
Yeah.
And that's why I let them speak through me as in that point of view. But when it comes to like Graham or some of the other ones like Graham Arthur or Aphrodite or someone like that, um, I'm I'm there in the back and I'm listening to what they say.
Well,
So it's
Suzanne
kind of both
Geisman
for
is
me.
very fascinating to me. She was in the military for many, many years, and she would never have been a spiritual person. And it was kind of thrust upon her. And then I've watched her grow, over the years. I think it was 2016 when she really started, taking on steam. And she does a lot of different programs on YouTube, connecting with angels, connecting with your guides, just general questions. There's two other women that they have a question and answer session a couple of times a week, and she does seminars and programs and teachings and online programs that are free and some aren't. Um, because it's like she was saying the other day on one of her videos that someone was saying you shouldn't charge for your gifts. And she said, nowhere would anybody else just work for free. This is our profession. This is what we're doing, spending our time on. So we've honed it. So we're doing an energy exchange, So why wouldn't they get paid? And it's okay. And it's okay if you don't want to get paid. Either way, it's up to you. No judgment. Either way, you know. So I don't know. I just come at it from a non-judgmental way. If someone wants to get paid for what they do, then I'm happy to pay them. And if they don't, if they feel very strongly that they should not get paid for what they do, then okay, I won't pay them. But it's like Brim. You take donations. You don't charge. You could. You
Yeah.
certainly could. And I wouldn't think any less of you for it because you have a lot of knowledge and you have a lot of information. You have a lot of gifts to share, and that should be worth something. I think,
So pick people who actually have a gift and actually give you real information. I have no problem with them charging because that is their right to be able to charge for their time and their energy. But there are a lot of people out there that are just full of BS that are out
That's
there
what.
charging people and giving them an information that is total lies.
Well, that's
That's
where
that's the
discernment
problem.
comes in,
Yeah.
and that it's not a problem. It is
Mhm.
not a problem. It is that it is a person. It's their discernment. If they are happy being told all this BS and paying for it, then that's their
Mhm.
reality.
Right.
We have to learn to use our discernment, and sometimes we have to be tricked
Yep.
before we learn what that looks like.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I just, if those people will want to keep on doing what they're doing on TikTok and people want to keep on paying them for that, then that's between them and
That's
Source.
their business. Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not, what other people think about me is not my business.
Right.
And, what I think about them is not their business. So I just, whatever. And people are learning lessons and moving along through life, ever how they do it. And if it's paying a charlatan, then they're going to learn, aren't they?
Yeah. It's
Or if
their
it's,
money. Let them part ways with it the way they want to.
well, yeah, it's like it's like a gift. Once you give it, it's theirs. You don't have any control over what they do. So you give
Truly.
them the gift of wisdom, and they can do with it what they choose.
Right.
Honestly. So that's why it's important for people like us to be on here talking, so that people like Dark can come in and listen to somebody who's down to earth
Mm-hmm.
and talk about spirituality in a human way,
Right.
in a more down to earth way. Anyway, I'm on a soapbox and y'all didn't push me off.
Well, you enjoy
No,
it when you
that's
get on
good,
your
though.
soapbox, honey.
Mm.
We
Anyway,
get
Diane,
information when you get on your soapbox, sweetheart.
That's right.
get on YouTube and look up Cryon and you'll be addicted, Diane.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now, and I can't find it.
You can't
It's
find. I'll send you
it's
something.
okay.
In fact, I think on my page, I think I posted a couple of different addresses, and people are upset with me because I post them and they can't just press them and go to that, go there.
Yeah.
On TikTok, you can't do that. You actually have to type it in on the YouTube to find that channel.
Well,
But
you
I'll
said Kryon.
Kryon.
Mm-hmm.
Kryon. Cryon.
All right.
Cryon.
That's what I'm typing into YouTube.
I'll send you something. I don't know if I send it to you in a DM. I don't know if you can press it and go there or not, but at least you'll know the address.
Yeah, because that's what I need, because I can't find it.
Yeah, if you send her a video, honey, she can watch it.
What, Hopi?
If you DM her like a video or forward a video to her,
Yeah.
when she's watching it, it'll open, and then I think she'll be there, like she'll be on YouTube.
Okay. All right. I'll send her one. There's a really good one I want her to listen to. I've been listening to some older ones because I have them all saved in my phone, and I keep going back to some of the older ones lately for some reason. And then I also like the compilations because it kind of mixes a lot of the past and the present and how it's affecting us now. And but I'll send you a couple.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Well, like I said, I'm looking for it, but I can't find anything under YouTube.
I don't know that I've ever listened to Cryon on here.
You can also look up Lee Carroll and Cryon will come up also.
Well, and
Yeah.
I looked up LeeCarroll.
Yeah,
Mhm,
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. You can't bring it up either way.
Yeah.
I know on my YouTube, if at the very top, it'll have top news, politics, spirituality, meditation. You may need to go into one of those, the spirituality or meditation subgroups.
Ow.
Or not. I don't know. I'll send you a couple.
That'd be great, because I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You're not doing anything wrong. It's just not supposed to happen yet, for whatever reason. You're supposed to listen to the one I'm going to send you first.
There you go. Well, I think that'd be great.
Okay. He's very calming. But I also, I don't know if, do you know Asiel the Oracle? Have you been on his lives, Diane?
No.
He has a podcast. If you go on his page, you can
Bye,
go.
AK, take care. I'm sorry.
You can go on there, and he has readings for the collectives, and there's about 258 or 60 different readings that he from the very beginning, and he recorded them all the way up to, and I think even recorded some recently, as in the last 6 months or so. But he was hot and heavy with them for a long time, and it's very interesting to listen to him talk about God.
I think
He
you love him, Diane. He's really like, he's just such a beautiful soul.
he is. I mean, he is. He and when he talks about, I mean, to me, because I was feeling very disillusioned with the whole God Jesus thing, and for me, who's gone to church always and been very spiritual and always had God in my life, it was a very unfamiliar feeling for me to get my hackles up every time somebody said Jesus, you know? And I was like, what is wrong with me? And it wasn't anything wrong with me. It was just the way I was thinking about it. And it certainly wasn't anything wrong with Jesus. It's just the way he's been portrayed. And Robin worked me through that. It took us these last 3 years. He has worked me all through that to where I feel that spiritual connectedness and loving ambience when I think of God and Jesus again.
Right. And I think, because it's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like you, I've always been very spiritual. So it's something.
When I watch these people trying to deconstruct and I see the damage that the church has done, and when I watch my grandchildren, how confused they are, and the way my daughter thinks, it makes me angry.
Right.
But I'm not. But I was displacing my anger. I was being mad at God and Jesus when it's not there.
Right.
But if you could look up Asiel, it's ASIEL, the Oracle.
ASIEL.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll do that too.
Yes, Robin has beautiful lives, and he's lately he's just been showing the cards. He doesn't need the cards. He channels everything, but he does the cards because they're so pretty, and it's entertaining to people, and it's also validating. The cards will validate what he's channeling. And so, I mean, everybody has their own methods of doing things. And I've heard people say, oh, don't pay any attention to people who have a candle, or don't pay attention to people who have cards, or, blah, blah. Everybody has their own way. And there's valuable lessons to be learned from everyone. Even the lessons we don't want to learn or didn't like learning, those were still valuable. It was still valuable to figure out who to listen to, who not to listen to. But I've been
He kind
listening
of
to
does it the
crime.
same way I do.
Yeah. And and I validate you, Grim. You don't read these things. You don't watch these shows. You don't watch other channelers. And so when you say something, I can validate you because I've heard it 5 other places. I've read it somewhere else. I read it back when I was 10 or 12 or 14 or 15.
Absolutely.
I knew those things already, and I can validate you. I can vouch for you. Even though you don't watch those people or pay attention to them, I do. And I know what you're saying.
Because I feel like if the universe is trying to tell me something, I don't want to know about it. I want them to tell me. And then if I need to look it up, then I look it up. But no, I go by whatever the universe tells me.
Well, and Cryon tells Lee not to listen to other channelers. He tells him, don't listen to other channelers, don't read their material, don't pay attention, because what I'm telling you is true, is what you need to know. It doesn't need to be polluted with the personality of anybody else.
And that's what I've been saying too.
Yes, because your personality, I mean, of course, Lee's personality comes into it, because how could you not? But he's been channeling Cryon for so long, and he's kind of like Edgar Casey. They told Edgar Casey that he could channel in a different manner that wouldn't be so difficult on his physical body, but he
But he
refused
chose
to.
to do it the way he did.
Yes, and they told him it will shorten your life, and he didn't. He made that choice anyway because he didn't want to have any influence on any of the healing or words that were coming through him, and so he chose that, and it did ruin his health, and the same thing is happening with Lee Carroll, in that his body is breaking down from all the years of channeling that he's been doing.
It takes a lot of energy.
I'll certify to that, and I will, I will back that up because when I do it, I feel very drained, like someone just like a vampire just come over and suck my blood out. Because when I let them come in for a long amount of time, it's like holy crap, and I'm tired and I have to go to sleep. And then when I do, I sleep for like 10 hours.
Well, because you turn your vessel over to them, and their energy is so high coming into your physical body, it's hard on your body. And
Yeah.
if you were to channel in a different manner, it wouldn't be that hard on your physical body. But this is what you've chosen, and there's nothing wrong with what you've chosen, but you do have those consequences for that. And you just rest and drink a lot of water, and
That's
to me,
kind of
it's
why
energy.
the other ones are more easier because they don't drain me as much as the other ones. It's like holy crap.
Well, some of those energies you channel are old and strong. They're very way up there.
Well, you missed that one. The one time I was talking to somebody, I got some Atlantean. I don't know where it came from or how it even came. One day I was starting to talk, and all of a sudden, it was like I was talking like I'm an Atlantean or something, and the person's looking at me like, "What the hell happened here?" And all of a sudden, he started going on talking about Atlantis and all this and that, and his name was like Nunu, not it's Nyuu, Nuyu or something like that. He's like, I'm the Atlantean king, going blah blah blah. And I'm like, whoa, what? And he started hauling off stuff, and he went on for like 45 minutes. And after he decided to depart, I'm like, holy crap. I was like, I gotta go. I went to sleep for 14 hours after that. That was.
Well, you really should record some of these, Brim.
I know.
Because you can't remember all of it. And if you want to share it with us, it's hard for you to share it because you can't remember it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing that. I mean, some of them that come through, it's like, what?
I love when you let Brim out. I like listening to him.
Oh,
He's so gruff and funny.
But then I got the Valley Girl. She talks a lot.
I can always tell when you're talking your whiny Valley Girl voice.
Oh, yeah. And then you got the area. She sounds like a little Irish woman. She sounds like an Irish woman. It's pretty funny.
She's got that Celtic lilt.
Yeah, and then Epi sounds more like. She sounds like a person from India.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. That's cool.
When do you do this, Gwen?
Huh?
When do you channel?
Usually whenever they have a message.
Oh, I've never heard you channel.
I think you have.
Kind of pops out of him sometimes.
You have, Callie. You just didn't know that's what he was doing. But because his voice will change, or he'll, like when he talks different, or he'll just pop out with something some obscure piece of information that who knows who needed it at the time. You know.
And sometimes they go back to back. It's funny. 1 minute Solo would be talking, and then now Brim would talk, and then Epi talks, and Area talks, and Brim talks. It's like they're all having a conversation. And it's like, what the hell?
So it's random?
But it is cool.
It is random.
Very cool.
Wow.
I know Trina down here. Trina's heard them go back to back to back, and she's also heard them. She's heard them a lot. Trina's the one who heard them a lot, and Heather has. When and I think Honey's heard most of them.
Yeah.
I think Hopi has too.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I've heard it a lot.
Hopi has too.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I've heard it a lot.
Hopi has too.
Whoa.
I think the hardest channeling I've ever done was when I was with a group and they had me channel Gaia, Ra, and Horus. That was by far the most tightest experience I've ever done. Hopi remembers that one. I tell you, that would wore me the hell out.
I thought
felt like
Gaia
I was
was
taking.
her.
I felt like I was taken out to the whooping. I felt like I was taken outside to the whooping shit to beat down. Remember that, Hopi?
Yeah, I do.
And none of them even sounded like me. It was totally like. I don't even know how to even word it. Hopi knows what happened because I have no idea.
Yeah, you can tell when you're channeling because they totally sound different, you know?
Can you, do you want to tell a story? Because, like I said, I don't remember. I remember them being there. I don't remember the whole entire thing.
I don't remember a lot of it either because it was so far back. But I just remember back then that that's when all of them started coming out of you, you know?
Right? Because when I remember channeling Gaia, I seen the earth come up. It looked like a figure was coming out of the soil and it was dropping off her. And then she's like, I hope you're ready, blah. And then she started talking. And she's talking and talking and talking for about 45 minutes. And then all of a sudden...
Yeah, I've heard a lot of messages from you, Brim.
And then as that's coming up, right as she's coming through and trying to wrap it up, because right at that moment, Ra, I could picture a pyramid and Ra coming down. And I'm like, oh no, you gotta get out. You gotta, you gotta hurry up because there's no way I'm holding Gaia and Ra at the same time. There ain't no way. So I'm like, no. And I'm like, thank you for coming. Been great.
I remember they were coming in like one after the other, and he was like, oh.
I was like, oh no. It's like I opened up the
It was a long one that day. That was a long message because it was like one said a lot, and then the next one came in and said a lot, and then the next, it was like, wow.
And it was like 5 hours long. I remember it was like, holy crap.
That was really impressive. That's when you were starting to realize how many and how good and how much you were gifted in that, you know?
But the one that stuck around was Horus. He comes out and he's really he's got that attitude where he doesn't mind helping humans, but he's kind of annoyed with them at this point.
I feel that.
Well, I can understand him, and sometimes I have to like, no, Horace, no, we can't go there today. Nope, we can't have that discussion. Because sometimes he just wants to go blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no, we gotta be nice. He's like, well, they won't understand if we don't do it that way. I'm like, okay. So because that's the kind of discussions I have in my head with some of them before I let them speak, because, some of them come up really harsh.
I like that guy that lives in Hawaii. I can't think of his name right now, but he channels an aspect of Saint Germain. I absolutely adore listening to him channel. He's usually on Next Level Soul podcast or Jeff Mara, and he's just, Saint Germain is a character. This aspect of him, and he explains how he has all these different aspects in Shard, and so that's why he sounds different, channeled through different people. But it's also because you're colored by the personality of the person you're channeling through. But anyway, he's hilarious sometimes talking about how stupid we all are and how when he went, especially during different parts of his life. But something I didn't know was that he was actually Sir Francis Bacon, Saint Germain was. And he kind of felt bad about some of the things he did to deceive as far as the Bible. But he said that's what he came to do. That's what he was there for. So he couldn't really,
Were you in the live when Brim went and talked to Callum?
What?
Yes, yes, yes.
Why?
Which
Holy cow.
time? Which time?
Brim
Brim has
and King
gone off
Arthur.
on Mac so many times.
Brim and King
And
Arthur went off on Mac. That was crazy.
oh, King Arthur, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking Brim, but
Yeah, they both did.
Saint Germain is such an interesting character. I mean, he talks about all the different lives he had, but I had no idea that he was actually Sir Francis Bacon. That was his human life. But anyway, this guy from Hawaii, I just can't think of his name. And then there's another lady on the program, Wisdom from the North.
I
She
heard
has
of
a
that
lot.
one.
She has a lot of really good people, gifted people, channelers and astrologers, and just really good people on there.
D-
Energy healers and stuff. I like to listen to her.
That one lady, I started listening to her. You know who she is. I can't remember her name. She's kind of like that Muslim lady. Every time she speaks, it's like, damn, I already said that. I already said that, and she says it. And you know who she is, honey, with the E name. She channels a lot of beings too, and she's kind of her name begins with an E.
I'll have to think about it. There's a lady that I listen to on Next Level Soul, and also on Suzanne Geisman. Her name is Belinda something, and she channels the archangels, is what she says. And it's just she's so quiet and calm and fascinating, and they wear her out too. And they'll be talking, and they'll say, "We're going to give Belinda a break," and then she'll kind of shake her head a little bit and come out and talk, and then they'll go back in and finish whatever they were saying because it just wears her completely out. But she's such a
Oh, that's who she is.
gentle soul. Gentle.
Her name is Ilana. Ilana.
Ilana.
I just started listening to her because, like, in the last, I watched like 2 of her videos, and I was like, holy crap.
Mhm.
And I was like, that confirms a lot of what I've been saying because I was listening to her. I was like, whoa, okay.
Mhm.
That kind of threw me through a loop because I was like, yo, what? Confirmation here.
I like to listen to Lee Harris. He channels what he calls disease. He's from Australia, and he does retreats and speaks to large audiences as well. And they're all saying the same things. All of them. They're all saying the same things.
Really?
And they're all channeling the same thing. All of them. And they're saying these are the things we need to know. This is how we need to handle this. And that's, all the confirmation I need is that every one of these people are all channeling these collectives that are all saying the exact same thing.
Wow.
So what we're doing is what we're supposed to be doing. And that's sending out love, sending out unconditional love. We can't be looking at, punishment. Like I hear so many people say, well, I can't wait for the space people to come and they can trot those people out and we're going to hang them or we're going to do this or do that or, and that's wrong. We need to look with love and compassion at everyone,
Right.
every single one, because every one of us came here for a reason, for a purpose, and if everybody was beautiful and perfect, we'd already be ascended. There wouldn't
Right.
be the earth would, it wouldn't be necessary to have a life on earth if we were already ascended and already beautiful and perfect, and we didn't have examples of things we don't want, right? So saying that, well, this one side says, well, this part of the government all needs to be shamed and hung and punished, and then the other half is saying the other half of the government needs to be shamed and hung and punished. It's like it's all the same soup, we're all in the same mess, and it's all because we needed to learn something. We needed to learn to be compassionate and loving and unconditional.
And
And we can't,
empowering each other.
yes, being a collective, being part of the collective, which is how we are on the other side. We're all part of a collective on the other side.
I think it all stems from the Tower of Babel too, because I think that's another reason why a lot of humans do not want to be working together, because the last time they were together, they knocked it down. So that I think that was very bad of them to do that. I think it's very bad that the beings or whoever was in charge at that time decided to knock down that tower, because that affected the human race more than it should have.
Well, it's probably, I don't know, it's probably some kind of trauma in our DNA that got stuck.
Yeah.
We just need to transmute it, get over it, you know.
Right.
But
And what,
it's
thousands
just,
of years now?
oh yeah, millions of years. I mean, Cryan was talking about, the soil of where the conflict is right now. There's been so much conflict in that particular area for so long that it really has just taken on an energy of its own, you
Right.
know. But the most interesting channeling I think I ever heard was a woman who was channeling Hitler. And
Oh
I wish
yeah.
I could remember her name. She was on Wisdom from the North, and she was
You got to be
talking
careful
about.
when you say that name, because I
Oh,
will
sorry.
get booted for that one.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. But she was
Well, that's
saying that he was explaining that he didn't come as an individual soul. He came as an energy that was needed at the time for what was going to happen to cause what happened, for us to wake up, to start the awakening, and that he volunteered his soul experience for that. And of course, once it was over, you have to go through kind of almost like a rehab on the other side, where they bring you in and show you all that love and unconditional, and you're so great and wonderful, and thank you for what you sacrificed for us to do, for the collective. And it was very interesting to me. She also channels a lot of the angels, the archangels, and she was channeling morning, the angel of the morning that everybody thinks is so evil, but honestly, he's not. He just loves Earth and humans so much. He didn't
well,
want to go
okay.
back.
For a minute, you had me lost it from what was she talking about? Oh, and then you said Angel
Yeah,
of the Morning. Oh. I was like,
yeah.
what?
Well,
My
I got
mind
in
just.
trouble for just spitting out what I said
Yeah.
right before that.
My
So
mind
anyway,
just
yeah,
went somewhere else. I
yeah.
was
But
like,
anyway,
what?
yeah. I mean, the thing is that honestly, he just, he didn't want to go back to the archangel realm where he had to stay neutral,
Mm-hmm.
because he has such a passion for humans. He wanted to stay and interact with humanity, and he was just told you can't do both. You can't keep going back and forth. It's not good for your soul. And so he made a choice, and it's not that he made a bad choice or a wrong choice, or he's not a bad soul. He just made a choice. Of course, we took that and ran.
Free will.
Yeah, we took that and ran with it, didn't we?
Yeah.
But yeah,
And a lot of people say angels don't have free will. I think they do.
Oh yeah, they do. Of course they do. You know, and whether they're archangels or
Well, if they
seraphims or,
didn't, the fall wouldn't have happened. What they call the
Exactly.
fall.
well, and
If
that's
they
what they're
didn't have
talking.
free will, they couldn't have chosen differently than what they were told they had to choose.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I was just talking about, was what is termed the great fall was not really a great fall. He didn't fall from anything. He just made a different choice. He chose not to go back up into that sacred circle where his soul wouldn't be so interactive with humanity. He didn't want that for himself, and some of the other angels said, "Okay, we'll go with you too." You know,
The other 72.
yeah. It's not like they wanted to come down here and do bad things. They just want to interact. They're in love with humanity, and they just wanted to be a part of us. And they
And when
couldn't
they
keep
came,
going back and forth.
yeah, and when they came down here, they were looked at as gods, kind of like Odin, Zeus,
And this,
Shiva,
yeah,
Aphrodite, all of them. That's what they became. They became
yeah,
those gods, as people call them in
yes,
different religions.
because they were, you know, so spectacular. And
Mm-hmm.
if we were to see an actual angel in its actual form, it would be like Moses seeing the burning bush, because they're just too glorious for us to even be able to look on.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why they have to change their form when they come to visit.
Yeah, they'd scare us to death if they showed up like they are. You know, and I think it even says that in the Bible, that if we would
Yeah.
see God as He really is, it would blind and deafen and destroy us if
Mm-hmm.
we
It's
actually saw.
too much for us, too much for
Mm,
our psyche.
Too much for our energy.
Yes.
that is true. But anyway, yeah, I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. I listened to a lot of interesting things when I was traveling. Diane, can you mute your mic? Is it over?
Man, that's rough. I think it's over.
Yeah.
Rough when that happens. Jeez. I think it's over.
Yeah.
Rough when that happens. Jeez.
Oh, God.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
Rough when that happens. Jeez.
Drives me nuts.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
Rough when that happens. Jeez.
Drives me nuts.
I think it's over. Rough when that happens.
One at a time. One at a time.
Everybody's going 2 or 3 times.
One at a time.
Everybody's going 2 or 3 times.
One at a time.
Everybody's going 2 or 3 times.
One at a time.
Everybody's going 2 or 3 times.
Diane, you may have to go down and come back up.
All right.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go because I've finished all my yard work and finished my watering, and I already fed the cats. And now he's side-eyeing me, so I need to go in.
It's time for you to spend some time with your man.
I love you, honey bunny.
I
Love
love
you,
you
sugar.
too. Y'all have fun, and I'll see you around.
Have a
I'll
good
see you
evening.
too.
I will.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. So if anybody would like to hit the like, shares, donations are welcome. That'd be great. It helps the algorithm. And we're going to go on for about another hour.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I would donate, but I'm broke.
We're
You know I love you.
all broke. We're all broke.
Yep. But I can tap away. I can tap like crazy.
Oh, I like toppers.
Them tap it, tap, tap, tap. In another life, I was a tap dancer.
Right. I wanted to talk to Michael, but we were too wrapped up in talking with other people. But Michael came in. Oh, thank you for the gift, Trina. I wanted to talk to Michael, but because I keep getting like King Arthur wants to speak to Michael, but she keeps popping in and out and never gets a chance to do that. The Armada of ships. Man, I have really got to ask him about that. I keep on forgetting about that. And the only thing that
You'll
comes,
ask when it's time for you to ask.
yeah, apparently because I keep hearing
Yeah.
about it, and then when I go and I have my meditation time, I do it like twice a day, and I haven't really done it today since I've been woke up. I'm on live, so probably a little bit later I'll go in and ask about the Armada and see what it's about. See if they give me anything if I can remember. But yeah.
You know, Brim, if you what you could do, hon, when you want to do these, when you do the channeling and you don't want to do it on live, you could always
I'm
record it
gonna
and
have to
post
go.
it
They
later.
won't let me. Hold on. Something's going on here. They're acting stupid.
Who's acting stupid?
The TikTok. Hold on.
Oh.
I'm getting Okay, go on. That was really weird.
What happened?
Did you get in trouble?
No, it was like inactivity, but we've been talking this entire time, so who knows? It's being
Weird.
And that's what I was talking about, that if people are, a lot of people, when they're not tapping or they're not donating or they're not sharing,
Then TikTok says,
thinks,
"Oh, y'all are done."
it says you're not being active, and it shuts the live down. That's why I kept saying that. that
Grim, it's also, you know what it is? You're not in front of the screen.
Yeah,
If you don't
yeah, because they
show
put up
up,
these little puzzles that you've got to
that's
do.
what the activity is. Because I know a couple other.
I don't
Got Brim going on
You
now.
have to, because then it's
Okay. I guess that's how we felt about it. And it's funny when I can hardly hear you, Hopi. It sounds like you're in a tunnel and you're down in a pit somewhere screaming up at me, and I'm like, hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
No,
no,
you
you're
still
still
sound
down in
far
that
away,
pit.
still
You want me to
muffled.
throw you a rope?
Hey, it shows that her mic is. Try your mic. There you go.
Is that better?
No.
It's. What the heck?
Maybe she's covering the mic. I've been tapping a lot tonight, buddy.
I've never shoved them puzzle right up there, pooper shooper. And occasionally it's funny because, like, my son's mom one day, she's like, can you go and do this? And I'm like, I didn't really feel like doing it, right? And all of a sudden you hear Brim go, blah, 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 blah. She goes, what did you say? I was like, I didn't say nothing. Because I know I heard you say something.
Say something.
I didn't say nothing.
It wasn't me. Grim was telling you to go fuck yourself.
And then my son, and then my roommate, he would ask something, right? And Solo would go, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, looks at me, he's like, did you just say that? I'm like, say what? They do that to me. And that's why I think it's funny, because sometimes, like, the channels, they come right out and they just say, like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, hello. I remember that one time, like, they wanted me to help them move the furniture. And I did not feel like moving. I mean, my back was hurting, and they wanted me to help them move from one house to the other. So we were getting into this move, and you know, we loaded up the truck, and then I had to bring it across the yard, and I did most of it, and the two other people that were supposed to be doing it were just sitting around. And holy crap. You could have heard Brim. He's like, blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
They looked at me, and I go, well, what did you just say? I said, let me sum that up for you. I have no idea what was said, but I think it was, get your ass in gear because I'm sick of this crap. I was
Move
like,
it or
wow.
lose it.
He just goes off sometimes. I mean, he really, as you heard right there about
Move
the
it
camera,
or
he's
you're catching dragon fire.
like,
Hopi. Now
Did
we
I
got
ever-
you loud and clear, Hopi.
did you ever
That
hear
was
about that?
perfect.
Did you ever hear about that story where I told you about the guy seeing me as a dragon?
Yes, we did.
No,
I did.
I didn't
heard
hear
it.
it.
Tell it.
I
Tell it.
didn't.
Retell it.
I was in my house one day and I needed to go down to the store, and I really didn't want to go down to the store, so I'm like, I ain't going to do crap. And then all of a sudden it says, you really want that soda, don't you? You really want it. And I'm like, no, I don't. You really want it? Come on now. I'm like, shh, don't be evil. You're tempting me. I'm trying to get off that. So promise, fine. I got up and I went up to the store to get soda. And as I was walking down the street, this guy runs across the street, and I'm like, oh great. He's like, hey, I gotta talk to you. I'm like, oh heck, here we go. This guy probably gonna ask me for money or something. I ain't giving him no money. I'm not giving no cigarettes. I ain't giving nothing right now because I'm not in a good mood. And he says, I mean, I was really not in a good mood. And so he comes up to me. He's like, blah, and he starts talking. He's like, I woke up today and I was told that I'm going to meet somebody special today. And I'm like, okay, okay. What kind is this? Just a ploy to get money? What is going on here? What's your deal? So he kept talking, and then he's like, and then he like put his arm around me. He goes, brother, he goes, I've got to tell you. And I'm like, oh my God, he touched me. I'm not a touchy person here. What's going on? He's like, brother, he goes, I got to tell you. Brother, what? And at this point, I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? He's like, man, he goes, I got to tell you this right now. I'm like, what? He goes, I seen you walking down the street, and I was talking to my friend, and out the corner of my eye, I seen a golden dragon flying. And I looked over, and it was you. I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, dude. He described what Brim looked like. He's like, it was a golden Chinese dragon with like reddish eyes. And they were like, looked like there was smoke coming out of his eyes. And I'm like, what? He said, well, what? He stopped me because in the middle I was thinking what's going on. But then he said that, and I'm like, a whole 360, really? And then I started talking to him, and he's like, and then I gave him some inspiring words. I helped him with spiritually, and he walks away. He's like, I knew I would meet somebody special today. And I'm sitting there scratching my head going, synchronicity? What's going on here?
That's
then
the
I
reason
walked
why
back.
they insisted you needed to go get you a soda because they needed you to have
Okay.
that experience.
Now I remember that story, Brim. See, I've had to heard so many from you.
Right?
I can't keep
And
them
then,
all in order.
and then I went to the store and came back, and then somebody else goes, "Hey, have you heard?" We said, "Never mind." I said, "What's the matter?" He goes, "I was going to ask if you heard about Jesus, but I seen a golden dragon, so I decided not to ask."
Wow.
He goes, "It looks like you're already spiritually filled right there."
What kills me is the ones that come up to your front door and knock and ask you have you found Jesus, and I was like, would you motherfuckers lose him again? 'Cause I ain't never lost him. I've always known where Jesus was at. He's always been with me. Hello.
Oh, I had to move that from the camera. I put something in my
Yeah,
mouth.
they're gonna restrict you for that.
I know.
Oh, I'm
I just
sorry.
whipped it out real fast. No, it was me.
I saw it.
Oh, it was you.
I was so
Oh,
busy
you're.
talking, and
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I get you.
I was like, "Uh-oh."
I saw
Well,
it. I
get
saw
back
it.
in there, Diane. Come on. Climb up there in that box. Let's go.
So I was like, "Man, the thing's like, it's getting darker already." But he's like, "Yeah, how you know about Jesus?" I'm like, "You know God
Nope,
sent for
never
you?"
heard of the man.
And he goes, he's like,
Mention
"I
that
was going to
answer.
ask you that. I was going to ask you that, but I seen a golden dragon above you, so I decided not to ask." I said, "Well," he looks at, he said, "I think you're already spiritually full." I said, "You have no idea.
You have no idea.
I had the Jehovah's Witnesses one time come to my door, and they're like,
One time?
this, well," I'm like, "Oh no, here we go with it." I did not want to listen to them. The Mormons, I can tolerate. See, it's funny because I can tolerate most of those groups,
Yeah.
but when it comes to the Mormons, oh my lord, they just irk me. I don't know what it is with them. They just
I
irk
know.
me.
They do me too. And I had two young men. I needed help. I didn't have a care assistant. My house was in like really, really bad shape. And when they went to go bring a new care assistant, the supervisor said he wouldn't let his care assistant have to deal with the mess that was in this house. So I went on Facebook and asked for help, and these two young men answered my ask for help, and they came and they cleaned my house for me. These two young men didn't know me from nobody, just and they were very, very sweet young men. And I was like, if anything says about something about a person's personal thing, personal energy, is that they're willing to help someone that doesn't even believe the way they believe.
Yeah.
And I know not all Mormons are like that, but these young men were like that, and I was like, bless.
And I know not all
they
Mormons
blessed
are
me.
like that, but these young men were like that, and I was like, bless. And I know not all Mormons are like that, but these young men were like that, and I was like, bless. And I know not all Mormons are like that, but these young men were like that.
Loving humanity.
This is annoying as hell. Oh my lord. TikTok, get your business together, man. You're really giving me a hard headache today.
TikTok, do better.
Do better. But no, but it was a blessing for them to come, and I was like, they were like, can we say a prayer? Can we pray with you? And I was like, well, absolutely. I don't believe the way y'all believe, but I'll accept prayer.
Right?
Prayer is, as long as you're not praying to Beelzebub or whatever, whatever dark energy, that there is out there. I don't want no dark energy being brought into my life, but yeah, if you're praying a prayer for for the Holy Spirit and for the good of all, and yeah, I take it.
I mean, I would mess with all magical items, but I would never mess with a Ouija board.
Nope. Nope. My aunt, I got to tell a story about a Ouija board. My aunt and her friend brought a Ouija board over to my grandparents' house. Now, my grandparents were very devout Christians, okay? My granddad didn't believe in no hocus pocus or no voodoo woodoo, is what he called it. So he says, so they had that Ouija board, and they were out in we had a playhouse that we would have our like slumber parties and stuff in, so my grandparents didn't have to deal with all the giggling and stuff. So they were out there in that little house playing with that Ouija board and got the bejesus scared out of them and ended up running into the house screaming and crying. Well, they left it all sitting like it was. When my grandfather went out there, when he found it, he was like, oh, heck no, this is not at my house. So he took it and put it in the burn barrel and burnt it, the box, the board, everything, burned it all up. 6 years later, we were having all kinds of trouble. We were having, not 6 years later, but in that time period from that 6 years on, we were having all kinds of trouble. We were having cows getting sick and dying, chickens, something killed almost all of our chickens, just really bad things going on. And my grandfather and grandmother had a water leak. My grandfather went up underneath the house, and under the house was that Ouija board. It was scorched, but it was not burned, and it was underneath their house.
Oh.
And he got a box, and he wouldn't even touch it. He got a box. He scooted the Ouija board into the box, got it out from underneath the house. They took it out and did a ceremony on it. I don't know what they did to it, but because my grandfather did not let us know what that was, because he said it wasn't Christian. Did a ceremony, and we didn't have any more evil things happening to us.
Well, what happens is, what it sounds like happens, you never said goodbye to it.
Yeah, they didn't close it out. They left it open. Yes.
And I
so,
remember I remember when we used one. I actually got injured from it. Me and my friend Sean, he was like, man, I got this thing in I got my grandmother, she doesn't know I have it. I'm like, okay, because I was into, the Wiccan stuff at one time. I was interested in this. Yeah, sure, okay. I go over his house, and, he pulls out this old-ass Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
This thing looked like it was made with Celtic ruins or something. I don't even know. This thing was so freaking old. It was huge. It was old. It had a metal blanket, and it had glass in the middle. Well, and I said, where did you get this? He goes, I got this from my grandmother. And all of a sudden, I already did not feel too kosher with it. I was like, are you sure you want to be messing with this? He's like, yeah, bro, no problem, bro. We got this. I'm like,
mm-hmm.
All
Famous
right.
last words.
He kind of talked me into it, so I'm like, yeah, okay. So we took the board, and we were using it on the bed and moving it around. I'm like, yeah. I was like, I'm not feeling it. I this thing's bullshit. It ain't effing working. This is, you're moving the damn thing. This is a load of blah, 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 and I was cussing like a sailor. Well, all of a sudden, the stupid placket goes whipping around the damn board, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. And it went boom, 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 boom. It picked out, I'm not who you think I am. And I'm like, what the hell? I said, did you call somebody on this damn thing? Did you make a collect call? He's like, no. He goes, I don't think we said anybody. So this thing's whipping around the board, and at this point, I'm saying this thing's, F this, F that, it's full of S. And this thing comes whipping around the board really fast. It looked like it was going about 50 miles an hour. It turned around and smashed me right It got me right here on the side of my head. It went
Whoa.
straight back. It had cut through my flesh from here all
it
the
was
way
metal,
to the back
yeah.
of my head.
Wow.
It went right through it. I don't know if you can see the scar or not.
Yeah. Right
But
there at your
it went-
temple, you can see the line right there.
It went right straight back. And I'm like, yo, we gotta get this out of here. I was like, no. I said, whatever it was, I went, goodbye. And I got off it. I was like, pushed it away. I said, mm-mm. And I'm looking at the plastic. It has my red juice on it. All up on the front of it. And I'm like, I'm not. He's like, can you pick that up? I am not touching it. That thing can stay the hell away from me. You know what? Well, I'm going to take that outside. We're going to burn that damn thing. So he took it out. His dad had a burning barrel. We shoved it in the burning barrel. Squeezed the light, the grill gas on it. You know how you set your grill? I'm squirting on there. He throws his lighter in there. He's like, I'll get another lighter. He threw that lighter in and that thing burned. There was nothing left but ashes. So we walked back to the house because that barrel was really far in the woods because I had a camping spot out in the woods. And we did it way out there so his grandparents and all that wouldn't get all fussy and whatever. So we did it way out in the woods. We came back. We went in the house. And it took maybe about an hour and a half to get back. He sits on the bed. He's like, ow! I'm like, what? He goes, I just sat on something. He looks under the blanket, and the damn thing was sitting there with the planchette on top of it. And I'm like, oh, what? No way. This is crazy. So we we took the blanket, we took the thing in the blanket, and we slid it back to where he got it from, inside his grandmother's chest. He slid it back in the chest and closed it, and we go back to the room and this and that. His grandmother, like about 2 or 3 hours later, because we were watching movies and playing video games, she goes, hey, supper's ready. And we walked down the stairs. We had lasagna, and while we were sitting there, his grandmother stops in mid-sentence. She goes, let me ask you boys something. And I'm like, what? She goes, I have a feeling you guys did something you weren't supposed to. I'm like, what do you mean? He looks over at Sean. She looks over at Sean. She goes, Sean, did you mess with something you weren't supposed to? He's like, no, Grandma. I don't know what you're talking about. And he's kicking me under the table. And I'm like, I don't know, ma'am. I just came over. I was playing video games. I wasn't going to admit anything. And so she said, well, I'm feeling some very dark energy. And I felt it a couple hours ago, but I wasn't really sure. Now that you're in front of me, I'm sensing there's some dark residue around you. And I'm looking at her, I go, I don't got nothing about me. She goes, no, not you. She pointed to him. She goes, John, what did you do? Sean goes, well, we opened up your metal. I opened up your metal. First he goes, we opened up the metal chest, your metal wooden trunk, and we used your Ouija board. Just like that. She looked, and it looked like her eyes were just flames, and she was mad. You could see it. And I'm like, well, it looks like time for me to go. She goes, oh no, you ain't going anyway. She goes, now you've made that board evil. I didn't do anything. She goes, no, he did. She goes, my great-great-great-great-grandmother gave me this. No. She goes, now, because you're attached to it, now what we have to do. So we went out in the woods, She dug a hole. She goes, now remember this. Anytime you want to get rid of something negative, she's looking at me. Anytime, because she goes, I'm going to tell you this, and this is probably good because you're probably going to need to know this for later on. I sense something within you. I was like, oh, okay. She goes, so she says, hands me a shovel and hands him a shovel. Get digging. So we dug this 3 to 4 foot hole. She pulls out the board. I'm like, I dropped the shovel back up. Nope. Nope. I back up. She takes it. She puts it in the hole. She puts the plastic on top. And she goes, it has red on it. I wonder where that red came from. And she's looking at my head. I'm like, yeah. So she takes out this vial, and I asked her, I said, what was that? She goes, that's holy water. And I'm thinking, thanks, this lady got what? She pulls out this holy water and she starts going psh, 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 sprinkling it on the board, and I'm like, okay. Then she takes a seashell out. She starts burning this gray and white leaf, which I now don't know what they were, sage. She started burning the sage, and she was going. It almost sounded like she was speaking in tongues.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing I know, she says, throw the lighter fluid on it. So we did, lit it, and it burned to ashes, and we buried it. And then after that, she took some more of the holy water and put it on top of the ground around it. And I'm like, and then she's like, she marked it with like 2 cinder blocks. Mm-hmm. She's like, yeah, you stay there. She looked at the ground. You stay there. You don't belong in this world anymore. Do not come back. That was the story with the Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
And I still got that scar on the side of my name.
Did it stay put after that?
Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
But that was crazy.
Yep.
That was not a fun experience.
They are definitely not something to mess with. If you don't know what you're doing, you can really open up some bad energy.
Yeah,
and pull it to yourself. That's the thing. It doesn't go away easily.
I had no idea what I was getting into.
Mm-hmm.
Now every time I see one, I walk on the other side of the aisle if it's in the store, or I don't go near it at all.
Nope. I don't want it pulling no energy to me. Nope.
I would stay the hell away from me because I ain't. And my son one day, he wanted to go toy shopping. We were walking down the aisle at Walmart, and we looked on the shelf and said Ouija board. I was like, nope, not going down that aisle. I want nothing to do with it.
Nope.
My son's mother goes, it's just a board game. It's not real. No. Oh, I ain't messing with it. You mess with it. I ain't. But no, that was an experience that I don't want to live again.
Yep. And the odd thing about that my grandfather finding that Ouija board underneath the house is it was directly underneath the leak. It was meant for him to find it and see that that's what was causing all of the problems.
That's crazy.
It was like he was led to it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some weird experiences. You know, I've been ghost hunting and all that. And I've even got stories I've never shared on here still, but just, I mean, I never really believed in that. I was a skeptic. Yeah, okay, whatever. But after, you know, you lived and you've seen all that stuff, it's like, you know what? Things are not as they seem on this planet. And then I'm hearing people come on here and going, I don't talk about supernatural. I'm only going to be talking about, or paranormal. I'm only going to be talking about aliens and this and that. And then you go on all the way. All we're going to talk about is paranormal. We're not talking about aliens. It's like, oh my God, it's all the same thing. It's just a different perception of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
it is
they
what
actually,
you make of it.
They bleed into each other, and that's the thing. Is they sometimes you can see a ghost. It's really an alien. or you can see an alien and it's really a ghost or a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of the same thing. It's just a different,
Frequency.
yeah.
Yes.
And the same thing with the angels. There's just a different frequency. And I
Mm-hmm.
notice a lot of people saying that angels have wings. They do, but not the humanish ones. I've never seen a humanish one with wings. I've seen a lot of them, but they never had wings.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm seeing the wrong ones.
Well, I didn't see I don't think that we're meant to see their wings. I think that that's almost like seeing someone nude. You know, it's a private thing. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not for everyone. It's not for public viewing.
Right. No, as we're talking about dragons, man, I've seen dragons now.
Oh, dragons like to show themselves. They especially love it when they scare us, because they're like, yeah, I got him. I got him good.
I think I told Trina this one thing that happened with a dragon. It was an experience that one time I think I was awake. I was awake and I was talking to them on Facebook and Messenger, and we were sitting there, and all of a sudden my mind just left my body, apparently, because I could hear them talking, but I wasn't here. I was in space flying around as a big golden dragon. As I'm going through, I did a roar on this planet, and all the other dragons were following me. I had a horde following me, and I was flying towards Earth, and Epi, I could hear Epi in my ear going, "You better not hit my ship." She goes, "You guys are too big. Don't you hit my ship." And I'm like, well, you asked for the dragons to come. Now they're here. Just don't hit my ship.
Like you say, be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it.
And when I turned around to look at the horde, holy crap, there was millions of them behind me. It's like I did that. I was sitting on a planet and I just went, "Rah!" I did that dragon roar and they all just started like coming behind me. I was like the biggest dragon. It was like really cool. But yeah, I thought that was neat. She goes, "Oh no, here they come. Don't you hit my ship." And Area, I could hear Area, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't fly too close." She goes, "You don't want to mess up Earth. Don't fly too close." That was my funny dragon experience. But holy crap, when you see the amount of dragons in different colors and in different kinds, it's really interesting. When you see them, it's like, wow. And it's funny, you know, a lot of people think all dragons have wings. They don't.
No.
There was one dragon.
They're just like with anything else. There's very different types of dragons, different aspects of dragons.
How do they
There was
fall?
one dragon behind me that I noticed, and I was like, "You don't have wings. How's it flying?" I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to bother asking that question. I looked behind me. It reminded me of Bowser. It looked like a giant Bowser to me. And I'm like, how are you flying in space? And then I was like, you know what? It is what it is. I was like, I'm not even going to ask.
That is such a dragon answer. It is what it is.
It's like,
It's a very dragon answer.
It had no wings. It was just still flying. I'm like, it doesn't. How's it flying? Never mind. I'm not even gonna bother. And to this day, I never asked that question. I just said, "All right, cool." And that's how I know some dragons don't have wings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, alrighty then. But once I seen the amount of dragons and the colors, it looked like space was dotted with like different colors. It was kind of cool.
Similar to how you have different colored birds in nature.
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was. I mean, I could look back. I was probably about almost the size of Earth. I'm looking back, and as far as I could see dragons.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, huh? There's really that many? I don't know how those dragons fly. I never asked. But I'll ask him actually.
Because they believe they can.
I believe I can fly.
Brim
That's
said.
the only thing I can say.
Brim said
that what they do is they surround themselves by their spiritual energy and fly that way.
Oh, okay.
Because they believe, similar to what Peter Pan with the Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
Pixie dust.
Pixie dust, yes.
Sure.
They said their energy vibrates so much it causes them to fly.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, because they believe they can.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was really, really cool. This thing was the size of an 18-wheel. I'm like, how's it flying?
That's a lesson for us that if we believe something wholeheartedly, then it is.
Right.
Yeah, I guess so. I believed I was gonna win a drawing last night, and I won.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I won the bonus round.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, and it's the one I wanted too.
Ah. See?
Well, congratulations.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a great live. I'll be here. You know what?
Yeah, I spent my whole day with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a Sunday.
Awesome.
I'm gonna do a Sunday.
Yay.
Sunday at 8:00. Let me see.
In the morning?
What would it be about? Oh heck no.
Oh heck no.
Just making sure because I don't get up that early. This morning was kind of early for me.
8:00 is kind of early for me too. I'd be like, I'm gonna be still snoring at that time.
Oh no, I'll probably be in an hour of sleep by then.
That's what I'm saying. I don't get to bed until late, so
yeah. I'm up tonight too.
Going to be Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
And I don't know yet what it's going to be about. There'll be a topic.
You can't channel upon request?
Yes, he can.
You can? Maybe you could channel. That way I can see it happen. I've never seen well, Honey said I have, but I don't remember seeing it channel. I don't know.
I could.
Yeah, he can.
It depends on who.
Oh, I see. I had a question about that. Anyway, when you're channeling, do you can we talk to you during it, or just we gotta be quiet?
You talk to you can talk to them.
Them, right?
Other people when they channel, they like some certain ones on here don't like to be interrupted when they're channeling because they lose the energy supposedly.
Yeah.
And like
Bashir, I get you. Yeah.
Like Bashir,
Well,
I think I'm pretty well like that now, where when I channel that they speak,
Okay, cool.
and they respond.
Well, okay, great.
And it all depends on what one you. If it's something I've never done before, it might be a little harder to hold.
Oh.
But
Mhm.
I mean, if I can hold the ones I'm holding now, I shouldn't have too much of a problem.
Okay.
But like I said, it all depends on who wants to speak and who wants to come out, and
Oh, okay.
it all depends.
Yeah.
I normally
Right.
try to stay away from the human side of it, of channeling. I'm out maybe some past lives, past people, maybe,
Yeah.
but I try to stay away. I stay with the ones that I know,
Yeah, that's good.
or ones that's actually came through me.
Yeah.
Like I've had Aleister Crowley at one time. I've had that Atlantean King. I've had King Arthur, Aphrodite, my
Oh,
guides,
I don't know who any of those are except Aphrodite.
a queen of something. I have no idea
Oh.
where she comes from, but
Huh. Cool.
Well, you know who King Arthur is.
Yes, I do know who King Arthur was.
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a few of them.
All right, cool.
All right,
Yeah.
you know
Let's do
what?
Sunday night then.
I'll make this even better. I'll do Sunday will be 8 p.m. Past
Okay.
lives.
Oh, cool. Past lives?
Cool.
Yeah,
Like people from our lives?
yeah.
Wow.
I could probably tell you how to find out who they are, but I don't know
Oh.
about channeling them.
Oh, you
I
mean
have
like
to
not my dad or something? It have to be like someone like Okay, got it.
It all depends. It all depends on what the
Oh.
vibration is and the
Either way,
energy, and
right.
yeah, it all But yeah, Sunday will
Cool.
be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time,
Okay.
7 Mountain Time, 6 Central Time, 5 Pacific Standard Time.
That's right. 5 o'clock for me.
Past life experiences. That's what it's going to be.
Awesome.
It's been great. It's been wonderful.
It has. Thank you.
You're welcome. See you.
Thank you for hosting
Sunday at
us,
8.
Brim.
All right.
No problem.
Bye,
Bye,
Brim.
everybody.
Bye.
Love y'all.
Blessed
Thank
be.
you.